Good night. Sleep tight.
Got him.
Got them both.
Where did you go? Oh, I see you. Did you get him?
Oh, he's behind the wall. The wall's not moving. I got one.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him.
Heal. Got one of them. Up, above. Dead. Shot at him.
I did. I got him. He's coming to your side, Court.
I got one.
In the hole over there. Down the road. Seen him over there. Oh my God! Good night. Hat. Got something on.
A cat.
I hear something running.
Hello?
Check them. Hello? Hello? We're friendly. You don't happen to have a cowboy hat, do you?
I don't know if it's a player or not.
He did. He talked.
He does have a cowboy hat.
He did. He
He
talked.
does have a cowboy hat.
The The stream is starting now.
Freaking that stacks crit, and he was just stacking crit like crazy. Smoked the world boss all by himself. You got the stream up?
Yeah.
Changed her up a little bit. What do you think with the no background?
I think what?
How do you think about me not having a background? How does it look? Better or worse?
Oh yeah, I didn't even. I mean, I think it looks good actually, because then you get more of the game in there. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? You don't have the whole big square of like the room.
Right.
So I mean, I think I kind of like it, but the only thing that sucks is then you don't get your like, your little buckhead in there and all.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's
Like, so, but that's it don't really
That's
matter. I
alright.
think it's probably better to see game and shit.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is the map for this place for the whole game.
Mm.
How fucking massive. I guess I haven't even been to this area yet. But like, so these are the territories I was telling you about. So like,
The
see
ones
this
that are
one's
shaded
so
out.
like this one here is controlled by a guild, controlled by a despicable. And then you can have alliances too, and they can help you hold it. But then like, see, look, then you can go out here sailing, and all these are sea monsters that you can hunt. You can, they get dropped good loot. Oh, you can also whale hunt too. You can also go out whale hunting, hunt
How
whales, make a
many
lot of money.
characters are there? Like how many different?
26.
26 characters?
Yeah, bro. Good luck
Oh,
picking your first
shit, bro.
character. Good luck picking your
Yeah,
first character, bro. And then they all
yeah,
have, so like
bro.
once you get to 56, you can awaken your character, and then it opens up a whole new like abilities and shit for it.
Oh goddamn,
And then they got succession. So like if you want to stick with the old skills that you used before you awakened, you can pick succession and just use the original skills, but they're more power, they're stronger than when you first start.
than when they were original. Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, dude, there's
that's.
26 characters. Good
I'm
luck.
already overwhelmed, bro. I
Yeah.
can't even pick a character when there's fucking
Yeah,
4 of them.
I know the feeling, dude. So the character I'm playing now is a warrior, and it's the very first character I played on Xbox. I enjoyed it, so I tried all the characters at one point, except for some of the newer ones. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick the warrior because that's what.
You knew them. You knew it's like back to
Yeah,
the basics almost.
that's right. It depends. Like if you're gonna try to do PvP, I mean, the witches are pretty powerful. Like they're really good for farming. Like, it's just they're good at PvP for healing. Like people will use them in node wars and group stuff, but for like 1v1s, they're not the greatest.
Yeah. Glass jaws, glass cannons.
Yeah, but I mean, there are some good witches out there that can solo PvP pretty good. It's just all on learning your class and the
There
other
are lots
classes.
of things that can be bought with money. But wouldn't a nice
Yeah,
hot
that's
supper be
that's
true
just how
happiness?
Diablo's like D2's PvP was. You know what I mean? Any class could be nasty, but you just
Right.
had to know how to fucking PvP that class, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll be curious to try PvP in Diablo 4.
Yeah.
I know they
It
said
was
they
real
were.
fun. I remember like back in the day too. They used to have uh like a fully legitimate like good Good Manners Melee Duel, like clan. So like it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like it was like a whole thing, and they would just have barbs and like paladins and all melee characters that would, like, you know what I mean, all good manner duels because you could
Right.
you have bad manner fucking assholes that are, but that shit was real fun.
Yeah, I'd be curious to try it out. When it comes out.
Like Diablo was one of those games that I did fucking I cheated a lot with though, not gonna lie.
Cheated.
So I did have just know a kid that he wrote.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he wrote shit. So like,
Oh boy.
yeah, like there was this
Well,
thing
that ain't
called.
right.
Nah, it's not. But I mean, I was way back when. But it was funny because what I did was when I say cheated. All right, so I did a couple. Yep.
I won't judge you for cheating.
Oh, what's it called? So like I had one program. Remember how I said I played hardcore?
Yeah.
So there used
So
to
you
be
couldn't
something
die.
called yeah, there's something that used to be called TPPK. Right? So like if we were playing the game, I'd be able to spam like my skill towards you, and then I would hit a button real quick, and that single button would send me to town in hostile. So then while my skills were still flying at you, that button
here to pick
instantly
your
sent me
item?
to town and turned me hostile. So my
where have
skills
I
coming
saw
at you would
it?
now be hostile. So in a split second, I would fucking kill you. And
That's
like we
fucked
would
up.
be on. Yeah, it was fucked up, bro.
Oh man.
But so the thing is too, that's how the game played though. Like eventually, like I mean, I've gotten killed. Like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
people knew who I was and would try to get me because I would be getting them.
Right.
Absolute perfection of hard working. This is Vi Pico.
Yeah, I would say probably.
I can organize
I'll just
perfectly.
hold this.
Yeah, once you start the season, it'll ask you if you want to take two different roads. So there's like a veteran road. I would just take the beginner road, obviously, and just play it out.
Yeah. You're making
Unfortunately,
Burgers
you'll have to do a lot of questing starting out. But all right, so what are we doing?
Oh, is somebody all happy now? Somebody in a better mood today? You're just drunk. You're just drunk. Yeah.
I need to do my skill.
How dare you go to sleep when you are tired, young sir?
All the way on my shoulders. He's all the way down.
Oh, so what? You were sober and she was drunk? Oh, and you were mad because he was tired? Oh, that's fucked up, Ken. I thought you were both drunk and you just wanted to keep them up. Oh, that's. Yo, we might start playing. He wants to start playing Ark again. See, you hear him? He said he'll play.
Did he?
Yeah, he said he loved it. So he was just telling me they're changing it and they're bringing it out in Unreal Engine 5 in the next
August,
the
end of August.
Ark Survival Evolved in August. Yeah, like they're
Yeah, they're redoing the
Ark.
whole.
He said they're supposed to be doing an Ark 2 and Vin Diesel's supposed to be in it. You hear that?
Yeah, but that's not. They said that they just released a roadmap, and they said that won't be till the end of 2024.
Oh, he said that won't be till the end of 2024. Yeah, but he said that there's.
They just released a roadmap on Twitter.
Yeah, he said they just released a roadmap on Twitter or something. But he said that they're basically re-releasing
The whole first arc on
the
Unreal.
whole first arc, but on Unreal Engine 5, it'll be like it'll be like all reset. Dude, yeah, he's gonna play. He wants. So that was because you were playing yourself. I know.
On Xbox, I had like 300 and some days played. actual time.
Dude, I can't even roll joints. This shit ain't even. I mean, I'll get it. Yo, this paper's fucking.
Alright,
It
where's
is
the
hinge
skill
though.
add-on guy here?
The hemp. Like hemp or something. Yeah, they fucking stupid. You can't pinch it. It doesn't like fold in. Nah, it's just like when I go to pinch the paper, it doesn't pinch in. It wants my finger don't like when I'm trying to pinch it in and fold it over, it loose. It's not like see how that's all folded fucked up because it wasn't moving around.
It is. It's like
One lapis lazuli and one hammer are all I need to fix anything.
Makes sense though. Less paper. That's
oh, but that,
king size just the long one. Thinnest. That's the difference. Thinnest. Yeah, that's the difference. It's so thin, it's virtually impossible to fucking roll.
Horses are honest animals.
Perfect.
They are not like
Then
the
in
world.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
Period
smoke this real
delivery
quick
won't
though
be
while this
difficult
finishes
for you.
installing. I still got a
Gold,
few more
jewels.
gigs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Skill add-on guy though.
Yeah! Ah! Yeah! Ha!
Wrong though.
Ha!
Protecting ourselves. I don't expect a foreigner could understand what that truly means.
Skill add-ons I should use.
Brand has been playing Call of Dragons like crazy. He took
Yeah.
to the Gatsby bonus.
Back to the channel. In today's video, we are gonna skill add-ons for warriors, showing and sharing my own personal skill add-ons that I'm put up time depending on where I test out new things, and also if I'm doing new.
What do you do if you're gonna like PvP though? Cause like
Skill add-ons. And again, a lot of this is based around my for PvP. Some of the stuff here, which is extremely good and important, and you to have speed debuffs and also your attack speed buffs. So this
set up PvE for now, cause that's what. that what we're looking for? Assuming that's the one. Oh. Wait, didn't we already have that? Have that yet? I could always switch characters and open them up. We're good. We got 2 days. Let's not use it.
But
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Salute, my friend. Cheers.
Salute.
Great to meet you.
Nice meeting you, man. Thanks.
Ruin you. There's only a few other places you can go where you can get barbecue of that caliber.
It's insane.
You know?
All the wood that they have staged for everything.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
I got an offset smoker for the first time. This company, Centex Barbecue, they built me this grill. And I always cooked on a Traeger, which I love because it's so convenient. You know, you can see it on your phone. You know what the temperature is. So, but this I did it like the old school way. Like burnt the logs and the offset smoker, regulated it with the dampers, got the temperature up to like 250 degrees. Put the steaks on, smoked the steaks till I got them to 110 internal temperature, and then seared them. There's like a charcoal grill on the side. Oh my God, it's insane.
Oh, it's working.
It's the best.
Since you started your carnivore diet.
There it is right there. So they made me that's little charcoal grill on the side, and then the other one, if you go backwards, that's the actual grill itself. That guy did a fucking tremendous job. It's like a real work of art. It's incredible, like just the craftsmanship.
What's it called?
Centex. Central Texas.
Yeah.
Central Texas smokers. It's really, really super well done.
How do you think elk would do on something like that?
Oh, it does great.
Over there.
So we're here.
In the way, yeah. I think we talked about doing this for 6 months.
Yeah, at least. Yep, definitely. All right. So what we like to do to get things rolling.
Elk on the Traeger all the time. I don't think it'll be any different. I'm probably going to cook some elk on it tomorrow night.
Okay.
So I'm excited.
I might try that out.
Yeah. So what's up, Mike Glover?
What's up, man?
Nice
Thanks
to
for
meet you
having me.
finally. I've been following your content.
Years. I think I saw you talk about a bug out that I did from Phoenix to Canada, and you're like this crazy prepper guy.
Yeah, you went in one tank of gas. Well, it wasn't one tank, but it was.
Yeah.
How did you do it?
So the idea from the company perspective was we need to demonstrate that bugging out is not realistic in the country. Like going from gas station to gas station would not be available So if you bug out, you have to do it self-sustained with no support. So the idea was like, hey, get a Dodge 2500 pickup truck because the Toyota Tacoma is not going to cut it. We trimmed out everything. We put wood in the back. We put tanks of gas, like an extra spare tank, 75 gallons, which extends your range massively. And then we did an unsustained or a self-sustained trip from Phoenix to the Canadian border. No stops at a gas station, no stops for anything. So we slept out of the vehicle. We just did it on one tank of gas, essentially one tank of gas. We had to run and prime fuel into the reserve from the reserve tank to the main tank. But it was just like to prove like, hey man, this idea of bugging out from a bad situation to a better isn't really realistic. And
with one tank of gas.
So like if you have $100,000 vehicle because you're like the overland bug out guy, and you have a quarter tank of gas, then you have a big lead weight that's just nothing. I mean, you burn it to the ground.
How far can you get with 75-gallon tank as a reserve?
A couple thousand miles with your main tank. So most tanks 15 to 30 plus gallons, and then a reserve tank. Titan has a reserve tank about 30 gallons, and then you can get an extended fuel tank. Like I talk about this like it's innovative, like it's new. But if you live in rural Montana or rural anywhere in America, you roll with a 75-gallon tank in the back of your pickup truck because you'll go, 500 miles before you see the next gas station.
Now, what's interesting about this is it should be something that people should have in their mind. Like this kind of information there's nothing bad about having this kind of information, but wasn't there a thing where some parts of the government were trying to label people as potential terrorists for preparing for things going bad?
There's a rabbit hole there. First, anything on Facebook that was seen as extreme, think fringe, unique, different, then you were potentially labeled. So originally, we teach canning and jarring at Fieldcraft Survival. I mean, my family preparedness director, Amber, focuses on families. So we teach canning and jarring. That was first flagged by Facebook and seen as extreme. And they even had a
canning
clip of it.
and jarring.
Canning and jarring.
That's extreme.
Money
That's
is
extreme.
great.
Because if you're preparing for something. And if you're doing it domestically, then it potentially could label you as a militant or a militia or violent extremist.
Would you like
as
to
I was
participate
labeled
in
by Facebook.
Marnie's
What is
experiment?
that's so crazy that like having food, like
food prep.
Well, what
Marnie,
if there's
the
a natural
great.
disaster? What if it has
Marnie
nothing
is
to
the
do
best.
with some sort of a thing where you're, trying to run from people?
My whole thing with the company Fieldcraft Survival is it's all about self-reliance and kind of cutting the umbilical cord, or at least distancing yourself from institutions, because when things fail, typically the institution breaks. It doesn't just fail, it breaks. And that causes a lot of issues. We've seen that recently with natural disasters and man-made disasters. But the education behind it is just learn how to take care of yourself long-term, short-term and long-term. And that, according to Facebook, at the time and now, is extreme.
How weird.
So weird. A weird world. Yeah. And somebody who came from the military.
I hope so.
Like, I fit all the things.
Might be
I'm a minority. I'm Asian. I'm half Korean. I'm a veteran. I'm 100% service-connected disabled. So I fit all the categories.
What does that mean, 100%
Supports the glory
So it means
of
I'm.
Marnie.
It's called total and permanent, which I am. It means I'm 100% disabled according to the Veteran Affairs Office, but also total and permanent, which means you can't. Like right now, if a veteran is, let's say, 100% disabled or 90% disabled, it's a weird system. You go in and you get your annual checkup. They could evaluate you and reduce your overall compensation and say, you're not 90 now, you're 60. And
based on,
they could say your hearing is better than it was last time. You picked up a couple decibels, and we are going to reduce your pay and compensation and reduce your disability. So in the military, if you're 100% total and permanent, it means they can't screw with you.
So how are you 100% total and permanent?
So they do a formula. It's weird. Veteran Affairs is but when I got out of the military, and they interview you, they do mental and physical checks, do all the diagnostics, and hearing, all that stuff. And when they evaluate you, they say, okay, your left sucks, so we're going to give you a rating. And it's like 40% or 25%. Like I got 50%. When they add it all together and sum it up, it could be over 100%. Mine's like 200% when they've added everything. And then they go, okay, then you're 100% service connected disabled, total and permanent, which means they can't evaluate you compensation or your stuff. So me, for example, I am 100% service connected, but I have TBI and post-traumatic stress because of that TBI, which is kind of what I wanted. This is a weird one, but if you talk to a military guy, and Andy Stump, all these guys that are buddies of mine, when they come out of the military, especially in special operations, they don't want to say they're disabled or they have a problem,
right?
Or they have post-traumatic stress. So I don't know if this is luckily, but I think it's better. TBI, because the symptoms of traumatic brain injury happen to be the same as post-traumatic stress, they could label you as having that. My concern, which is a concern even today, if they label me with PTSD and said, you're 100% connected because you have PTSD, we're going to take away your guns. So the red flag laws and all that scare the hell out of me. And a lot of them. When I went into Veteran Affairs for my it was a same thing. And I walked into the office, and there was a long hallway, and there were dudes doing construction in the hallway. And I heard a loud bang behind me as I entered the room. The doctor was looking at me, and I turned around, and just turned around. You do that to noises, especially bangs. And I turned back around and we did the interview, and they asked questions like, have you been in combat? Yes. Have you killed? Yes. Have you seen dead bodies? Yes. How many dead bodies have you seen? Hundreds. Like, what? Straight up.
It's challenging whether or not a person who's actually been to combat, whether or not you can X amount of bodies. I find that hard to
100%.
Holy shit.
The biggest...
What does that feel like?
It was the most disgusting thing. I almost got up and walked out. That was the psychologist evaluation. When I got my physical feedback, it was a gentleman who was a veteran. Most of the guys were veterans. They served in some capacity, so they get it. They understand. But they're used to dealing with shit. And I want to be careful because there are guys who suffer from post-traumatic stress. There's dudes who get blown up. There's dudes that go through a lot. But the reality is most people who serve in combat don't do so at what I would call the front. They're not in front lines. They're not involved in combat. They're not on rotation. So most of what they see are people who have maybe not even been to combat. They have the fear of impending doom has created this trauma inside of them, and then they want disability. And I'm not judging because some of those guys do. I know some of those guys, but they're not used to an experience in combat. They volunteered, they wanted it, and they get pierced. So when I talked to the guy who physically evaluated him, he's like, move your neck because mobility is where a certain way. And he goes, I find that hard to believe. You can't. And he goes, well, let's talk about the history. And I started talking about combat time. He's like, this is different. So, I was like, I was a Green Beret. Oh, okay. Okay. He almost like shifted and almost apologized. He's like, hey man, I'm used to seeing that.
Okay, so they're used to people trying to like kind of yes. But to just challenge you on that way, I find that hard to believe. It's like so crazy that they would immediately go to that.
Yeah, and there are some areas that are better than others. I would say, I will say this about San Antonio especially. I went to counseling because they're like, hey, you need to go to these counseling sessions. And I had a counselor who was a Vietnam veteran who lost his legs in combat. And he was a long-range surveillance guy. So he's a combat arms guy. Immediately we had a respect for what he said. And I trusted him because he had this unspoken experience. And he helped me through some shit, and that was beneficial for me. But there are places throughout the country that don't give two shits about veterans. They're checking the block. It's impossible to fire a GS, you know that.
GS?
A government service employee. Like the guys who got caught, like they were GS civilians and they were doing vacations and all these different things. None of those dudes got fired from all this controversy. Wounded Warrior was involved in some controversy over some stuff. None of these guys in the GS realm, when it comes to the veteran affairs system, are being held accountable. And so the system's still broken. I mean, I went there recently and was dumbfounded. Every time I go in, it's depressing. They're not doing a good job.
I just would imagine how infuriating it would be for someone to tell you they find it hard to believe how many bodies you've seen.
Yeah, and so if they're used to seeing 99.9% of the people they talk to are saying, I've never seen this before, and I say hundreds, I get it. You know, these people are like, they're like, what? That's impossible. But I would say there's a big discrepancy of understanding of combat, period, and what the top 1% see. You know, even the Vietnam experience, let's call it 68 to 75, 1975. MACV SAW guys were doing cross-border ops in Laos, Cambodia with the CIA. And they were doing profound, insane missions. Some of these operations, like John Stryker-Meyer has been on Jocko's podcast, these guys went out and their entire teams were wiped off the planet. Missing in action, killed in action. Nobody saw them ever again. These guys' experiences in going to the Veteran Affairs system and then talking to somebody who's interviewing a cook in the 82nd Airborne Division, two very different stories. But who are they going to believe? And then what's the difference? I don't know if there's a difference. If you're an 82nd cook and you're on Route Irish on a 50 cal and you get blown up, it's just as relevant as if you have multiple combat tours and you got blown up. You still need treatment, you need care, comprehensive care, but we're not getting that.
And so the fear is that you could get labeled, because of your experiences, you could get labeled as being, would they say, impaired or incompetent, and they could take away your right to carry a firearm?
Yeah, because the red flag law, or the proposal for the red flag law, is anybody who is deemed mentally unfit to carry a firearm or to buy a firearm.
And that's subjective.
Very subjective. So, and here's the thing, like, if you're looking at a packet, and the packet that comes forward, it says Green Beret, sniper, and he's killed a lot of people and he has post-traumatic stress, who's more dangerous to society? That guy or a guy who's got anxiety or depression?
Right.
It's going to be the Green Beret killer. I applied for a job when I got out of the military to do kind of like the Department of Energy, working the power plants. Security. It was like a security manager. I had a degree in Army. I got my degree, my bachelor's degree, at the American Military University, and got a Homeland Security degree. This was a prerequisite for this job. And when I applied for that job, I submitted a resume not knowing better, and outlining what I did. And it said I was a sniper and all this stuff. And I thought it was like cool, that stuff, that people would respect that in the civilian world. I didn't get that job. And I had nearly 20 years of experience in crisis, counterterrorism, and risk mitigation, all these things at a very high level. I had a bachelor's degree. And I was overqualified for the position, and I didn't. One of my buddies who was sitting on the board for that job said they thought it was high liability that I was a sniper and applying for that job because he kills people. And that's illegal. And so when I think about these red flag laws and if this depending on who it is, call it whatever X administration. Everybody who's labeled you have PTSD, you're screwed. You're not going to be able to have a gun. You're not going to be able to buy it. That's a problem.
So if you're hiring someone to do security, so you're hiring someone to protect you from potential armed threats, wouldn't you want someone who has experience with potential armed threats? Wouldn't you want someone who's experienced gunfights?
Yeah, and I think the overall problem is, like when they ask me if I have post-traumatic stress, they're like, based on our evaluation of you and what you're saying, you have PTSD. And I said I didn't agree. And so I got it to where they said, okay, you have TBI and the symptoms are associated with it. I guess I can give you a thumbs up with that. I guess that's what I'll take.
So how do they define PTSD? There's got to be many layers or many levels to that, right? So if you're saying it's post-traumatic stress disorder, like what makes it a disorder? Like obviously you've experienced stress, obviously you've seen trauma, you've obviously been in war and combat. How do they define PTSD?
It's a question. So they, just like many things in the military or the system, it's based off a questionnaire and guidelines. So if you get too many answers on the questionnaire wrong, then you'll be labeled as somebody who has PTSD.
Like what kind of question?
But it's very subjective. It's, have you been to combat? Yes. Okay, now we're getting deeper down the funnel or the rabbit hole. Have you killed anybody in combat? Yes. Have you had nightmares? So here's a subjective one. Andy Stump talked about this as well on this podcast. But if you say, have you had nightmares? I have dreams. And when I have dreams, I'm with the boys going to do what we did. We're going on helicopters, going and killing bad guys. Combat for me in those dreams isn't a terrifying thing. It's like where I wanted to be. It was fun. It wasn't difficult. It was easier than civilian life. I don't have to worry about bills and drama with relationships. All these things, it's very simplified. Okay, well that's subjective because you're saying you have dreams about combat. That's nightmare. Because there's not a part on the answer that can say, hey, he's having dreams, but they're not night terror dreams about combat and dying. So he could be labeled somebody who has PTSD because of that. Like I have buddies who answer the questionnaire who don't have PTSD. I don't think I have PTSD. Do I have transitional issues? Certainly. I serve, the analogy is like a dog. A dog in the military serves for 20 years. And then you take that dog who's used to biting people's asses, sniffing out bombs, getting blown up in combat, training as a protocol, and then you transition them to the living room. And it's your house pet. That shit's not working. There's going to be a transitional period. Give me a buffer. Give me some time to kind of unscrew my systems, get back to a normal protocol that's civilian, and then question them. But they're questioning these guys right after they get out, and of course they're going to be all screwed up. And legitimately, some guys have PTSD. They've been blown up in one moment. But most of the guys like Jack Clark, Tim Kennedy, all these guys that I served with at pretty high levels, we profoundly enjoyed it. There's nothing traumatic. I'm not shivering underneath my blanket worried and concerned about war. I'm actually more having nightmares about missing out on those kind of efforts with guys that I served with who are certain.
That's such an interesting perspective for people who haven't served. The idea that you feel like you're missing out on it, and I appreciate your honesty, saying that it was fun, or saying that it's easier than civilian life.
Yeah, it's the first thing. Like I transitioned out of the military in a contractor with a Central Intelligence Agency, and it was a smack in the face, because, you know, call it a brotherhood, call it tribe, call it whatever you want. I had a great run with amazing human beings. What I noticed when I went from the military to waking up in an air mattress in an apartment in San Antonio is civilian life sucks. Where do you go for connectivity, for tribe? If you don't belong to a dojo, if you don't belong to a gym, if you don't go to a church, then you don't have that feeling of purpose and that feeling of community. So I went from a place where my family were the teammates that I served with and transitioned into civilian life where everybody's worried about their own game. They're very selfish. I mean, for the first time, likely in the history of our country, you don't know your neighbors. You don't know who's in the apartment next door to you. You're escaping trying to even interact with those people. It's fucking depressing. So I thought the military experience for me was easy. And a lot of guys who come back and have to deal with relationships, all the shit that civilians deal with, that's hard. And that's the difficulty. It's not necessarily traumatic experience in one moment in time that took place. That is the PTSD. It's like getting kicked in the dick every day being a civilian when you didn't have to before because you have everything at your fingertips. That would give you PTSD if you didn't have it.
Have you ever read Sebastian Junger's book, Tribe?
Great sum up of the experience. I wish there was more context. Like he needs to put out more on it. But you know, he went out to a struggle in Afghanistan and experienced that at a very high level. And then even in his own reflection, leaving that, he was like, "Man, I'm missing something." And you know, societally, I think likely a lot of the issues with depression, suicide, drug overdoses at a record high are caused by that lack of tribe. And maybe in a way all the guys like myself and Evan Hayford, we're all trying to pick up our own tribes in our own right. And that's certainly
No, I think there's definitely something to that, and there definitely seems to be this thing that happens to a lot of guys when they get out of the military. It happens to a lot of guys who do anything where you have a tight-knit group of people that are like-minded, that are trying to do the same thing. You see with fighters too, where they retire from fighting, and they're not training with guys anymore.
I just said this,
they're not,
but I think Mom.
you know, you're not traveling together all the time and
Oh,
supporting each other.
So
and
I'm here. I'm
they
opening.
They
the
lose
game. Give me a few minutes,
themselves.
I'm
You know, many of them start drinking. They get into drugs. They need something to try to either soothe themselves or give themselves some sort of a feeling. Because the feelings that you have when you're training and fighting, I would imagine it's even far more extreme if you're in the military and then you're overseas and you're with these people and you have this intense bond, and then all of a sudden it goes away. Now you have none. Now you have no bond, and now you're doing a job that's not interesting at all because you're just getting paid. You're bored as fuck. You're watching TV, you're drinking beer, and you're like, what am I doing?
Now we're fucking
like, what is life?
Yeah, there's that many jobs that translate. Period. I mean, fucking cop. I mean, like you take
one of the few jobs, right?
One of the few jobs, but
cop,
like
security.
But you take like a guy like Andy stuff. I like picking on Andy. You take a guy like Andy, high level experience operator, and he gets out and he becomes law. What would that look like? I mean, you got a guy who is, you know, he was on the Jessica Lynch thing. He rescued Jessica Lynch, and he did all these high-level counter-terrorist operations where he's on the varsity team. And then he gets back home, and now he's not even JD. I mean, he's not even relevant.
Writing speeding tickets.
He's writing speeding tickets. His whole persona, by the way, most military guys' persona, especially in the special operations community, we wear that proudly, right? You go, your whole life is not, the profession is not the job. It is your life. You work out 2 hours a day as a professional athlete. You pay attention to detail, planning, and execution. You pay attention to kit. You shoot, move, and communicate every day. On the weekends, you're shooting civilian USPSA because you want to be better as a practical shooter, so you can be better as an operator. All these things matter, and that's your life. And you churn what we call the playbook, where you train up for combat, you go to combat, and then you have a down cycle that doesn't exist. And you do that for indefinitely. And then the machine spits you out. And then what do you do? Well, you fucking die. I mean, for the most part, most of the guys that I know who aren't seeking purpose in some profound way, they fucking die. They kill themselves. Andy Stumpf and all these guys are doing, the 7 jumps, 7 continents for legacy expeditions. Amazing. They just did it. They did it in 6 days. And that kind of thing is their way of giving back and doing something profound. People think it's extreme to jump out of airplanes. Andy, Jericho, Logan, all these dudes, Mike Sorrell, they could jump out of these airplanes like they brush their teeth. There's nothing extreme about it, but they're doing all they can to bring back purpose into their life, to give it back. Because I think that's, whether it's nonprofit, whether it's giving back, whether it's building community, that's the closest thing that feels like it was on the teams, where you're doing something selfless in service. And guys missed that. And I've had 3 guys that I know killed themselves last time games. That came from my community of combat arms and special operations.
What kind of guidance is available to guys from special operations? Give you any sort of tools to mitigate the problems that come up in that process?
There are some good nonprofits, like Warriors Health Foundation here in Texas, with Tom Spooner. They do amazing things. They do amazing work. But there's nothing that I've seen that is... Now, if you're a member of a special mission unit, a high-level player in counterterrorism, they have the nonprofits that are helping with smaller things, I would say. But if you're a ranger, if you're a Green Beret, if you're a regular Army kid, you have no tools at your disposal. I mean, when I cleared the Army and signed out for the military, and then transitioned into the CIA. And there were no tools, no briefs, no understanding of what civilian life was going to be. So as much as we prep our guys to go downrange and put them in harm's way to kill bad guys, we should be thinking the same thing about setting them up for success and transitioning them into civilian world. Or they're going to look at themselves as the bad guy. And that's what they're doing. I mean, most of these guys are checking out, by the way, because they are looking at themselves as liabilities and burdens. And we are taught there's 2 kinds of people, liabilities and assets. And if you're a liability, you need to cut sling load. You need to get rid of the liability. And if you could make yourself an asset, you can, but what tools do you have at your disposal? So when you get out and your wife is upset because for the first time you're home and you're just pissing her off, your kids don't know you, you can't get a job, you don't have tools, you don't want to bug your teammates who are doing the job right now, what do you have left? Well, you look at yourself as a burden and you check out, and that's what a lot of guys are doing.
Jesus. And what about, like, giving you, do they give you any counseling on how to deal with some of the more traumatic experiences of the military? Like, if they think you have PTSD, or they think you have, like, some nightmares and night terrors, do they give you any sort of counseling on how to mitigate those issues, how to calm yourself down?
Zero.
Zero.
When I was in, there are some good programs now being kind of run, but I would say it's mostly, look, the war machine is just that. There's an incentive to go to war. And the guys who want to go to war are going to find ways to go to war. If you come back from war and you do a questionnaire and they say, do you have time, especially mental health issues, and you say anything, you're going to be pulled. So you're not even going to be sitting on the bench. You're going to be pulled from the team. You're going to be put in some staff job while you get counseling. Everybody's going to ridicule you. They don't even have to say anything. You just know that they are hating on you.
So everybody knows this in advance?
Everybody knows this in advance. So it's not, there's no incentive to raise your hand and say, have a problem. And most, I would say, don't have the tools to self-identify if they're having problems. Even in myself and a lot of the guys I served with, when we were drinking a little bit too much, or when we're using Ambien to go to sleep because we can't sleep. All these things we thought were normal because we're part of the culture. And then when you kind of separate from that, you get your shit together if you're lucky, you look back and go, man, I was really fucked up.
So when you got out, and how do you transition into this process? How much time was it from being in the CIA? When did you decide to start doing this?
So I was downrange with the government in Pakistan, and my riding partner was a Navy SEAL, and he was the brother of Owens, Ryan Owens, who was killed in a hostage rescue. And we were kind of looking at our lives and assessing everything. And I was a babysitter for case officers. Like 13 Hours in Benghazi does depict the job well, and there's some accuracies there. But that obvious catastrophe is that the actual job every day is needed. But it's necessary. I was just fucking. I was like, dude, I'm tired of babysitting fucking people. I was a reserve sergeant major here in B Caves. Big shout out to 19th Special Forces Group and Special Operations Detachment Africa. I was actually Tim Kennedy's boss, his J3 sergeant major. And so I was going downrange with the agency, flying back, turning around, putting on a different uniform, and deploying overseas to Africa. Then coming back, putting on a different uniform, and then going back overseas. I had no life. So I said, I need to start something for myself. And survival was that thing, but not like naked and afraid survival, not like bushcraft shit. When I think about survival, I think of modern survival. Like, what do you do to be better prepared to deal with shit that's statistically probable, the vehicle accident, all that shit. So I started the concept in Pakistan, got back on that trip, and resigned everything. Some fucking hung it up. And then I remember the first day, holy fuck, this is me. Like, whatever I do right here, right now, it's all up to me. I had $25,000 of big baller contracting money to go to work, and that's where I kicked it off.
So you just started from scratch, like, let's make this work because we have to.
I had no options at that point because I had no fucking life. I mean, my life up until that point was serving in military or government contracting capacity and chasing money. That's what I was doing. I realized, like, looking at teammates that were 50 plus years old who were making $50,000 a trip, going back home, blowing it on dumb shit, buying the next Harley, the next pickup truck, getting broke, and then coming back doing it again for decades. That's not the overall experience for most, but seeing that, I want a life. I wanted a family as well.
And so, how difficult was it to sort of craft this Fieldcraft survival program and then get it out there, to get it to the point where now it's like, it's a big thing on social media, and you've got a huge following and a lot of videos with a lot of views, and it's very popular. But like, what was that like to try to get that launched? Because you were essentially starting from zero.
Dude, it's the hardest. Like, it is, there's not a survival person, right? If you think survival, most people think naked and afraid, bushcraft, running sticks and shit together in the woods. So the idea of modern survival didn't exist. So we knew we were pioneering kind of a new thing. And every business advice that I got was, don't do that, because it's too much. It's too much shit. Also, when you look at preparedness as a whole, it's got a bad stereotype, the tinfoil hat shit, right? So I had a lot of stigmas to break, stereotypes to break through, and then I had to create a protocol. One of the first things I did was I read a book called Survival Psychology by John Leach, which talked about the reason people live and the reason people die. And I was super interested. Limited information out there on the survival. John Leach described the reason people live and people die, and the sum up was a formula he called 10-80-10. Have you ever heard 10-80-10?
No.
So 10-80-10 is the demographic of people broken down by percentage in population of all the case studies he did of catastrophes, ships sinking, massive fires, all kinds of shit. And he determined that 10% of the population of most disasters survive. And the reason they survive is because they make rapid decisions, they adapt in real time, and they come from lines of work where that's necessary. The military, law enforcement, teachers, people who are cognitive under stress in the moment and make the right decision. 80% of the population is broken down about 50-50. There are guys who have good intent, they make the decision, but on a second floor fire, they'd run to the third floor, they jump out and they fall on their fucking head, right? They had a plan, but it just didn't work out for them. And then the bottom 10% is the bottom of the barrel, where 10% of every catastrophe, people are just going to fucking die. They're just going to do something. They're going to jump off the boat when the boat's sinking, not realizing or forgetting they can't swim. And they hand out life preservers to everybody else but themselves. They jump in the water and they fucking drown. So when I assessed this, I started looking at psychology, statistical probability, and I realized I needed to create something in the preparedness world that was realistic. Because a lot of guys, they talk about things in, the apocalypse, the worst case scenario. What I wanted to do is kind of sum it up to a question I had, and this was my business kind of why do special operators go out and do the most dangerous missions in the world and survive? Like if you took me and my team in 2007 under Task Force 16, we were working with JSOC. So you got 22 SAS British operators, you got SEAL Team 6, you got the unit, you got Ranger Regiment, you got the Command, which I was a member of. They're going out every night with good intelligence of Al-Qaeda and crushing dudes. In that trip, we lost a couple of SAS guys. So the British commander came out and gave us go to war speech. We all had a pivot. And in that moment, we thought we were going to get like a memorial speech. Like, hey man, we lost. It wasn't a go to war speech. It was like, people die in combat. This shit happens. Get your kid on. Let's go out and kill him. Holy shit. And so we would go out every night and prosecute targets with like 99.9% success rate of not having casualties. So the question would be, well, how can we do that? Most people think being in special operations is a dangerous job. It's actually not. So being a cook in 101st Airborne Division, and you're told to get on a 50 cal and go down a main supply route because we don't have anybody else, that's a dangerous job. But when you plan for things to go wrong and contingencies, when you're fit, because that's part of your culture, when you fight, that's part of your culture, when you look at the equipment and you pay attention to all these things that matter, it's a lifestyle. So if people want to be better prepared, I came to the understanding that they have to live the lifestyle. This shit can't be a hobby. We're talking about like new guys getting guns before. If a new guy gets a gun and they think that gun is going to solve the problem, if they go out and get a go bag with all the cool shit because they buy it off the shelf at REI and throw it in the trunk of their car, if they have it integrated into their life, trained it, used it in education, taught it to their kids, then it's a tool that's not likely going to be utilized. So we needed to redefine it. We needed to create it from scratch.
And does that culture include like an exercise program? Does it include like a mindset program?
Yeah, it's all of it. So we do online training, we do in-person training, we offer products, we do it all. For example, we just did a family preparedness program called 62, named after the Homestead Act. It's a long-form online course, 12 weeks long, where we teach people in the academics how to jar, how to defend yourself, how to treat a wound, how to maintain situational awareness, all of that, which is very comprehensive. We even teach people how to homeschool kids. I mean, homeschooling your kids up until recently wasn't a thing. It's increased, I think, 10% since 2016.
It increased a lot.
It increased a lot during the pandemic. That 10% is like $56 billion of savings to the American taxpayer. And a lot of people are insourcing this, but these schools that we teach breed self-reliance, where you don't have to do systems and institutions to defend yourself. So all that.
What program do you use, like when you're saying you teach how to homeschool your kids? Like, what are you using? How you divide it?
So we have an app coming out soon. I have a book called Prepared that launches, and we're hoping to have the app finished by 26th, which is D-Day when the book drops. When that drops, what we hope to have on the app is the core curriculum of academics required for in-home education. It won't translate across all the states, because some states are stricter on homeschooling. In Utah, you can teach your own curriculum how you want. Where Amber lives in Louisiana, the same thing applies. So math, science, arithmetic, all the basic skill sets are going to be taught on the app, and then including ideas around selling money, how to make a fire, how to build a shelter, what happens if you're wounded, if you get in an accident. All those things we want to teach. Similar to what Tim Kennedy is doing at his school, but doing it for the online homeschooling. That's also preparedness education as well.
So how did it come up that this was being labeled by the government as potential terrorists? Because when I read that, I was like, this has got to be a mistake. This has got to be just a misinterpretation of what you guys are doing.
Yeah, so I will say this. When I thought I was being suppressed, and then people were like, yeah, but, it's just your analytics suck or whatever. I was like, yeah, it's probably that. I was being optimistic about that. Well, when Kyle Seraphin, have you heard that name? He's the FBI agent who leaked the documents of militant violent extremists, MVEs, that were determined by the FBI of being people and groups of interest. I knew it was a reality. This just recently happened. This is probably 6 months ago. This just got leaked. So let's back up like a couple years. When I started a group called American Contingency, the idea for that group was coming from the issues in Chaz. Remember Chaz? Like that little shit community. They basically blocked off the city block in Seattle.
Yeah.
And a rapper did that, and the police told the community. The police chief told the police through an email, we will not respond to calls in and around the area unless it's a mass gathering. So there were law-abiding citizens who were getting affected by politics, coming down on law enforcement officers and telling them that. So when this kind of evolved, I said, I'm going to start a group called American Contingency where people can help each other out. So that kind of manifested itself into a group, a forum, and the FBI analyst that was doing open source searches on intelligence discovered the group and determined that we were there and labeled us so. When he did that, he contacted Facebook. The FBI contacted all these social media platforms. My company account got shut down from Shopify. Shopify said, you have 48 hours to get your information. So, multi-million-dollar business, gone. No way to get it back. No way to contest it or fight it because I don't have millions of dollars and a lawyer to fight it. 48 hours to off it, and it was gone. The FBI also told Facebook banned us on all the traffic. American Contingency got banned, and all the shit got shut down. Suppressed for years and thinking, like, what the hell is going on? I had an insider at Facebook who just got laid off with Meta. He actually, 4 months ago, before he got laid off, I said, hey, can you look into American Contingency? Community-based group. A freaking group of good Americans helping each other in a time of crisis. Natural man-made disaster. I said, can you see if we can get our account now that this thing's leaked and they've determined I'm not a domestic terrorist? They call me a white supremacist. There's actually an article on a leftist, wrote like a 20-page article on a leftist organization. It's like a .org. USA Today published it, and when the national media picked it up, it spread like wildfire, and everything got deleted. When that happened, I said, hey, is there a way that we could maybe get our stuff back? Because they're saying we acknowledge it was a mistake. these guys and this guy, Mike Glover, is not a terrorist. He looked into it and got a response from India that was managing my account that said, we looked into it and he is a domestic terrorist. And we cannot free up this account because he's been labeled a domestic terrorist. How that got determined was likely from the FBI telling everybody, but it still exists today. I mean, today it still exists. And
So you today are listed as a domestic terrorist.
A domestic on Facebook, which translates to Instagram. I am listed as a domestic terrorist. I have the screen grab from that conversation from Team India. Ireland was managing my account when it originally got. They offboarded to India, which obviously there's going to be cultural issues there. I am still labeled a domestic terrorist group with American dependency, and myself labeled that as well.
Now, when they do this, do they have to point to any one specific thing that you guys are advocating? Like, how can they just say you're a domestic terrorist because you're telling people how to travel from Arizona to Canada, and one tank of gas, and how, to treat wounds and how to deal with a one-on-one combat situation? Like, what? Don't they have to have one thing they can point to? Well, Mike Glover said this, so this puts him in that category.
There was some analysis done from Kyle Seraphin, who, when he did this, he screen grabbed some stuff, and it looks like it was just this analyst said it. He was actually rebutted by some guys that I know in the FBI, likely hostage rescue guys that I worked with overseas, like good dudes. I mean, the FBI hostage rescue teams are great guys. But it was likely told and communicated through some kind of agreement between Facebook and the FBI, where they say, hey, here's the blacklist. And I can't prove this, but this is Kyle thinks the same thing. Here's the blacklist. Blacklist all these guys and all these organizations because they're potentially extremists. I mean, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, who we are not any of those. We are lumped up in the same exact list as that. And it said these guys have a low history of violence. And I'm like, what the fuck does low history of violence mean? Like, zero should be zero. It's low, but it's zero. And we even had proof. We had to submit proof of January 6th that we weren't involved at all. In fact, I went out and said, hey, as a organization, you should be concerned about taking care of your family, defending your family, taking care of your family. Stay the fuck away from Washington, D.C. That is literally what we put out, and still
You have to prove that you weren't involved in January 6th. How nutty is that?
Crazy.
Instead of them showing, hey, you were involved in January 6th, you have to go out of your way to show that you weren't where something, like, that could be the case with every fucking event that happens in the world. Prove that you weren't here. Prove that you weren't there.
Well, a lot of the guys who were getting rolled up, they were doing assessments of CCTV cameras and just using facial recognition to identify dudes and just go roll them up. And I never thought to ever go there because the whole thing was fucking dumb to me. But I'm like, dude, imagine if I showed up with a correlation of, hey, this guy's labeled a terrorist, he's on site. Fuck, I'd be the commander of terrorists. I mean, that's enough fidelity to get me lined out and go, this dude's in prison. I mean, that would have been me.
With your background, especially since they've already decided to label you.
Yeah.
It's just so nuts to me that you have to prove that you weren't a part of something when there's no evidence that you were. Like, that the burden being on you to prove that you weren't there is so crazy.
The guy who wrote this, it's Googleable, but if you probably put in Mike Glover domestic terrorist, a couple articles will launch. They had pictures of me and a whole bunch of people in Heber City, Utah, where my headquarters is at. In those pictures, we were doing community events raising money for charity. And they were calling, they said, like, Green Beret teaching militia, all these different tactics. Dude, it was actually impressive writing. It looked like AI wrote the shit. Like that chat
GPT,
shit.
yeah.
GPT wrote it. Because it was so well structured that if you read it and you didn't know who the fuck I was, you'd be like, this dude's a terrorist. And dudes were blowing me up. Like, guys were hitting me up on Twitter. They're like, oh, this guy's a fucking terrorist. I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. Like, all I want to do is, I feel like I earned it. You know, I had the 20 years of service. If you asked me that 10 years ago, I'd say, no, I'm still earning it. I feel like I earned it. I'm an entrepreneur running a business, trying to live my best life, and I want to be left the fuck alone. And now I'm being labeled a domestic terrorist by the same organizations I've worked with and for.
And no advocating whatsoever about trying to overthrow the government or attacking people or taking back your rights or storming the Capitol. Nothing, zero. All of it, I've seen your shit, all of it is about being prepared for natural disasters, the grid going down, something happening where you have to protect yourself or your family. That's it. And if anybody learned anything during the pandemic, they should have learned that we have a fairly fragile civilization. If the grid goes down, if a natural disaster happens, if something goes sideways, look, a disease that killed a very small amount of people shut the entire country down. And it wrecked the economy and fucked up a lot of people's lives, and we didn't learn from that. We didn't learn, like, hey, you know, maybe we should have some food stored. Maybe we should have some contingency plan. Maybe we should have a full tank of gas always when we park our car at night, so we can get out of town. Maybe we should have, you know, firearms or, you know, fishing poles or fucking something. Maybe we should have something. The idea that nobody can look at that people can't look at that and go, oh, this isn't domestic terrorism. This is just smart. This is being prepared for disaster. This is being prepared for worst case scenario. The idea that being prepared for a bad case scenario makes you a terrorist is fucking nuts. That's really crazy.
It was a kick in the dick for sure. I mean, and
that it could affect your business like that. They could shut you down.
Yeah. When they shut me down, my merchant service account at the same time shut us down.
And you can't fight that. You can't say, like, what are you talking about? How are we a terrorist?
No, we tried to rebut it through emails, but they're like, no, this shit, we're not gonna, you can't. You can do it with millions of dollars and a lot of litigation over the course of time, but you don't have the ability to do it. We couldn't do it. I couldn't afford to do it.
And they don't even have to have an example.
No recourse. And it's still, I mean, as far as I know from 4 months ago, Facebook, if you went in and you tried to type in AmericanContingency.com into Facebook or Instagram as an algorithm, or detects it, or shut it down. They delete. My mom is an entrepreneur, Korean immigrant. Well, she married my dad when my dad was stationed in the army in Korea. Brought her over, started her business, from scratch. Like put a one chair salon in our garage that was dirty garage. Put concrete down and started that business from the ground up. Worked 29 years at this point building this business. Had a Facebook account with a few thousand followers in Fayetteville, North Carolina, Miwa's Beauty Salon and Spa. They deleted it. They deleted her account because she reposted something from that account saying something like, I'm proud of my son. And they deleted her account because anybody who reposted the link immediately got their shit deleted with no explanation, completely deleted forever.
When did this become a narrative? Like, when did being prepared? Because, you know, they used to have those prepper TV shows, and a lot of them just seemed paranoid, and some of them just seemed wise. Like, some of them just seemed like, hey, it'd probably be a good idea to have some food laying around. Probably be a good idea to have a plan in case anything goes bad. Well, when did it become a narrative that someone who's preparing is a potential domestic terrorist?
I think it was the onset of the COVID. When COVID happened, we were talking about preparedness years prior to this. In November of 2019, after watching Bill Gates' documentary on basically COVID, I think it was on Netflix, and he was talking about pandemics and all the potential for mass catastrophe and loss in human populations. We talked about it, and it was a thing. Like, we said, hey, like, these are things you got to be prepared for. Look, our mission statement is we want you to be best prepared. We don't care what walk of life you come from. being prepared needs to be inclusive. I hate that fucking word, but it needs to be inclusive because disaster is an equal opportunist. It doesn't give a fuck who you are. It doesn't care what race, what wealth bracket you come from. It will hand you your ass. So our thing was, if you plan for the worst case scenario, by default, you're covering everything in between. So yeah, we use in our verbiage worst case scenario. But we're not trying to be doom and gloom because we're talking about practicalities. My guys teach self-defense. 2019 is the last statistic. 400 justified shootings according to civilians. Not a high probability you're going to be in a fucking gunfight, but you should learn to defend yourself and your family with responsible firearms ownership and gun handling. That is not extreme. But when you sum it up and you say we're a preparedness company, and who owns the preparedness company? A former CIA bootlicker, a fucking a Green Beret sniper, whatever the narrative is, then we fit the narrative for them. So
you fit the Bundy Ranch sort of
100%
militia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? Ruby Ridge.
Yeah. Ruby Ridge.
Yeah.
But the idea that they could just label you like that without any examination, but all it has to do is being prepared. And so then it becomes at what level is preparedness terrorism? Like, can you have food? Can you have guns?
I don't think you can.
Can you have water? Like, at what level are they worried about you? And when you're not saying, hey, we need to overthrow the government, all you're saying is, I don't want to die if the power goes out. How the fuck does that make you a terrorist?
Yeah. Well, and if you look at it too, it's a good relationship and collaboration with guys like us, companies like us, and the government, because we're straining the government less. Yeah. Right. So when you look at this bomb cyclone that ripped through our country, this bomb cyclone came through and then brought a wave of rain across the country. That dumps snow. Rain comes in, it floods everywhere, it fucks up everything. One of the issues were, like in New York, there was a girl, 22 years old, who died in her car on a city street 6 minutes from her home. She spent hours in her car FaceTiming, messaging her family, and was like, I'm stuck. And I don't know the cause of death, but I likely would venture to say it was probably the snow covering the exhaust, and she died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Because that happens, right? If the snow covers the exhaust, it backfills into the cab, through the engine, and into the vents, and you die of carbon. You simply go to sleep and you die. But if people are dying, which dozens of people in that county in Buffalo, New York die, then us educating people on best practices and tactics on not dying should not be seen as extreme. But here's the problem. When I did American Contingency, we had thousands of people on, hundreds of thousands of people on board. And when you have control and communication to a population, let's say it's my market, but they look at it as like that's their militia, they get concerned. Because the more that you have control or influence, then the scarier they become, the more oversight they want. And that's what we've seen. It's like the more that we talk about preparedness, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's about control.
But it's just crazy because the influence that you have is the influence of the people telling them how to take care of themselves. That's all it is.
Yeah. To quote a good buddy, Greg Anderson, no one's coming to save you. Our motto is you are your own first responder.
Greg Anderson, the Seattle dude?
Yeah,
I like that guy.
He's a rad human being, man.
I like following him on Instagram.
Yeah, he's dope. We're collaborating with a lot of stuff. One of the missing components that we're missing in our program is jiu-jitsu, and we want to start American jiu-jitsu in our program. Anyways, Greg is like, no one's coming to save you. Ours is you are your own first response. And we say, hey, look, you have an officer, average, let's say it's 8 to 12 hours average response time of a law enforcement officer, or a first responder, paramedic. If you let's say you cut your femoral artery in a vehicle, and you bleed out and die, and you could have done something about it, that's important. But if the narrative is shifted, then you're not supporting law enforcement, and you're saying law enforcement is bad, and you're anti-government, or anti-police, or whatever it is. So what they're doing is taking all the communication we have, reversing the narrative to fit their cause, and then using it as a tool. And that's what it's been. Essentially, this analyst at the FBI who did this assessment, he put it out there, immediately got rebutted. I assume it's a hostage rescue guy from their HRT. A guy comes in and goes, and it's anonymous. And you can probably see it on the back. He's like, hey, I know Glover. I went through all his stuff. Dude, they went through my DD 214, like my military records, and they went into my medical records as a veteran. It's Kyle Serafin's sum up has all the things they did. Yep. They looked into my background, pulled my med records to look at all the shit that I've been through to determine if I was potentially fucking crazy. And I'm like, how is this happening right now? And why the fuck are you guys worried about me? There are terrorists you need to worry about. There are investigations that actually matter, and you're fucking with me.
Yeah, they're trying to ban you from Facebook. Meanwhile, the Taliban has a blue check on Twitter. Yeah. That's real. Yeah. The Taliban bought blue checks on Twitter. There was a whole article about it the other day.
Fucking insane.
Which is fucking wild. But, Twitter is the last place you have to worry about now because, the way Elon's handling things, he's opened up a lot more to people being able to have free speech. But the idea that you would be labeled a terrorist because you're trying to protect people and give people the option to save themselves, essentially, to get yourself out of harm's way and have the schooling and the tools to be able to survive if something goes bad. The idea that that's domestic terrorism is so fucking crazy. Like, I really wish there was a recourse. I really wish there was some way for you to not just get everything back, but people, you can't just do that. You can't just decide that people can't prepare for the worst case scenario and lump them in carelessly and recklessly into terrorist groups because you don't like that idea for some strange reason, because in your head you've equated preparedness to domestic terrorism, which is so fucking stupid. It's like, what do they have in common? That they both are worried. Like what one is worried about is very different than the other. That's like, what does a serial killer and you have in common? You both sleep, you both drink water. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah. It's like, there's a real value in knowing what to do if something goes bad. How many people in that Buffalo freeze could have saved their lives if they had some sort of preparedness plan, if they had a bug-out bag, if they had like a sleeping bag in their car so they didn't freeze to death? People froze to death in their fucking cars. What if you had something, some sort of a blanket? Like, I have friends that live in Alaska. They don't go anywhere without something in their car to keep them warm. If something goes wrong, you get a blown-out tire and you're 100 miles outside of town, you're fucked. Like, you're staying put. You need to stay warm. And those people are ready for that. Like, are they terrorists? Are they fuck? It's just this nonchalant ability to just recklessly label people because what? Because they have a military background? Because there's little boxes that you want to check, so you want to be able to lump them easily or dismissible, or even worse, a marginalized a group of people where you're able to just like stop their progress, stop their business, stop their influence. It's fucking crazy. It really is.
Ted Cruz is the only. I mean, there's been a few. Ted Cruz grilled the FBI director when this shit happened, and Kyle told me they deleted it. So it was up on whatever their open source system was. It was up. They deleted it the next day after that was done. But this isn't new. I mean, this has happened. Like Ruby Ridge is a different example. Yeah. You got Ruby Ridge, by the way, is seen as a success by the FBI,
which is crazy.
Which is fucking bananas.
Tell people they don't know what Ruby Ridge was. Tell them the story behind it.
So Randy Weaver, a Green Beret from Vietnam, shacks up in rural Idaho, and he decides that he wants to have a life off grid. And the FBI, doing an investigation with the ATF, finds out that he has some kind of gun issue, and they need to do an investigation, and they need to go on site. But this is almost, it's crazy because there's similarities with our situation. You find out the guy's background. Like if you're developing a target package, a bad guy, you would want to know the guy's background, right? That's the first thing you do. You want to assess potential risk to force, and you want to mitigate the risk overall. What's his background? Green Beret, Vietnam, right? And everybody gets all fucking crazy, right? They start going, oh, we need to find out more. So they do surveillance. They don't just do off-site surveillance. They don't do long-range surveillance. They get in ghillie suits and low-fall to his fucking cabin, right? In ghillie suits. His son and his dog are out on the property, because it's his fucking property, and they discover these guys in ghillie suits. The son raises his rifle, shoots and kills one of the FBI guys, and the FBI guys kill his son. So what would you do if you own property in rural anywhere in America, you hear gunshots, and your fucking son's dead, and you don't know what's going on? And it's a bunch of dudes in ghillie suits. So he winds up locking himself and barricading himself in the cabin, and then they deploy the FBI hostage rescue team, HRT. I actually interviewed one of the guys that was he was in the sniper site as a sniper for FBI HRT when this went down. So, long story short, they kill his wife as well. Shoot his wife.
While she was holding a baby.
While she was holding a baby. They think, talking to one of the snipers, they thought that he was charging them into their position, but he was fake charging. He was making like a gesture like he was charging. So they got panicky and they started breaking shots off at him. I don't know if they wounded him, maybe wounded him, but he gets back inside, and so they dump the next person they saw, which happened to be the wife. So they end up barricading the place even more, and his ex-commander is the one that basically does a call out and gets him to negotiate, and then eventually gets him to surrender. So all this is said and done, the FBI is found in the wrong. They sue the FBI, they win. It's a insanely controversial topic, but if you look at the FBI, two of the successes, I mean, there was guys who got awards from the FBI on that fucking mission.
Even though it was proven that they were in the wrong.
Yeah, even though it's proven they were in the wrong. Like Waco is a good example of it as well. But this is what I'm talking about. There's a breakdown between organizations in the government and their powers that be, and likely a cascade, a tipping point of mistakes that cascaded into the catastrophe that it was. But that's the problem. I mean, we're seeing those things now. Like what I do with my business in a free society is none of your fucking business. So if you are the director of the FBI and you know agents are probing into people's lives who happen to be veterans, happen to be minorities, fit all your shit, and they're fucked up, those dudes need to be fired. And you need to make a statement to the public, letting them know, hey, we're not fucking around here. We don't want constitutional rights infringed upon. This guy was wrong to do that. And what happened on our end, nobody cares that we potentially lost our... Me and my marketing director, Rob, stayed up for 72 hours and built everything back from scratch. I had a guy, and I was teaching at Gritter Sports in Dallas, Texas, a couple days ago, teaching a pistol course. And one of the guys was wearing a Philcraft hat, and he goes, you know where this hat...
What were you saying now?
Said I think I'm in the opening of the game, playing through the first...
Okay.
I picked the character and it's going through the thing, but the game's so loud.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I don't want to go back to the character screen to turn it down. I can't open a menu.
Oh. What'd you end up picking?
I texted you, but I forget the name of it now. It said a spellcasting fighter.
I wonder if it was a girl character?
I don't think so. I think it's a dude. I think it started with an H. It was a weird name.
The Hashan?
Maybe. Has some swords I'm starting with.
Yeah, it's probably the Hashan or Hash, whatever, however you say it. Maybe, I don't know.
Chasing after this fucking ancient weapon thing right now. Ancient weapon, the Tor.
Okay.
So is this an opening before I get to a little town thing or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They changed up the beginning of the seasonal stuff, so I'm not sure how it goes now, especially the beginner part. Because like, so the way they used to have it when I played the season part, like if you played through the main story, it gave you an option to skip it all. Once you got through, like you still had to do like a little beginning part, but like once you got to a certain part, you could just skip it. But since you haven't played through the story and all that, probably gonna kind of just have to play your way through. And then like too, even though like I did the veteran, I selected the veteran storyline. It's still like it made me do a whole quest series it took me like 2 hours to get all my seasonal gear stuff that I could start leveling up. So I would assume that probably the same for you, but I don't know for sure.
Alright. I guess we will see.
That's right. Get the skill map real quick.
I guess you hate me now too. Just like everyone else. Share your screen when you get a chance. Oh.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
That's from? Like my fucking website? Like no. When you guys got shut down by Shopify, I bought a hat, and when I got shut down, we were losing everything. No revenue coming in, everything. The business was gone. I put on, hey, I'm selling hats through Venmo, or through PayPal or Venmo. You could buy these hats. This will keep my company afloat. If you're interested in supporting the business until I get this unfucked, please help. $15,000 worth of hats in a couple hours, and one of those dudes bought these hats.
That's nice.
But amazing support from our community. But that shouldn't be
That's
happening to Americans. And my story, like, man, like we work through it. That's what like good dudes do with good people. Like I got a great team. We just fucking work through it. We adapt, we improvise, we like overcome these obstacles. But we've had to do it a lot. There's many cases and points where people's lives were ruined because of this. We're more resilient than that because we're a preparedness company. We're expected to be. But there's dudes who are fucking getting crushed and destroyed. Their lives getting destroyed.
How is Tim Kennedy experienced any similar kind of pushback with his sheepdog organization? Yeah.
Not as much with sheepdog.
But it's the same kind of thing.
The same kind of thing. Like, it's funny because people always tried to put us up against each other because they're like, oh, basically you're like a sheepdog response. Well, technically I started before Tim started sheepdog response.
Also, you're friends.
And we're fucking buddies. Like I would support sheepdog response in any way, and it's a great program here in your backyard. By the way, it's in Austin. It's based out of Austin. He gets it, but he gets it from all angles. I mean, they shit on him and Chad Robichaud when they saved all those Afghans and did the evacuation. I mean, they were shitting on those guys like, oh, you guys are bootlickers, you guys are rebels and cowboys. It's like there's always somebody to try to shit on. And we get it enough by people who are fucking dumb. We don't need the government to get their nose in it as well and screw things up, which they are.
You need a weapon worth
they're
more than
overreaching
silver to become a noble here.
I just can't understand why they would equate someone preparing for the worst case scenario and giving people tools to stay alive. I just don't understand how they could just shut down your Shopify.
Pretty cool.
Shut down all these things. It's
when I start there,
What's
this
that?
might be
Pretty cool.
an example of how the mindset is.
Yeah, man.
When I
see,
started
that's all
my company,
different than what the
I had
story used to be.
military guys go after me and say, "Why are you training civilians?"
Probably just teaching you the
Because
basics, you know.
A military guy from the soft community, they
Dude,
don't
there's
come out of the
no
soft
other
community
game that has combat
and teach
like this,
civilians
though.
typically.
Like,
they teach law enforcement,
just-
military, and guys
good,
are like,
man.
"Why the fuck would you train a civilian? Like there's nothing they need to know." Like, what do you mean? There's nothing you need to know. Like, well, you're teaching them all these advanced classified tactics. I'm like, dude, one, I'm not that cool. Two, I don't teach anybody any classified tactics. I teach them self-defense. I teach them situational awareness. I had a guy who goes, Mike, you guys are teaching people TCCC, Tactical Combat Casualty Care. And it's a course, right? You have to go through the course. Like, you shouldn't be teaching those guys that. They need to be EMT. They need to be paramedic. You could build a fucking Tesla, like a homemade Tesla, chop-shopped in your garage from a YouTube video. And they're getting offended that I'm teaching somebody how to apply a tourniquet that you could learn in 3 fucking minutes to stop the bleed from getting injured in an accident.
Do you think it's just because the way it looks to them without examining it and having a conversation with you about it?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of all of this is because there's no context. There's no conversation.
Right. That's it.
There's no explanation. You see the headline, and then even if we're talking about the bug out course, well, that's extreme. I don't know about that. You know, I don't know about those guys, the tinfoil hat guys. I'm like, well, if you give me a couple minutes to explain my case, we have a lot of liberals who are in fieldcraft survival because they were disaffected by all the shit going on in California and LA, and they said, man, you know, this doesn't seem radical. I need to know how to shoot a firearm. I need to know how to apply a tourniquet. I need to know how to have a right mindset.
All the while they just
more and
continue
more
being
we're
stupid.
breaking through those
I've never
barriers,
forgotten a
but it's
customer,
difficult because
what they stored
most
or
of the
what
time
they
there's no
said.
context or conversation after the fact.
Well, it's like we were talking about before that I knew a lot of people in LA that were very anti-gun until the George Floyd riots. And then those same people were asking me how to get a gun. Some of them asked me if they could. I had more than one person ask me, "How many guns do you have?
If I do go
Could I
back to the
borrow one of
character
your
screen,
guns
will it
to
auto
keep a
save
gun
this
at my
progress?
house?"
That's awesome.
Yeah, well, that's how
Yeah, it
weird
should.
this got. Where
Yeah.
people realize, like,
It
oh,
should start
no
you
one's
right off
coming
there, yeah.
to save me.
Yeah.
You know what Greg Anderson was
That
saying.
might end up
Yeah.
doing
No
it.
one's coming to save
Too
you.
loud.
And you know, in Austin, they know it for a fact because if you call the cops, like I know people that have businesses, and there was just an article today I was reading about people whose businesses get smashed into, and they call the cops, and it takes an hour to get there. Cops are overburdened, understaffed, underappreciated, and you have to have some sort of a contingency program. You have to have some sort of a plan. You have to have some way to protect yourself. You can't just plan on this system being there for you, and especially in the case of a natural disaster.
Yeah.
I just was furious when I was hearing that you were being labeled in that way and that they were ruining your business. I'm like, that just doesn't make any sense. It's a valuable thing to learn. It's a valuable thing. You can choose not to incorporate it into your life. You can choose to. But the idea that someone teaching something is that going to be the case with everything? Is that the case with jiu-jitsu? Like you know how to fight, so you're dangerous, and we don't want dangerous people. Is that what it is? At what point in time do you decide that preparedness and being
you could have done it. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Someone who
you could do it in your
plans
character
out for the worst case scenario is a bad thing.
You could have done it right
I
from
think
that.
remember back in the day.
In game?
I grew up in ninjutsu. I took ninjutsu back in the day. Was it Stephen Hayes?
Yeah, I remember that dude. He was always on the cover of Black Belt magazine,
Oh shit,
throwing stars and shit.
Yeah. What is it? Was it American Ninja? Or was it White Ninja?
There was a bunch of
you.
movies. There was American Ninja movies, and there was this one guy who
Try,
was like the most
try
famous
escape once you
ninjutsu
get
guy.
in
But
there.
if you ever watch that guy like move around, you fucking
Once
you
it
didn't know jack
gets
shit.
you out of,
You're just
like,
helpless.
doing
It was
that.
crazy, man. My first experiences in ninjutsu were kind of funny because all my instructors outside of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, I was in Spring Lake at the time, they were Green Berets. So imagine a whole bunch of Green Berets. They're studying the art of the time, which is ninjutsu. It's like the dark art.
What year was this?
This is early 90s. Early
Okay,
90s.
so this is like before UFC.
Before UFC, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which opened up everybody's eyes. Like, oh, shit.
100%.
Yeah.
I have my mom, we were broke as shit, man. My mom we were very poor at the time. And she couldn't afford a lot, but she was like, I took Taekwondo like every Korean kid in Fayetteville. And was like, this is lame. I want to do something a little bit more aggressive. Is there something like a dark art or something?
A dark art.
there wasn't BJJ. I wanted to practice katana fighting with wood katanas. And a ninjutsu studio opened up in Spring Lake. And I go in there, and one of the first classes that I had, there was mirrors in the dojo. And the instructor comes in, and he goes, Mike, I want you to stand in that mirror. And I stood in the mirror, and I'm looking at myself, and just like staring at myself. And my mom's kind of looking, and she takes off. She's like, "I'll be back in an hour." She comes back, and I'm looking at the mirror, thinking in my mind, "Oh, this is just part of the thing. We're going to do some meditation, like whatever. Like we're just going to do this, and then get to work."
What happened?
He leaves us there for an hour,
staring in the mirror,
staring in the fucking.
What happens
mirror.
when you hit escape?
And my mom comes back, and she looks at me, and I could see her out of the corner of my eye. And I leave with her, and she's like, "What the fuck is going on? Like, I pay good money for this."
And you stared in the
mirror.
mirror.
And you stand in the mirror for an hour. What is going on? I don't know if it was like a tactic or whatever it was, but I actually learned a lot about myself in those many instances.
Just tap
I don't know if that's
hold it.
practical.
What happens if you just tap? Nothing.
But for a kid who had probably ADD at the time, having to stand still for an hour and stare at myself for an hour, you figure your shit out really fast. You figure your happy place. You become more disciplined. And
it's hilarious that it actually worked.
Yeah, it actually worked.
Because there's a lot of those guys that existed before the UFC that were just frauds. There was a shit ton of them, and they would start their own schools, and they would teach people, and they literally didn't know how to fight. They
were
know
making
anything.
shit up.
They were making shit up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. My friend Eddie Bravo went to a place like that. He started off at a place that was just making shit up, and his instructor pretended that he was going off to China to train, and then Eddie saw him in the parking lot at a fucking supermarket. Like he saw his car, he's like, "I thought he was in China."
Of course.
And he goes and the guy's in there. It's like he's just a bullshit artist.
Yeah, those days nobody had it figured out. Nobody had it mapped.
Yeah.
And whatever the master said in the dojo was gospel, and it was held in high esteem.
Yeah.
Anything this dude said, I would have bought into it.
Do you ever go to fakeblackbelt.com or McDojo Life
Oh,
on
yeah.
Instagram.
They're funny as shit, man.
There's so many of them.
Yeah.
There's so many fake martial artists still out there.
Well, if you alt F4 and go to the main, like the very beginning screen, it'll give you an option.
And then the weird thing is, this
I didn't see
thing they do where they like have this.
If you actually did you alt F4?
Dude. Because it seems like these people really do.
Because if you alt F4, it'll say
touched
start game
by
options
some crazy chi
and then
energy,
something
and they
else.
fall. And
Well,
they
if I
can't
alt
move their
F4,
body.
it's
There's
just
a
gonna
lot
close
of
the
them.
game.
There's like hundreds of
Right,
these
well, that's what I'm
videos.
saying. I don't know.
It's
I'm
like,
at the
what is that
character
sort of
screen too, and I don't know how to get
psychosis?
back
What
to
is
that
this, like,
menu either.
Hypnosis, like what is
Doesn't
it about
give you an option to go all the way
death
back.
touch thing that it's so prevalent?
Yeah, it's like
Only thing I can think of is to just alt F4 and then
there's a term in survival psychology.
reload the game, and it'll take you to the main menu where it says start game option.
Instinct in us to have like a mechanism to kind of give up when there is a last ditch effort, and we just kind
I'll
of
wait
pass
till I
out.
get through
It's
the
like
next
whatever
part of this
that
quest,
mechanism
'cause
is.
when
Same
I
thing
just-
happens in
when I
church,
went back
like
to
with
character screen, I had to kill
people
that
speaking in
people.
tongues, and they
Right.
touch. I had my mom was
Turn the
going
volume
through some
down a
shit
little bit
when I
for
was
now.
a teenager, and we used to go to different churches all the time because she was like experimenting and figuring out her shit. And we wound up
Be right
going
back. I
to
gotta take
a
a leak
tent
anyway.
one time.
Like a
And
Pentecostal.
yeah, dude, it was.
Did they have snakes?
They had all the shit.
They had snakes.
They had every fucking thing. It was fun. I looked at my mom and was like, what is going on? Like, why are we here? And they brought up my cousin and I in front of everybody, and this dude tried to do the thing on our heads, and my cousin fell. And I'm like, oh my God, like he's been touched by God or something. He touches, I'm thinking he's going to shock me, and I'm going to be laying next to my cousin.
Right.
And he pushes on my head, and I don't feel anything. And I'm waiting for it because I'm thinking, like, my cousin just dropped. I trust my cousin.
How old were you at the time?
I'm like 15. And he hits me, and I'm like, nothing happened. I look at my cousin, and he opens his eyes, and he's like looking at me, and kind of smirks, and I'm like, oh, fuck. So he hits me, and I fall next to him, and we're laying at each other, like looking at each other, smiling. I'm like, dude, what the fuck just happened? And my mom, after that, she's like, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know. It was legit. She was trying to go through. And
So you
figure shit
just
out.
had to lay down. You had to pretend.
Just like, we had to pretend.
Oh my God.
I think a lot of it is that peer pressure. You just.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you don't do it, you're the guy who doesn't do it when everybody's doing it.
Well, I mean, I can say as a kid that started out in martial arts as a young teenager, when you go there, your instructor has this power over you that's beyond, like, they're not just a mentor. They literally are a master, and they're the ones that are going to teach you martial arts. And you know, I was a pretty disrespectful kid, but when I was in martial arts, everything was yes sir, no sir, and you know, I had like great reverence for the
Yeah, I would
dojo.
say probably
like,
do
I
the,
didn't treat it in any way like
that one
with disrespect.
You're new to the
never did
game,
that. So
yeah.
like, if you have that, but my instructors were legit. They didn't try to, you know, give me any death touch. But if they did, who fucking knows? I mean, maybe I would have like. Maybe you just don't want to admit that your guy's a fraud too, so you just kind of like go with it.
Yeah, he's a mentor in your life.
Yeah.
And if the mentor's a fraud, then it kind of screws up everything you worked hard for.
Well, martial arts and cults, they're very similar.
Yeah.
Especially like traditional martial arts. Not saying that they have the negative aspects of a cult, but they have all the potential for cult-like ideology. Like
for sure.
The master, the students, the master's unchallengeable. You can't question them, and then you also have like some very bizarre beliefs about their abilities that are above and beyond that of a normal person. They're untouchable. They could kill everybody, and I think that's like what happens in cults. You know, you were talking about Waco. I think the only way you let some guy fuck everybody's wife and take all the money and stockpile guns, like, you have to really believe that this dude is in touch with God. Like, you have to really, really buy into it. And I don't know what it is about people that want to believe something that's like that this one person has these extraordinary connections.
Oh, there you
to
go.
the higher
Now you're
power,
out of it.
or the extraordinary power above and beyond that of a normal person. I don't know why that is that people want desperately to believe that there's someone like that out there.
Yeah, I think everybody's looking for something, and when they find that, and maybe just a glimpse, they, like you said, they want to believe it, and that's all they need to get started.
Yeah.
And once they come in and they're optimistic about that, you can't tell them that it's not real. I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, you see it on online behavior, right? Somebody puts out something, and people just pour on the bandwagon. They want to believe it so much, and it's like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, is this shit just... You said something, there's no evidence or proof of what you said, and everybody's like, let's do this. I mean, you could look at January 6th and think that. I mean, everybody jumped on the bandwagon, and then they showed up, and then they were like, oh, what the fuck what are we doing now?
Not just that, but they were instigated by the FBI. That's what's really crazy.
Yeah.
What's really crazy to me is that, look, I'm not an anti-government person by any stretch of the imagination. I'm certainly not an anti-intelligence agency person. I certainly do think they're very valuable. But there's definitely people in there that are taking shortcuts.
Go by character.
And when you're instigating people to do something
What's
that they're
that?
never going to do without
So
you
what's go by
instigating
character name?
when does that
Are
become
you trying to add
entrapment?
me?
Like when you look at
Yeah.
the Whitmer case, where they're
Just,
trying to
try
kidnap the governor
Blazing
of
Book,
Michigan,
YD.
and it turns out that 12 of the people that were involved out of 14 were federal informants. Like, what?
Did it work?
And then these two guys who get sent up the river for life,
I'll take a look.
they're
I'm
like, what the fuck? Like, this was all fantasy. I'm a moron.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't, they organized it. They came up with the idea. They
What was that
formulated
under?
the plan. They wrote it all out. They talked me into doing it, and then they arrested me.
Yeah. And it's like, what it is the definition of entrapment.
Right.
And also, it's what are you strategizing? Like, you're sitting at a table and you're coming up with strategies, and that's your course of action one. Your course of action one is like,
oh,
hey, we
family
got these
name.
two losers who have nothing better going on in their life. Let's convince them to
Try
do
that
some dumb
again?
shit and then
Yeah.
put them in
And just
prison.
put in-
and then
just
it's a
put in
victory for us
Blazing
all. How much shit, like the cartel, all the drugs, all the real
YouTube,
issues
no
that we
YT,
have to
just
deal with,
Blazing
and
Book.
these are the things that you're focused on. I mean, most of these guys who came out of the January 6th debacle, like the guy who sat at Nancy Pelosi's desk, he's like,
Yeah.
I didn't fucking know what I was doing. He's like, I didn't even know it was Nancy's desk. I saw a piece of
There you
paper
go.
and thought it was Nancy, and I wrote her a note, and I regret the whole thing. It was fucking dumb. Is that an insurrection, or is that just dumb people doing dumb things?
It's definitely dumb people doing dumb things, and it's definitely poor security. And there's also a lot of weird shit where the cops just open up the gates and let those people pour through.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've
They
seen
were
those
walking
videos.
them through. Yeah.
And then there's
You just
that
make
guy,
a
Ray
family
Epps,
name
that
if you want.
famous guy who they show him at the
You can make it
Capitol
whatever you
telling
want.
people to go in, and nobody's arrested that guy, no charges at all, and the FBI won't comment as to whether or not that guy was working with them.
It's crazy.
Look, for sure, they do find people that are about to do horrible shit. They infiltrate terrible organizations, and they do stop people in their tracks of doing terrible shit. But they don't know when they get in there, and then they instigate, and they're trying to make a arrest, and then you have stuff like the Whitmer case.
Yeah. Well, if you look at Waco, too, or even Randy Weaver, when you provoke and when you turn somebody into a potential threat, let's call them domestic terrorist, what did you do to incite that reaction?
Right.
I mean, Randy Weaver didn't do shit. Yeah, he broke the law. Likely he broke the law. But the idea that you're going to go there, kill his son with no recourse, and then somehow make it better by putting sniper hide positions and setting him up. If they killed him, like if social media existed back
Marnie
then,
is great.
there would have been riots.
Would you like to
I hope there would have
participate
been
in
some kind of
Marnie's
protest
experiment?
or dispute. But like even in my situation, the shit happened, and there's no consequence. Nothing was done. Ted Cruz chewed out the FBI director. They deleted the shit. I'm still labeled it on all the platforms, and we could do nothing about it.
And your Shopify's still gone.
Oh yeah, the Shopify thing, and it kind of bothers me because I like Shopify, and we had good success on Shopify. It's really easy to use for a new entrepreneur. Like, go out and get a Shopify fucking account, but I couldn't get it. I mean, they deleted my website that we worked really hard to build. They deleted all of our consumer data, which makes a business nowadays on e-commerce, and gave us no explanation, not one. They basically said, we don't owe you an explanation. You're deleted.
That's so crazy.
And it
also
balls.
it gives you the incentive to become completely independent.
100%. Here's what I will say. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It's the idea of resilience. You learn resilience by exposing yourself to difficult circumstance, and then you adapt through adversity, and you become more resilient. So these things, like Big Commerce came to me. I think they're based in Texas. Big Commerce came to me and said, look, we are a new platform. We don't suppress people for their ideas. And if you want to onboard with us, we'll make the process really easy. And we onboarded with them and haven't had an issue since.
So when you say they took away your website, like where was your website being hosted?
On Shopify, because on Shopify you
they
could
have
use
a website as well.
Yeah, you could host it on there, which is why it was so great.
It's just so fucking crazy that there's no recourse.
None.
And
Zero.
and they can't point to any one thing. It's not like there's no real evidence.
Yeah, people in the FBI have said, American Contingency and Mike Glover were not domestic terrorists or organizations. They were just a pass-through entity that likely could lead to domestic extremism, which I don't even. If you put me
So
on,
then it's fucking so's Home Depot.
yeah, you put me on a document and you say these things about me and it gets leaked. That's not good for my fucking business. I have a book deal. We're doing a History Channel show, like all the shit. I was waiting for them to drop me on everything. And then I likely would have went to bat to get a lawyer and everything else and spent the money and invested in it. But to be honest, I don't have enough time or money to deal with that shit. And we have to move forward. I don't know what else to do.
That's probably part of the thing that they count on, is that you don't have the money to,
of course,
to move forward.
They'll drag that shit out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they'll try to do. It's just, it's very infuriating to me. And it's also, I think what you teach is very valuable. I mean, I've watched a bunch of your videos, and it's all common sense and really good knowledge, and the way you lay it out. And I think it's good for people to learn. It's like if you find yourself in a situation where you can use some of these tactics and information to save your life or the life of others, isn't that valuable? And are we trying to pretend that it's not possible that the grid can go down, or that it's not possible that a natural disaster could take place, or it's not possible that, there could be some sort of an attack that we have to flee the city? That's crazy. It's crazy to pretend that possibilities aren't possibilities.
A lot of the things that we teach now are likely to get worse with time. If you look at all the bad statistics, they're up. If you look at all the good statistics, they're down. And
in terms of what?
Well, if you look at, let's take crime, for example. Crime is up across major metropolitan, highly populated, democratically ran areas, up 25 to 50% across the main wagon. That's violent crimes, that's homicide, murder, rape, all the bad stuff.
Is it really that high? 25 to 50%?
25 to 50% in most metropolitan areas. Homelessness. You've seen the homelessness epidemic. That is truly a systemic issue. In San Jose, LA, New York, San Francisco are the biggest ones. That's like top 4. Those numbers are not going down. They're only getting worse. Does that speak to our lack of preparedness? Absolutely. It speaks to our lack of resilience. Most of the things that we thought we were going to teach at Fieldcraft were originally hard skills. Let's teach shoot, move, communicate. Let's teach how to apply a tourniquet. Let's teach how to use a ham radio, all that shit. That's important. But what's more important is building resilience in people, and that takes a different conversation and understanding. I also think it takes kind of an understanding of how the shit works in the first place, because what we're really talking about in disaster is catastrophe, which is just how you react or respond based on a stressful situation. There's a term, trade anxiety. You ever heard that term, trade anxiety?
No.
Trade anxiety, I think I heard you recently talk on a podcast about people kind of not being resilient because they're already fearful of circumstance. And a lot of that lends itself from trade anxiety, which is people's, whether it's their experiences or background or their triggers and trauma, or just their conditions in stress. A lot of people walk around with trade anxiety where small shit is big shit. First world problems, a traffic jam could turn you into a sympathetic, nervous wreck, where you literally are in fight or flight, smashing the steering wheel, screaming at the top of your lungs, more likely to commit a violent act. Well, why would that be important in preparedness? Because how you react to stress in low grade or high grade is important, because high grade is the catastrophe. Low grade is just everyday shit. So if you're not conditioned for low grade, you'll fall the fuck apart when you have high intensity in volume in short duration in time. So all of these things that we talk about in resilience are important to navigate. You have to be very good at navigating and being more resilient.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't experience any discomfort other than annoyance, mild annoyance. They don't have any real stressors put on their mind or on their body. And so whenever something real comes up, they don't have any mitigation tools. They don't have any ability to overcome and adapt because they don't have to ever in their life. It's like it's completely atrophied.
Yeah, I've studied this a lot, and not just the neuroscience behind it, but the application of how do we train it? How do we make people more resilient? And one of the things that's shocking to me, like you said, we live in a comfort crisis. 93% of Americans' lives are spent indoors. 93% on average. So 7% is spent outside. There's been multiple studies of looking at psychology, mental health, and the benefit of putting yourself out in nature. The book Comfort Crisis, Dopamine Nation are great books that talk about these kind of things. But that virtual reality that we spend on our cell phone is dumping all of our dopamine, and we don't have the desire to get out. We're not incentivized by our own chemistry because we live in an abundance in our society. Right. Feast and famine's a real fucking deal, right?
Yeah.
When you're famined, you're hungry and you go out and you want it. When I went to Ranger School as an 18-year-old, Ranger School was 70-something days when I went through. It was 2 months of simulated combat. You do 4 to 5, on average, 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day.
I don't know if you know, but if you roll your mouse
it simulates the
backwards,
stressors of combat.
Zoom out a little bit,
but you have to be able to operate in combat, right? You have to. It doesn't matter what you want. You have to be able to perform. After that course, at the end of that course, when I got told I was a go and I hadn't recycled, I took a shower after a couple weeks in the field. And the last phase of that's in Eglin Air Force Base in the swamps of Florida. I smelled like dog shit. I felt like it. And when that water hit my back and that warm water like soaked my body, it was profoundly created a memory in me of, man, that was impactful, right? So when I look back at my personal experiences, the most impactful moments were also the most famished moments, where I didn't have anything. It was very scary. We live so comfortable in abundance, we don't have a calculation for this. So we think everything that's going wrong on social media, which is emotionally controlling the fuck out of us, is a disaster. When an actual disaster hits you in the fucking face, maybe literally hits you in the face, then you're broken, and you go, fuck, what do I do now? And you don't have the tools, and you don't have the resilience to navigate.
Yeah, the way I've described it is the worst thing that's ever happened to you is the worst thing that's ever happened.
And if you want,
that's all
once
that's
you
ever
get
happened,
what's that?
If
you
you
know
don't
when you're
have
back.
the skills and the experience of something actually bad happening where you have to figure out how to survive, or at the very least something where your character's tested and your ability to deal with adversity is tested, and you're tested all the time. I believe it's a I don't think it's not. Like, testing your resolve, I think it's a very important thing. That's one of the major benefits of exercise. I don't think it's just because I think the physical benefits of exercise are undeniable, but one of the major ones is forcing yourself through discomfort. Because there's a lot of people out there that don't do that, and when they're confronted by discomfort, they just don't know what it is. They don't know how to handle it. Like, someone works out they're always they're always like pushing themselves through. So like, normal, difficult shit is not that difficult. Because it's not as bad as some fucking strong-ass motherfucker on top of you trying to literally cut off your carotid artery. That's what's happening on a daily basis. And if you don't have anything like that in your life where it's like there's times when you're rolling, you go into class, and you're like, oh boy, I'm going to get fucked up. Here we go. You don't want to, but you do it, you get through it, you get a valuable lesson out of that, you get more resilient, and he keeps building upon that every day, a little bit stronger, a little bit more, and at least maintains a certain level of ability to overcome and adapt. Some people don't have any of that shit in their life. Every day is just spent either in a car, on a train, on the way to work, in front of the desk, at home, watching TV, go to sleep, wake up, do it again, and they're literally like a fucking human jelly donut. There's nothing going on there. They have no resilience. There's no way to live your life. I know it's like easier to do that than it is to seek discomfort and to seek stressors and to try to overcome and adapt and figure out a life where you've balanced out strength and calm. But it's valuable to do, and it can be done. It can be done by anybody. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're at in your life. You can make changes right now and go about it in a different way from here forward.
Yeah, the number one thing that we teach people, like if you said, how do I become more resilient? It's exercise. Because a workout of the day where your body gets uncomfortable, it tells your mind you're going to die, essentially is what happens. Like, hey, stop doing what you're doing because you're going to die. Pushing through those barriers, those obstacles in your mind. I do a stress shoot at the end of my classes, and a lot of people who technically this let me make the example like you hitting a bag. Most people think punching a bag makes them a good fighter, or they'll virtue signal they're a good fighter. So you say you punch a bag, you look cool punching the bag. It feels cool, it looks cool, I must be good at fighting. And then you get on a mat and you get in the ring with a regular person, and that's not how it works. It's the same thing with self-defense. A lot of people go to ranges. They shoot paper, they shoot steel, they fall in love with themselves. But they don't implement stress. Because when you are in a parasympathetic rest digest and you go in like flash, cortisol, norepinephrine dumps, and you're in a sympathetic fight or flight response, you shift. Your heart rate goes and spikes to 150. If you're not conditioned, 170, 180, 190 beats per minute. That is going to feel like chaos. And at the end of my course is where we learn how to do the thing. We do 5 minutes of calisthenics to get them to 150 beats per minute. Because that's how long it takes. Around 5 minutes of pushing and pulling. Air squats, push-ups, jumping jacks, burpees, basic shit. When they get to 150, grown-ass men, 3 minutes into exercise are moaning and running. And I'm like, nobody cares that you're running. Nobody fucking cares, because nobody's coming to save you. You need to start focusing on your breath and remembering what you're going to do. Do your mental model rehearsal for the execution of the part that we actually train. So when they get up at 150 beats per minute, they're supposed to have the baseline be 150. If you're out of shape, most people are, 60% of our country are obese, then they're going to be at 170, 180, and they can't perform. And their technical proficiency falls apart. And that's what I want to see. I want to see what you suck at. I don't want to shake you. I don't want to tap you on the back, shake your hand, and say, you've accomplished everything, good job, and then you walk away. I want to identify your weakness. Often, with physical exertion, getting pummeled on a jiu-jitsu mat, that's where our reality comes through. When I used to do active shooting training, people said, when are we going to do active shooting training? I'm like, at the end. I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to do it at the end. So they're anxious. Before they would go into the active shooting scenario, based on the protocol that we taught, I would take these law enforcement officers, grab them by their uniforms on a mat, and start pumping. And so we'd start rolling basic jiu-jitsu, and I would start punching. Some of the guys who weren't trained in jiu-jitsu would immediately go into a fight or flight. They would start hyperventilating, hyper-aroused, and they would get anxious. They would start like almost screaming, and I would have to coach them to calm down, catch your breath. What they don't realize is if their systems aren't conditioned, their central nervous system isn't conditioned, if that happened for real in active shooting, they would be propelled into that scenario and not be able to kill the bad guy, save the good guy, go into harm's way, make rapid decisions under stress, be technically proficient, because they are not conditioned for stress, especially physically. I mean, it's classic cases, Uvalde, how it unraveled. And this comfort crisis that we're living in is getting worse. I mean, most people that I know, they interact with their phones so much, they're losing touch and connection with reality, with their physical capability. And they'll virtue signal all day their technical proficiency, but it doesn't mean shit in a fight, like it doesn't mean anything in a physical fight.
Yeah, if you have never experienced trying to perform at a very high level of arousal, your pulse jacked and your adrenaline's pumping, you really don't know what that's like. It's a very difficult thing. You know, I was shocked when I started COVID. Experienced that moment when you shoot all these arrows. Oh, I'm not good at shooting arrows. I've got it down. And all of a sudden, a screaming bull is moving through the trees, and you have an open window to shoot, and your heart is fucking hammering in your chest, and your pin's moving around like this, and you're like, oh my God, like I gotta figure out a way to calm myself the fuck down. Like I was shocked that where there's really no, I mean, the consequence is I don't want to wound an animal, and I don't want to fuck it up. I want it to be a clean and ethical kill. So there's no danger to me, but yet your heart rate is fucking jacked through the roof because it's an alien sort of experience. It's a very new experience. Multiply that times 100 if you're licensed. Multiply that times 100 if you're actually attacked by that. Multiply that times 100 if a person is trying to attack you. You're not accustomed to being able to respond and deal with stress. And that's most people.
Yeah, you found this fascinating. This is, you ever heard of the term hypo-arousal?
Yes.
So, I've heard you talk about it a couple times. The problem with this idea of being hyper-aroused, playing passive, feigned response, is it's not widely studied. There's a woman named Amanda Ripley. Have you ever interviewed Amanda Ripley?
No.
She wrote a book called Thinkable. And it's a real good book on life and survival. She talks about horrible circumstances. The shooter goes in the school, kills 32 people, and then kills himself. He goes classroom to classroom, shooting students, like one at a time, at will, at random, shooting him in the head. Like 93% or more of the people he shot. He just walked in. And this is all me too. This is something fucked up I used to do. I used to teach this course, Warrior Minds. This idea about, oh, you gotta have a warrior fucking mind. And when I taught it, I used to use Virginia Tech as an example. And I would say, when does it become real? When you get off your ass? Is it when the 10th student closest to the door gets popped in the fucking head by a semi-automatic, or is it the second person, the third person? Or maybe your friend, because friends sit together in classrooms. Was it your friend? Was it your friend that woke you up so you could fight for your life? Or was it when the Glock was put against the back of your head and then you went, oh, I need to fight, and then you got popped, and it's too late, you're fucking dead. Why did nobody fight? And that's because I was ignorant to the science. There is a response, as noted by Amanda Ripley and in different experiments, of the chicken. You take the chicken and you scare the shit out of it. You put its head on a table, like you're going to lob it off, and you pet it, it will freeze in paralysis, right? Hypo-arousal, not to be confused with hyper-arousal, is part of the parasympathetic nervous system. And it will shut your shit down. And what happened in Virginia Tech is there was a student, and one of the students in the classroom of 13 pretended to be dead. He said when the shooter came in, he heard gunshots, and he put himself in a situation physically where he looked like he was shot. And as the shooter bypassed him one at a time, he heard and was conscious to things, but he was frozen. He had paralysis. He said at one point he thought he was shot because he was moving and his legs didn't work. And he was aware, but he was frozen. The shooter left, reloaded, came back, bypassed him again, and continued to shoot. Everybody in that classroom got shot. 9 of the 13 got killed. and he survived. And when he talks about it in flight, he says, when I went to move, my legs didn't work, and I thought I was shot. And I said to myself, this isn't so bad. And he came to terms with everything. There was no pain, there was no suffering. That's because he was hypo-aroused. And sexual trauma victims, by the way, refer to this. They say, I couldn't fight, and I feel guilty because I should have fought. There's a statistic that was done on sexual assault victims where 10% claimed that they were in paralysis. What's unique about that situation is it's more, 10% is more than the percentage of people who fought. So a sympathetic response versus a parasympathetic response. Which means in us, we have a mechanism to quit, to check the fuck out.
What do you think that's for?
They studied it, and they think, this is all speculation, like the possum, they think it is for the predator to assume the prey is tainted. Bacteria, virus, not good to eat. And it wouldn't be beneficial for a predator to eat the prey that's fucked up, right? Because if you're tainted and it eats you, it could mean the difference between survival for itself and its head, with the cubs, the wolf pack.
But does it have some natural selection aspect to it, or could it just be just overwhelming? Shut down.
Well, it's both, because the unique thing about human beings is we have, call us parallel planets, right? We go through a situation, like let's say we're walking down a trail, and I see a snake. If I see a snake on the ground, I jump back because oh shit, it's a snake. Well, why did I jump back? Learned behavior. Maybe it was genetically imprinted. Maybe my dad was maybe I just didn't want to die and my nervous system activated. The difference is animals do that, except when animals do it, they jump and they navigate it, right? It's very practical. When we do it, we jump back and then we stare at the fucking snake and we go, dude, I don't want to fucking die. I got kids at home. I don't want to fucking die. If I die, tell my wife I love her. Like, dude, that's a fucking, that's a garden. You're good. You're not going to die. Like, oh, okay, cool, right? And you move on. Well, we have this fear of impending doom, and we have this emotional mechanism where we try to create the narrative and contemplation and understanding these things.
Because we can figure out, like, what could go wrong.
We could figure out the courses of action that lead to the bad outcome, the good outcome. So here's what I think is unique in teaching these. So in combat, it's funny, Commander Ripple talks about this in the past on military, how they experience this. Dude, I've experienced this so many damn times. I have, one time I was in a gunfight in Iraq, and I was in a ditch. There was a group of Navy SEALs up in a compound providing security. My buddy Kevin Owens, who works for me now, he's an accomplished sniper in Green Beret, on twin 240 machine guns, like in a vehicle. I was in this ditch, and we were looking for improvised explosive devices, like caches, whatever's going to be in a ditch, bad guys. And I have night vision and an infrared laser. And I'm shining in this ditch. And the Iraqi, who's the tier 1 Iraqi counterterrorism force guy, super squared away guys, he shines his white light in the ditch. And when he does that, a PKM machine gun opens up on my position. So 7.62 by 54 rim, and it's firing at us, and tracers go over our heads. I fall on my ass, lift my gun, and start shooting at the point of origin, the poo site. So I'm shooting at the position, and I look down, and he's in the fetal position. And I'm like, dude, get the fuck up. And I hit him. And I know this dude. I've trained with this dude. And he's in the fetal, and he's frozen in place. I'm like, get the fuck up, get up. And he won't move. So I grab him and drag him 20 yards while the SEALs in the compound wall are reacting to contact, and I drag him across this field and get him into the compound wall, and I'm like shaking. What the fuck is wrong with you? And he wakes up. And one of the problems in the mechanism of being hypo-aroused is opiates are pushed into your system to disassociate the trauma. Some even speculate to disassociate the transition from life to death to make it easier, which is fascinating. And I'm like, dude, get your shit together, like get up. He gets up. We talk about it post-op back at the base. He doesn't even realize what happened. He's like, dude, He's like, what happened? I'm like, dude, you completely were like, we're in the fetal, like almost crying. I thought you were paralyzed. He goes, I don't remember. Mike, I don't know what happened. I'm like, oh shit.
So his mind just shut down.
His shit shut down. And wow. Here's where what I figured out. There are triggers in trauma as part of this resilience concept that we don't really think about. This happened to me in Afghanistan in a different rotation. I'm trained as a Green Beret, like going through the woods, doing patrols, my M4, doing that thing, small unit tactics, basic shit that I know. I know Field Manual 7-8 like the back of my hand. It's what I understand. Nobody trained me how to act or how to be conditioned with a 107 millimeter rocket impacting near my position. A 107 millimeter rocket's like this big. It has stabilizers front and aft, and it can be shot off a rock. Like the Taliban would set these things on rocks, lob them to Russian, Chinese munition. It stabilizes and impacts the earth. It sounds like a fucking freight train. It's like, boom. When it hits the ground, everything 25 meters in front of it dies. It has a 25-meter kill radius. So everybody is trained for the small unit tactics, reactive contact in the woods in North Carolina. That's where we get trained. But standing in the middle of an open field in Afghanistan on a helicopter landing zone, taking 107 millimeter rockets that are decimating everything in your path, scared the shit out of me. The first time that happened, I remember I ran behind a HESCO and I like froze. Now I worked through this circumstance. It's called illusion of centrality. Illusion of centrality has to do with working through what you can control. So if you get overwhelmed by stress, it's going to crush you because you're going to freeze and you potentially would die in place. If you have the illusion of centrality, you have focus on the things that are in front of you because they're within your control. So I was like, fuck, I don't want to die. Get out of your head and fucking move. Do this one thing. So I ran out, I grabbed a concertina wire piece and like moved it, not even realizing my hand was cut. Guys were on the riverside, so they came up through the concertina wire. We got the vehicles in line and started shooting. At that point, there were some of our guys that were hiding under vehicles. Americans, trained for combat, a combat experience, that were frozen in place. Why? Because they had some fucking activated trigger in their trauma that hit that band, that call it a buffer zone, between being resilient and quitting. And it breached that, and they fucking quit. So you could be a trained operator. You could be the most high-speed human being technically in the world, and one thing can set you off, and you could collapse and die in place because you don't have the tools. The reason I'm saying that is because people, if they understand that, will train more. They'll expose themselves to their vulnerabilities and weakness more, including jujitsu, going camping, going hunting, being more resilient by exposing yourself. And they'll do everything they can to create distance between that band of resilience and the band of where they fall the fuck apart.
Did they give you any mental tools in terms of like things to concentrate, ways to think, ways to keep your mind inside a controllable parameter so that you can operate under heavy stress, or at least it'll help you operate under heavy stress?
Not really. But, so we learned a lot of this without me. A lot of people think guys in the military, especially in combat arms, they think they're yeah. And that's common. Here's the catch. I don't think any of us are adrenaline junkies at all. I've been on Littlebirds, MH-60s, feet hanging off the helicopter, all the way to go assault the target of foreign fighters, sleeping on the helicopter prior to info. And hey, get up 1 minute out. Like, Roger, get up, kind of adjust your kit, get everything ready, hit the target, fast roping on targets, hitting the X. Like, I mean, my 5 rotations in Iraq, all of those were special operations, and all of them very dynamic organizations. I never once, I've been in a situation where I almost killed, and it was super crazy situation, but I wasn't overwhelmed with stress. I've looked at my guys on a target, and all of them are standing out in the open, in the middle of a gunfight, and they're just kind of hanging out. I'm like, guys, can you fucking take a knee? And they're with night vision, with infrared lasers on their guns, and they're standing out in the open. Do something besides standing in the open. It's so relaxing. So there's another version of this where you're so conditioned. So when I look at my career and my experiences, we were over-conditioned. I don't know if over-conditioned is a bad thing, but we actually were complacent in a lot of ways because we got away with a lot, but also because we were so conditioned for it. The protocols that we teach is number 1, breathe. And it sounds, I mean, I've heard guys on your podcast, my basement guys who put this stuff out. Breathing not only off gas and CO2, it also brings you back to your body. It gets you out of your head and brings back awareness. If me and you were free falling, have you ever free fallen?
No.
Dude, you got to do that shit.
No, I don't.
I know. Andy stumps. Other you
Andy
his body.
shit.
For charity.
Fuck off, Andy.
For charity.
Yeah,
We're gonna do it
I'd
for
rather
charity.
donate money. I'll cut you a check. Fuck off, Andy.
Oh, man. If me and you were falling, and this is an example of something we did, but we didn't realize what we were doing. If me and you were falling in free fall, and I was the new guy, and you were the senior guy, you would be flying around me like a fucking hummingbird, like zipping around me effortlessly. I would be overwhelmed by stress, freaking the fuck out in my head. I would be very narrow in my focus, not seeing my altimeter, seeing the earth coming closer to me, and scared shitless. If I did look at my altimeter, I would glance at it and it would be hyper-focused. And then you would look at me, and to calm me down, you would do this, right? That's the hand and arm signal to arch. So I would do this.
So what are you doing for people just listening? You're just shaking your hand.
Shaking your hand, right?
Like it's wet.
It's wet.
Oh.
So this is the hand and arm signal for arch. This is the hand and arm signal to relax. So if you said this, like this, when I did this, I'm literally moving my hands, which is bringing awareness back into my body because I'm not thinking about impending doom in my head. And all of a sudden, my body relaxes, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I'm like, oh, I can see my altimeter. Oh, things aren't so bad. We get in our heads a lot, and breathing not only helps optimize oxygen in our body under stress, but it also is the awareness that if I'm breathing, I'm also thinking about breathing, which means I'm not thinking about impending doom, that I'm going to fucking die. The second thing, we could wrap that part up with just affirmation. Most people, we're our own worst enemies, right? We beat ourselves up routinely. I heard you say you don't have to, nobody needs to criticize you because you do it enough to yourself. I'm the same way. I don't need critics because I'm my own worst critic. That could be a detriment. But also, if you look at confirmation bias, the unique thing about confirmation bias is it's like this cell phone. If I pick up this cell phone and I could record in 4K, which is typical of most phones, that's kind of how our brain interacts. If I pick this phone up and I push record and record it in 4K, it would stop recording when I've maxed all the bandwidth. And it would crash. And then I would have to partition it and shut it down and it's fucking reset. So if we are thinking about that in psychological, in confirmation bias, we create the narrative. Then I go out into the world focused. I can't keep it running in 4K, so I can only partition it. I'm looking at you, you're looking at me, we're focused, and then we shut it down. We watch YouTube and stare into oblivion for an hour, we get back to whatever, and we're focused. You could only partition your focus. The problem with us is if we are looking for confirmation of the narrative in our heads, we'll go out into the world and we will look for evidence that we are who we say we are. So if you wake up and you're like, I'm a fat piece of shit, then you'll walk into the world looking for evidence. That dude looked at my stomach. I fucking knew it. He looked in disgust. I'm a fat piece of shit. Because that's how we collect the evidence. It's how faith is based. Because that becomes our faith and our new belief. If somebody who's religious doesn't look at an accident, hey, 6 kids died in a van rollover. That's tragic. I question my belief in God now. This God is going to do that. They do the opposite. They go, you know what? Was there another vehicle that bypassed you there? Yeah. That's the Antifa. That had 2 people's lives in it. They have a family. That's a miracle of God. And that reaffirms my faith and my belief. We do the same thing every day. So So if you want to become more resilient and more focused as a person, you need to wake up and say, I'm the fucking best. I mean, I know Andy Stubbs, Jack Carr, and all the Navy SEALs that I know. They live this. They think they're the best. Navy SEALs think they're the fucking best. That's how you become more resilient, because if you affirm every day, even if you're not, and you say you're good enough or you're the best, you can do well. It's like the Jocko shit, it's Goggin shit. It's that easy. You just say, I'm the fucking best. I'm a badass. I'm gonna do it. And if you go out in the world looking for that belief, you'll find it and you'll get better.
So you think there's a negative aspect to being too self-critical because you can sort of yourself that you are a piece of shit? 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, but there's also, you could bullshit yourself and think you're the best.
A lot of people won't like that.
Yeah, so what's the balance?
So, let me give you an example. Like, if a guy works out with me, I did on my YouTube channel, Mike Glover Actual, I did a mental health video. And my mental health video was simple. I said, don't be fucking lazy. And a lot of people were like, well, what do you mean don't be lazy? I'm like, exactly that. Don't be fucking lazy. Because if you want to do something in your life that it requires improvement, it likely correlates to action. And that typically correlates to physical fucking improvement. So you want to be a better fighter, you physically got to remove your ass from the couch, flick the Doritos out of your belly button, and get into the fucking dojo, right? So it's a plan of action, not just a plan, period. A lot of people who come to my training, they do 5 minutes of calisthenics. I had a guy, I won't mention his name, I don't even fucking remember his name, but I don't mention this situation exactly. But we're doing 5 minutes of calisthenics, and his world is falling apart. He probably shows up with an idea who he thinks he is inside of his head. He does the thing and realizes, holy fuck, 5 minutes of calisthenics just whipped my ass. Maybe I need to prioritize my priorities of needs and skills. So I see a lot of guys on social media talking about how they're the best shooters on the planet. So if you think that being better prepared is focused on being fat and shooting cool, you're not going to survive. You're going to be the first to fucking go, right? So we need to strike the balance. Most people, unless they have the awareness because they're exposed to the weakness, won't do it. And that's why I encourage people, go to your local dojo, get pummeled by, I'm 240 pounds. I have 160-pound kids. Chad Robichaux's son fucking pretzel rolled me a couple years ago. It folded my neck, actually put me in a hurt locker, folded me in half. And I'm like, I'm going to go on a sabbatical and become better. Because when I come back and fight him again, I'm going to pummel this kid to death. We need that kind of exposure in our life.
Definitely need something
Do you see that in hunting? When you go hunting, I assume a lot of it is the process and the experience, right?
Well, there's a lot. That's a big one for me because there's so much life, there's so much stimuli, there's so much going on, so much to concentrate on. When you're out there, there's only one left foot, right foot, check your making sure you don't stumble into a bunch of they are out there. But you're also concentrating on your very one singular task. Find an elk, get down, sneak up on him, put an arrow in his vitals. That's it. That's it. Everything else is secondary. All the bullshit in your life. There's that. And then there's also, I love the meat. I love the self-sustaining aspect of it. I love everything about it. But it's also, I gravitate to it. Always gravitate to it. It's very important for me. I think it's what's made me, more resilient. It's made me more inquisitive. It's made me more self-analytical. Like, you find out more about yourself by challenging yourself. You have these delusional ideas of what you're capable of or who you are. You think you're a fucking man, and then you get your ass. I'm not even close to the man. I don't even know the man. Like, I need to become better. And then you just keep showing up. Just keep doing it, and it's this constant grind. One day you can look crazy. Nice to suck.
It's
That's how it is. I think that's how we're podcasting. I think it's how we're difficult. And I think difficult things are important to do. You know, I enjoy watching TV. I enjoy it. I've figured out how to do it. It's a long time ago. You know, I don't want to, if I had to, like, take a day off, I was like, now I've figured out a way that I realized that downtime is actually good for my grind. It actually helps reinvigorate my purpose, my enthusiasm, my tenacity. As long as I don't get sloppy, as long as you realize what you're doing, this is just use it as a rest and recovery time. Reignite your enthusiasm. Do that. Some people, for whatever fucking reason, they just want to live in this delusional bubble, and you know those people. Shit. All their stories are they're the fucking man, and that's like, man, you're gonna fall, and you know because they really don't know what it's like to be stressed. They really don't know what it's like to be tested. You know what you're saying about I had this one time in Montana. We were there, and it was in October. It was freezing cold. It was 9 degrees outside. And we were there for a week. Checked in this shitty-ass hotel in Billings. And we had hot water. Shitty hotel, like bullshit shower curtain. This shitty shower, this shitty hotel room.
the best shower.
Stunk like a cadaver's asshole, but it was amazing. Just washing yourself off and just the luxury of hot water, which is everything. I don't think about it at all when I get in the shower. I just get in. It's nothing. It doesn't. There's almost no pleasure to it. It's like, but this horrid thing only comes to me after 7 days of camping in the freezing cold. Yeah. Shit. As much as people don't like to experience it, you need it because it will make your sunny days get fucks up people about living in LA. It's sunny every day. You can't appreciate what it's like to be in a fucking bad. It never happens.
100%. Yeah, this feast, famine, scarcity, abundance, this cycle of life. People, if they just tune themselves into that, I think it's beneficial. I just set up it's called rewilding. I have a rewilding course, and it's a 72-hour course where we create scarcity. And, I have people show up, and through this experience training, they lose their shoes. They actually have to ground themselves to earth. We have fireside chats, like we actually talk to each other interpersonally in front of each other. We tell our vulnerabilities to each other. Some woo-woo shit of just getting back to basics, like basic primal shit. I have an interesting analogy on this topic, especially as it refers to like hunting and trauma. Native American culture, this is not mine. Tom Spooner of Warrior Heart taught me this, and they do this as a part of their tradition in helping veterans kind of unfuck their lives. I mean, most of these guys are addicted to something, and they need comprehensive inpatient care. One of the things Native Americans used to do when they came back from battle, a warrior would get in front of the tribe, fireside, and communicate the things that took place. And if this cup of water was an example of my capacity for trauma, then how much trauma can I hold before it spills? And what's the consequence of spilling? Is it mental health? Is it I'm not as good as a warrior as I could be? What happens? Well, in Native American culture, a warrior that comes back is sharing the burden. So everybody's got a cup, all the women, all the kids, the braves, and I'm pouring a little bit of that trauma into their cup. When Americans get back from war, when Americans get through trauma, how do they share that burden? They don't. They keep it in their fucking heads. And so they fall apart because they have nobody to share that burden with, which is one of the reasons why I think podcasts are so important. When you hold something in your head that you have no explanation for, your mind creates taxing and burden assumptions, opinions that are not healthy. When you talk out loud about it and you get perspective from another human being, you have a way to weigh this, but we also are sharing the burden. I mean, me and fucking Andy Stump talked on a podcast on Cleared Hot about killing kids in combat, where we actually had to take what we thought, I mean, it's hard to gauge the age, a younger man's life in the heat of combat that picked up an AK-47. I mean, me and Kevin Owens standing on a rooftop, he winds up shooting him while he's running towards a checkpoint. We gave warning shots. We gave all these tactics to mitigate risk to his life. But at the end of the day, he punched the ticket. And it was either our guys at the checkpoint or we could live with that burden for the rest of our lives. And we did it. We had to do what we had to do. Now, if I had that in my head, how would that weigh on me? I fucking killed a kid, man. I fucked up. I fucking killed a kid. But the reality is I was propelled into war, and when me and Andy talked about it, it felt fucking good. Because I shared a little bit of that burden, and he was able to relate because he had the same fucking story. The story he shared, he had never said out loud, ever. It was always been in his head. After the podcast, we talked about it, and he's like, dude, that helped. I don't know why, but talking about it helped. And that's the benefit, I think, of podcasts. It's the benefit of sharing this burden and trauma. And most certainly this, and the virtuing of what we want to communicate because we want people to perceive us a certain way versus what lies in this cup and what needs to be talked about are two different things.
Yeah, for people just listening, you just picked up your phone to indicate social media. Yeah, I think what you're on to is dead right, and I think that's probably why the Native Americans did it, and it's probably when you're saying that it helped you and it helped Andy, it's probably something we're all missing. We really don't have those kind of discussions anymore about the things that bother us. Everybody internalizes, and the kind of communication you do on social media, you're right, it's like a virtue signaling, or it's bullshit. Like, you read these verbose passages that people leave on their Instagram pictures, and it's always self-aggrandizing, and yeah, and it's the opposite. It has the opposite effect. It's not cathartic at all. Because there's no shit one-on-one too. People have to be there with you. They have to feel it with you.
Yeah, that's. I've realized that over time, podcasting myself. I host Black Rifles podcast, and we fly guys in. And some of these guys want to do it online, and it's never the same. It's never the same. It's never the same. I need the intimacy.
I really figured that out big time during the pandemic. There was a point in time where a lot of people were very apprehensive about doing podcasts, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Either you do it this way or beyond a couple of years. I can't. First of all, I'm not going to stop talking. And we're just going to take as many precautions as we can, especially once we realize what it actually was. Because in the beginning, everyone thought it was. It got to this point where, like, you know, enough people that have gotten it, and I think there's ways to mitigate these risks. Testing every day. There's still a lot of people that didn't want to do it. They're like, I can only do it remotely. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I have to be in front of you. It's not, you're not going to do a podcast unless you're right here. Because the ones that I did a few of those. Connecting with you.
There's a delay.
It sucks. And sometimes you can do them without headphones on, which they can't hear when you're talking. They don't hear when they're talking because the microphone kind of cuts out the other volume. It sucks.
Well, as my company developed and we started doing more and more, I kind of realized it's not about preparedness as much as it is about community. And when I started seeing people come together, like I would do a preparedness seminar. I'm doing one at Andy's place, his Black Rifle. When you get 120 people talk one thing, and then they network and people start talking, it's what they're missing.
Yeah.
And like I just ran a resilience rendezvous with a resilience experience thing. The resilience rendezvous was we had Ryan Peters, football player, came in, did cold plunge, hot sauna. We talked about breathwork, all that stuff. We did a resilience block with me. We bring on experts, these two ultra marathoners, and these are hard. These are things they're learning as tactics. What I've reflected on that experience with these students is it wasn't even about that as much as it was what we call sitting around. I hired a chef in Park City for Chef John Portman, and he's doing these classes on cooking venison, food preparation, and then we share that meal together. We break bread and we're having conversations about our families and kids. And that's when we found profound purpose and built resilience in each other. So walking away going, that's the reset button we all need. It's like pulling a Nintendo cartridge out of a Nintendo and blowing all the dust out and putting the shit back in. You get a reset. And most people, because they're so tethered with this fucking phone, they're not doing that, which is leading to a mental health crisis, which mental health crisis and statistics isn't just the things we see, the 1 in 5 is diagnosed. It's the shit we're not doing. The fentanyl systemic issue isn't just fentanyl. That's a mental health crisis. 110,000 people in 2022, 107,000 in 2021, and then broke an exponential record from 2021. That's not just drugs. That's people missing purpose, missing connection, and falling apart. Homelessness, crime, all these things could be attributed to that.
Absolutely. I think you nailed it when you said that one of the things and you're providing community for people, which is so essential. It's so essential. It's missing in people's lives. And a lot of people have some form of it with whatever their occupation is. But a lot of times that's kind of a bullshit form. Bullshit clothes, talking bullshit language. It's not satisfying. And it's also, you're not going through sort of real life things that conditioned to overwhelm or to overcome and adapt to. And those things are to the human condition. It's a part of being an adult human being is to have those skills and the ability to get difficult things together. Without that camaraderie and that community, people get very lost. And I think it's a big part of what's wrong with our culture today. And if someone can sign up for something like jiu-jitsu class or fucking anything, just do something where you get together with like-minded people and you struggle together, you overcome together, you do stuff together, you communicate about the lessons that you've learned through those things and what it's meant to you, how it's improved your life. It's gigantic. You know, and it's the difference between the people that have that in their life and the people that don't have it in their life. It's so huge. It's an untold aspect of
issues in society. I found it very interesting. We bought into the idea that social media was going to bring us together. And certainly it has benefits and it does some good things, but that's for people who have control. This dude I follow on YouTube, named, you ever heard of the dude Hamza? Yeah. He does this video on these kids. If you as he outlines it and if you think about it, a kid who goes on a porn site and has access to unlimited women, it's virtual. That's what's happening with the So what incentive does he have after being with all these women in a virtual reality? Does he have some shape to be squared away, to be, I don't know, worthy of the woman in real life, right? So all the chemistry we're losing through the phone because it's a virtual reality de-incentivizes us to get up off our ass to do things to be good in real reality. So if you go to the gym, why do you go to the gym? I went to the gym because I wanted to be the best military athlete best that I could be, but I wanted to be attractive to women. But if you are jerking off constantly off the phone, then how the fuck are you going to do that? You have no incentive. You're like, I'm a rock star. And so that's the problem. I had an ex-girlfriend tell me once, she said, I have thousands of friends. I said, you have like a couple friends. What are you talking about? Well, I have a large following and these people are my friends. Those people are your fucking followers. They're not your friends.
There are people that you have a loose connection with digitally. That's it. Those are your friends. I mean, maybe some of them are your friends. Maybe you have like-minded people that follow you and you could get together with those folks in real life and become friends.
Yeah.
But those aren't your fucking
those
friends.
Those are your fucking friends.
Yeah, it's so alien, and it's so it's such a part of everyone's life. And we don't know how to manage it, and it's all new, so there's no real guidelines. There's only people that have fucked it up, or psychologists, or people that really understand human behavior that have looked at it and say, hey, here's all the pitfalls in really being connected to this on a daily basis. But I know some really intelligent people whose lives have fallen apart because they spend too much time reading comments on Twitter and getting in arguments with people and dealing with nonsense and creating problems for themselves and getting involved in these back and forths that just like they're constantly checking to see what other people have to say about it. Like, what are you doing, man? You're giving yourself a weight to carry. That's an unnecessary weight that doesn't make you stronger.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing good about that. Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing good about that.
I'm interested to see how it pans out over the course of another generation, because my kids, I have twins, a boy and a girl, and
how old are they?
3 years 5 months, and my son, he can navigate a phone.
Oh yeah,
like
wild,
with
right?
his fat fingers, just like lumping through it and just
crazy.
And he's so in tune with it, but he sees daddy doing it. He sees daddy picking up his phone, and you can't get away from that. But you could certainly regulate it. I mean, you could certainly be disciplined about the interaction with it. But at the end of the day, they have to have the discipline in themselves to be able to do that, right? Because one day it's just going to be them. And the same thing, I know friends, former employees, people whose lives have come apart, unraveled because of social media, sliding into DMs, consumed with it 5 hours a day. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
And people. So here's what I've recognized too. I don't have an addictive personality. I've never been addicted to anything. Like, I like whiskey when I like whiskey, but I don't drink it every night. I've never been addicted really to anything. And I see people who I know who have addictive personalities. Their new addiction is social media.
Mm-hmm.
And so they can't put it down because it's the drug. It's the dopamine they need. They fiend for it.
Well, they don't have good control of their consciousness. They don't have good control of their intention and their mindset. It's a real problem with people because the thing that's compelling to them they can't avoid. The thing that's compelling is, what are people saying? What are they doing? What are they commenting? What are they posting? I got to read it. I got to respond. I got to go back and forth. I have to have the best response. I have to this. I have to that. And then there's people that are addicted to TikTok. They're just scrolling like mindlessly, like robots,
Zombies.
watching things happen. And they're not doing anything, and you've lost hours of your time. You've absorbed nothing. You've got no information. There's no net benefit to what you've done, and it's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. So many people are doing it. It's wild to watch my kids, like with TikTok, watch them stare at their phones, going through it. I'm like, hey, that's the devil. Put that fucking stupid thing down.
Yeah.
Like, what are you getting out of that? You're not getting anything out of that. But what's amazing is, it's really amazing to watch their ability to navigate through computers and navigate through cell phones. Like, my 12-year-old can fucking edit a video with her thumbs in like seconds. I don't even know what she's doing. She's moving shit around and putting it. I go, how do you know how to do that? Like,
Isn't that
how are you
crazy?
doing that so good?
Yeah, I think, I can't remember who said this. Somebody was talking to me about it. A Clint Trial, a buddy of mine, was telling me about how we grew up analog, right? We grew up in an analog society where the things that we did
because I like to read.
were
All the while
all
they just
very
continue being
instinctive.
stupid.
And we were
I've never
outside
forgotten
drinking
a
out of garden
customer,
hoses,
what they
fucking running the
stored or what they
streets.
said.
And that kind of upbringing lends itself to being able to adapt. Adaptation is the number one characteristic of survivability. It's adaptation. Being able to adapt on the fly. That
I
top
guess you
10%
hate
and that
me now,
10-80-10 rule You want to be in the
Just
top
like
10%. You
everyone
got to be able to adapt. But if your only adaptation is navigating technology, then how is that going to work out for you in the future? And if you look at generations in 20-year cycles, we are the last generation to live analog and not grow up with it at our disposal.
Yeah.
So it means we aren't typically emotionally charged by things that we see or read. We typically don't take things out of context because we want to know in the weeds what the actual truth is. But there are posts on social media. This dude Sean King, and I don't know if that's going to work out for me calling him out on a podcast, but Sean King, everything I've seen about what he puts out in the BLM movement was being charged with emotionally getting people to go to essentially war in the streets and protest, and those protests turned into something more violent. And that is a problem when you have a mass of people who are following the herd, and you just take something they wrote and it's potentially taken out of context, like hit the streets and burn it down. Maybe you didn't mean literally burn it down, but they're literally burning it down. I mean, the mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, who's African American, who was like, "You guys are burning down the city, and 50% of the businesses in the city are black. Why are you doing this?" And that's my fear for the future of this, especially leading up to the next election cycle, because we are in a world of hurt. The country is getting more divisive, but it's also we're becoming more and more puppets of the algorithm, and people don't get it, and they're not awakening. And I'm afraid when it comes to suppressing the voices that are being moderate and reasonable, like mine, like yours, what does that look like when you're 6 months out from the election, and then the only voices amplified are the voices that are inciting violence?
You need a weapon worth more than silver to become a noble here.
I was suppressed because I'm telling people, protect your family, be better prepared. And other voices were amplified that were saying, hit the streets and burn it down.
Well, there was a narrative that was being discussed that you would hear, especially amongst left-wing media. There was a narrative of white supremacy, militias. I mean, Biden at one point in time said, white supremacy is the biggest threat that we have in our country. I'm like,
what?
Where is it? What are you talking about? Yeah, sure. There's white supremacy. There's morons in every fucking racial group, every ethnic group, every economic group. There's morons everywhere. There's idiots everywhere. There's all sorts of problems in this country. But to say that that's our number one problem, dude, we got a lot of fucking problems. We got a lot of problems. One of the problems is our fucking government. We have giant problems with people that are absolutely full of shit that are running this country. We have problems with algorithms, but we also have problems with bad actors that are utilizing social media with troll accounts. I'm sure we're doing it over here, but most certainly it's being done to us by Russia, by China, by Iran. I'm sure there's many, many countries that have fake accounts that are constantly engaging with people and pushing narratives to more and more extreme levels to minimize our faith in democracy, to get us to hate each other, to keep us at each other's throats. And that's one of the things they do to keep America weak, keep us distracted. And it's not just the government that's doing that, it's other governments that are doing that. It's special interest groups that are doing that. I'm sure it's both parties are involved in this. And if you're online and you're engaging in this shit, you're susceptible. Yeah, it's the algorithm, but it's also fucking calculated. It's human beings that are they've recognized this has an influence on people, and they're utilizing it because it's a political tool. It's a tool for getting their agenda through. And if part of that tool is to demonize someone who's preparing for a potential disaster, and by saying that you're going to equate that to white supremacy or hate or militia, it's fucking madness. And the fact there's no recourse, you can't do anything about it, and that Shopify still stands by their action.
Yeah.
Like,
I could power level you, but I feel like
that doesn't make any sense.
It'll ruin
it's going to make people
experience.
very reluctant, very hesitant to use your platform. Because I don't want to use it now. If I hear
feel like you should
you guys are like when I've heard
probably
that
should just follow the
PayPal
quest line
was
for a
gonna
little
take
bit, and then-
25. What was like $2,500 bucks.
Especially
What was
because
like
honestly,
the
I'm
fine
gonna
that they were
end
gonna
up
have
breaking
Jamie
again. I
for
got
disinformation. what they term disinformation.
You
They're
got
gonna
what?
find you.
You're
You're
gonna
just
end
gonna
up what?
steal your money?
I gotta do.
Like, what are you
So
gonna
I'm
do?
gonna, like,
And who the fuck
back and
are
forth
you
for
to
a
say
little
what?
while.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be good. I'll get to, like, you know what I mean, play through it. And
Yeah. And honestly, the story doesn't really have any tie to anything. You could just spam through it if you want. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
yeah.
So yeah, if you're not like looking for like a good story, like story's kind of shit. I never really paid attention to it, dude. I just blew through it because I heard that it wasn't worth paying attention to, so I just kind of.
Well, that's cool. I'd rather.
Yeah.
I'm usually like that anyway when I play. I just.
Yeah.
It's so because I know I lose out on a lot of shit, but it's like it's so time consuming.
Yeah. Yeah. No, just blow through it, dude. Get your stuff. Follow the main quest line. Cause you'll level up. It'll get you into the 50s just doing the quest line. So at least that's the way it used to be. How it is now, I'm not so sure, but yeah.
Well, I doubt it changed. They're gonna want you to get up there. But you know what I mean.
It might even be faster now. I have no idea. I don't. I mean, honestly, with like the whole season pass thing, like you can probably not even worry about it because like season pass, once you get your gear, I mean, just level right up to. Like I said, I don't know how that storyline is, so I'd be curious to see when you start getting Naru gear. Because once you start getting that, that's the season gear, and then you can start. So you'll level your Naru gear all the way up to Pen, which is the highest you can go, and then it'll give you Buddy here, I should probably just farm. I was gonna go get lunch, but I might stick it out since nobody's here and somebody already popped the bell. Yes, and like I said, it'll give you Noro gear, and then it'll give you and then it'll give you Tuvala gear, Tuvala gear, and then you gotta level that all up to Pen, and then that's like your max gear that you'll have once the season ends. And then like the gear at the end of the season, you'll have a chance to pick like a accessory that it'll give you. This guy left. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah.
misinformation and disinformation. The fact checkers, those fucking fact checkers are wrong all the time. They're biased all the time.
PayPal's also covered it. $60,000. That account, PayPal eliminated it.
For what? PayPal's misinformation fines marks bad. Platform user agreement is rarely an attention-drawn document. However, early this October, PayPal ignited online discussion with its newest policy. What attracted criticism was an unusual provision stating that the company would fine its customers an astounding $2,500 in damages for spreading misinformation. The provision prohibits customers from using PayPal services for activities identified by it as sending, posting, or publication of any messages, content, or materials promoting misinformation. The problem with that is what they used to call misinformation now gets discussed openly as the lab hypothesis. There's like fucking tons of accredited scientists that are saying this is much most likely a genetically altered, some sort of a virus that's been manipulated in a laboratory. It's much more likely that it came out of that laboratory. It just so happens to be in the exact area where the maybe it's not misinformation. PayPal decides that it is, because at one point in time the government was promoting that it was misinformation. The NIH was saying that it was, and I'm sure you saw when Rand Paul was grilling Fauci on whether or not they did do gain-of-function research and he's like playing all these words, playing all these games of words. You could get fined. You can get removed from the platform.
Yeah, the big problem is most of these companies aren't just companies; they're agencies for political. So if you have a company that's ran by a hedge fund, a capitalist, somebody who has massive influence, the Soros play, you have these companies that are changing language, narrative, and doing whatever they want. PayPal. Literally, they're taking accounts and they go, we don't like what you're putting out. We don't like the trade. It's a risk to us. We're freezing your account. They did this to me when.
What did they say to you? When they're going to freeze your $60,000 and they're going to remove your platform, you can't use PayPal anymore. What are they saying?
They said that the action violates their policy. And they didn't tell me what the policy was. So what it was when that was put out, and it was whether it was FBI telling Facebook and then put in blast to all these companies, the Shopify, the connection through PayPal, because it was e-commerce and PayPal was a checkout option, got canceled, and then the e-commerce connection from it's called it's basically the bank channel from the bank to your e-commerce platform in Shopify. It's a plugin that got deactivated. So e-commerce, Shopify, PayPal, and they said it goes against our policy, but we won't tell you what the policy is. Originally, PayPal canceled me for a period of time because they said I was selling them. And we did a picture of a knife. The knife industry knows this. This is Josh Smith from Montana Knife Company knows this all. If you have a knife advertising on Facebook, that's like advertising a gun, essentially. They will take you down, cancel you, because it's a pocket knife. It's a pocket and a hunting knife. But they don't delineate between that and like a weapon of war, assault, whatever they want to call it, right? So they have these situations where they say, if you are violating the term, you don't have to tell them what term you're violating. And so the problem with that is not just that they're canceling you. The problem with it also is there's not many onboarding options. When you don't have options in e-commerce because everybody's on the damn platform, how does it work that way? Like Facebook, everybody's like, well, screw Facebook. Yeah, I want to say screw Facebook. But I'm a small business entrepreneur trying to drive sales and conversion to a market, and there's billions of people on Facebook. Sure, I can operate an echo chamber in Heber City, Utah, but I would like the opportunity to grow my business like everybody else on this platform. and do good, but can't do it because we get canceled. And I think a lot of it
Was it just a knife? I mean, was it what?
was just a knife.
That's
It was a picture of a knife for hunting that originally got us flagged.
Was it a knife you reviewed?
No, it was a knife. It was a knife that we showed a picture of. With a picture of the knife in a log, and the knife was sticking in a log, and it was talking about knives in survival. Like that's
So it was just like an article.
It was nothing. I have never done anything extreme because I'm not a fucking player. Like I know psyops, I know propaganda, I know what to say, what not to say, and I play the fucking game. And even when playing by the rules, because when you get in that they don't like, we get fucking screwed.
It's just amazing. Arbitrarily decide to remove you from the platform. They had an objective look at what you were. They go, oh, this is not bad.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it seems like something that you want everybody to know a little bit of.
Yeah. Well, anything, the firearms industry as a whole. If you have, I mean, I think Bank of America is involved in this. I might be mistaken here, but Bank of America and a few other banks said, hey, if you're doing any transaction with guns, we're going to cancel you. I have my FFL SOT. I have the ability to move, transfer guns, buy guns, sell guns. And if I work with certain banks and do certain things, like e-commerce platforms, they'll shut you down. Like, you can't own and operate a gun business. But my intent was like, oh, we're not going to do that. And so we'll do firearms training. Oh, well, that might be a problem. Like, so being responsible by teaching people responsible ownership and handling is a problem now. So a service industry, product industry, and firearms anything is bad. Big Commerce came in, they're like, we don't care what you do, as long as it's moral and ethical, we'll support you. And that's the only reason we're open today as a business.
Well, we're very fortunate that there are companies like that do exist, but it's very disturbing to me that a company like PayPal would just decide arbitrarily that someone who teaches preparedness is a danger, or some company that they don't want on their platform. And they just arbitrarily remove you.
Yeah.
And not even like have a hearing on it, any form of a discussion.
Well, I'm such a small player, and it's easier to blanket statement and execute than it is to look into the details. Because
there's no appeals process.
There's no appeals process. Like Shopify, I love it. Like Shopify had a team. Because we were the top whatever percent of businesses doing a lot of revenue. We had a team that we moderated with, allow us to kind of optimize the experience for the end user. We wanted to plug in different things. It was a great user experience as an entrepreneur. When they offboarded us, we called the team and said, what's going on? What do you mean you can't talk to us? Like, what's going on? Like, read the email. The email said you have 48 hours to pull the data. And we're like,
so do you think they were contacted?
100%. I think they were contacted by the FBI with that. And Jamie, I don't know if you can do this, but if you even Google Mike Glover militia or Mike Glover domestic terrorism, this organization wrote this 20-page article, and USA Today published
What organization?
It's the Capitalist Bill or some shit like that. The Capitalist or something. So nobody heard of this report. Leftist, extremist. Everything in the article is about like, this guy is a CIA guy and he's starting a militia.
At least for an hour,
right? All this things that I've never said. 20 pages. The problem was not that article. People write things. The problem was national media was like, this is spot on. Let's blow this up. So they took the article, they republished
using
it.
that as proof without proof.
Without proof.
So someone could just make these negative assertions about you.
Yep. In the article, they call me a Mexican, which is like, I have always identified, I'm very proud of my Korean heritage. And I identify as an American first, but I'm Asian American, and I have Korean in me from the Korean War. That was in the army. And
that's just a cover-up for being white supremacy.
Of course, I'm Asian from the waist down.
Did you find the article?
It's the Capitol, whatever. They might take it down. That would be interesting if it's not.
It's already damage is done and then just remove it.
Like Mike Glover, CIA cover. So I did a YouTube video on my Field Cross Survival channel. I'm not a domestic terrorist. I never did anything. I'm loyal to this country. I serve this country honestly, and I have every means to do good in this world, and I'm going to do that. Nobody has to worry about anything. Like I'm basically getting ahead of it in PR because this shit, everybody's hitting me up like, oh shit, and I'm afraid. So I put this out into the world, and in the YouTube video, I said I've even worked with FBI. And I said that because I'm like, I cooperated, like American Contingency had some nut job take a picture of an FBI guy's or business card. And when he did that, I was like, I have this girl named Heather, who's a former West Pointer intelligence officer background. I said to Heather, what do I do? What do I need to do here? She goes, you need to at least, at a minimum, write an email to the FBI that his information is posted on AmericanContingency.com. Nothing was done, but that picture was taken down. So we did that. That was the level of my cooperation. So on one side, I have people calling me a domestic terrorist. On the other side, I have people sliding into my DMs calling me a bootlicker. They're saying, "Oh, you're a cunt for the FBI. You work for them. You're a CIA operative. You're a state actor." Like, what the fuck? And I'm somebody who I have a CBD product. Like we do CBD products because I believe in cannabis. And I don't give a fuck about the fringes. I'm a moderate operative in the middle. And on one side, I'm a right-wing extremist. On the other side, I'm a bootlicker. And I'm like somewhere in the middle. I guess that's who I need to be. But that's the world we fucking live in.
That is the world we live in. That's one of the reasons because the person can be labeled without any recourse. Removed from social media. They could shape a narrative, but you can't say anything about it. They can decide that in the more extreme time. You're removed from all these social media platforms and limit your ability to defend yourself.
If I didn't have my buddy Al, he wasn't doing anything like in the underground. He was actually acting as an advocate for veterans. That's part of his job. But he was moderating my Facebook account, which is tethered to Instagram. I did a post at Deseret on 20,000+ likes, all this engagement because I killed a beautiful 6x6 well. My my Instagram,
Instagram got deleted because you posted a picture of
an animal. So I have a SIG rifle sitting in front of the elk 6x6. I'm not showboating to death. I'd say basically I'm humbled by the opportunity to hunt this beautiful animal, and I'm thankful this animal, which it is feeding my family for the next year. And I want to be a good advocate as a hunter. Look at it as something bad. I want them to think it's good. And so my position on it is very hard. I don't want to be extreme about it because it's not extreme for me. I text and call Al, and I'm like, dude, what's that on the back end? He said, you have 17 strikes on your account. I said, okay, what is that? Well, you have 17 reports of everything from extremism to animal cruelty. And I've never seen an account still up with 17. It's probably just living post to post and me moderating it and activating it each step at a time. So the only reason I have an existing Instagram account is because I have somebody on the back end who goes, what is going on? This is ludicrous. Like, reenact the account, and they reenact the account. Because on the back end, it basically says I have all this history of extremism because of the association with the FBI. And so, if now my contact is gone, to get laid off in the metaverse, now I have no. So the big problem you know, me, it's like my business, and we will adapt.
But this animal food, how's that possible to strike against your when you're hunting? Because there's so many hunting accounts.
If you have a culmination of multiple strikes against you, then any infringement against their policy, like if one person reports it and you have 0 strikes, no issues. If you have 10 strikes and 50 people report it, potentially not an issue. They'll just look at it, examine it. In India, by the way, where there's a cultural difference where they look at it and go, this dude's a warmonger. This is animal cruelty. Obviously, he's standing with a dead animal. That would be no issue. But because I have 17 strikes and I have a track record and history, including the label of being a domestic terrorist, Al sent me the screen capture where they're like, we can't free up his American Tendency account because he's been labeled domestic terrorist, and we can't free up domestic terrorist accounts.
And you've been labeled this by just some random person who decides to send it with no evidence at all.
Likely the Federal Bureau of Investigation through this one asshole, this one candidate, who probably still works for the FBI. And just so people understand, I am not anti-government either. I work for the government. I'm anti-stupid people because people are dumb. And I don't think this is a mass conspiracy concerning rubber, field-craft survival. I think this is dumb people doing dumb things. The problem, like you said, is there's no consequence. So they can continue to do it. And yeah, what will I be out? Yeah, I'll be out of the social. It's a fight for us anyway. Now I can't operate. We'll adapt. What I'm really concerned with is when, in a year, when we're getting ready for the next elections, they amplify the wrong, and then everybody who has an opinion in the right, they turn down, and then we're out.
Well, that's most certainly the case when you have one political group, one political community. Up until if you didn't go by this very narrow narrative, then you were ostracized or shadow banned. There is no shadow banning. And then one of the more interesting things about what Elon's Twitter is you get the chance to peer into the wiring under the board. You see, look, not only did they shadow ban, they did it at the behest of the federal government. And they looked up accounts and they did all this shit to try to minimize certain narratives that they felt were bad for their party.
Nobody's covered it. Nobody's covered it. I mean, there's email traffic that says, do not push this at all. It's insane.
It's such an important thing, and by the way, if it was going the other way, if it was going right-wing person, this was all this stuff was being owned by the right, and all the social media companies were promoting right-wing. You hear that in the New York Times, the Washington Post. They would be up outraged. They would be up in arms at CNN. They'd be up in arms at MSNBC. They'd be talking about it every day. It would just be like a Russian. That's all you heard all day, all night. I hope
you know, conservatives across the board are behind because they never focused on media and influencing culture. And the problem is now is most of the narrative is controlled by leftists. And I'm not saying left. There's people in my circle who are friends of mine. I'm talking left, the fringes of society. They control the narrative. And now for the first time, I think there are groups of Daily Wire, Fox Nation, Rumble. These guys are coming and they're trying to but it's like one step at a time.
Yeah.
And is it too late is the question? And the answer might be yes. It might be too late to influence the masses. Because all the kids going up now
late, but it's definitely behind.
I mean, it pisses me off because I know a lot of amazing wealthy conservatives who are middle of the road, and they play the game. Like it's weird. Like they'll play the game because they don't want their shit affected, but they won't stand up for the right. and start the platform. They won't invest in the thing that's going to help this country get off its feet and redefine it. If we just simply redefine it, I think we'd be in a better place, in a better position. But right now, it's like we're at war.
Yeah, well, we need open communication, and we need to respect each and you need to let those people discuss whatever their thoughts and beliefs are, so you can find out whether or not you agree with it. Like, let the best, most well-formed argument win. And that's not what's been going on with social media for the past few years.
Instagram for me is fucking gross. I do like it because I'll go on to these social media platforms and get what I want. I'm a big YouTuber as far as like, I like it. It's my Google search for learning things, and they've gotten better. I think suppression, there used to be a big issue. I do gun education content all the time and haven't seen the issues that a lot of people have complained about. But there are certain platforms and certain people that and on that hill. I mean, they just will continue to do it. It's scary. I mean, I forgot I had a TikTok, and I was looking into some shit because I was like, oh, I think I'm gonna set up a TikTok years ago because everybody thought it was the next thing for education and all this stuff. But then all this stuff came out. I'm like, I don't want that TikTok. And I logged into it last night, and I looked at my account, and all the posts were flagged and deleted because they violated anything. Even though all my posts are on education of that, just being bad.
Listen, man, it's been a pleasure having you on. Very nice to meet you. And I appreciate your content. Appreciate all the things you've done. Tell people how to find you, social media, find your website.
Yeah, fieldcraftsurvival.com for everything. And then we're all over.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan podcast all night, all day.
Nice to meet you. you, man. Thanks for having me.
Probably not a good idea to stuff our fat faces with Terry Jack before we come here, though.
I should take a nap right now.
I got a brick in my stomach.
It's awesome.
Those beef ribs are insane. Oh my God, that place is so good. That's the one thing that I, you know.
The Joe Rogan.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's happening, my friend?
I'm back. Just momming and working.
Did you get any sleep?
I don't look like it. I'm like, how do I get rid of these circles under my eyes? Not really, because I try to work and write in particular after she goes down for she's sleeping, which is great.
Right.
It's weird how, like, is she sleeping? That's the, you know, everybody asks you that question when you have a kid.
Yeah, well, once you have kids, you realize that for the first X amount of days or years, like, you're just in a fog.
Yeah.
Where you just don't know what's going on because that mommy brain thing's real.
It is, and it's the sleep deprivation, like, I think you pull your head out of your butt, like, in different waves, so I feel like I just came to a bit, and I'm like, what's going on with my business? Like, I ended up having to pay this ridiculous, I can't even get into it because I'll, like, burn the whole thing down, but it was a ridiculous tax that you're generally exempt from if you file by a date, which, why do you even have this rule that punishes small businesses who are usually drowning, and it's easy to miss this stupid arbitrary date. And so the city of LA came after me, and they basically shook me down for like $4,000. And I was like, this shit keeps me up at night, Joe.
Yeah.
I just can't tell.
It's just an LA thing?
It's a city of LA thing, yeah. They have their own business tax renewal. You have to get a license that you renew. Even if you make under $300,000 as like an artist, you're exempt from this, which I'm exempt from this. And so I'm like, why do I have to pay? So then it's penalties and fee. I can't tell you. I can't tell you how like, I will stare at my ceiling in bed just enraged. And it's as a business owner, I'm like, got it, the buck has to stop with me. I want to blame everyone, and sure, this is a bullshit law, and maybe my tax guy should have been more aware of this. And I love him, though. I'm not blaming him either, and it has to stop with me. And so this is one of those things that probably just fell through the cracks because I had a baby. And
so the tax guy didn't know about it?
He did, but so I'm not exactly sure why we thought we were filing for that exemption in time, and it might be because they were sending me, because before I incorporated, I was just self-employed, and so I had to file as a self-employed worker. They kept sending me a little card to renew my license, but it was to me personally, so he very well could have thought that we were renewing it, but it wasn't for the corporation, it was for me personally. It's like such a, I'm not a rich person, you know, that's like, and it's money that could go, I was saying to my husband, I'm like, I'd rather go give that $4,000 to like a homeless person under the frickin' highway than the city of LA, which is just gonna set it on fire.
So all the different taxes and regulations.
It's a mafia.
You don't realize how bad it is until you get away.
It's legalized mafia, though.
Well,
my
it's
friend
just
has been out
bureaucracy.
of California for 5 years, and they're coming after him for back taxes.
Oh my god.
And they'll just take it out of they'll like garnish your wages.
Well, did you see the thing that they were trying to do where they were trying to tax people once they leave California?
Yeah, they were trying to pass that law.
Yeah, which is so wild. Even if you left, you still owe us money.
Yeah.
That you would have spent if you were here, but you're not here.
No.
But so what? We want the money.
Because it's a mafia.
It's just bureaucracy.
This is legalized mafia tactics, though, and there's no recourse. There's really nothing. I talked to a very nice woman. I never blame the people who are just enforcing these ridiculous laws. And I was like, is there anything I can do? And she said, well, you might be able to apply for an exemption on your penalties. You get a one-time kind of exemption. And I was like, what about all of the taxes, which I would be exempt from And she's like, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Like, it's like once it's set in stone. I'm like, how is anyone doing this as a small business? Because anyone who has a small business knows you're always, particularly when you're not making like millions of dollars and have lots of people doing this stuff for you, you're always trying to just keep up with all of the things that you have to manage.
Well, it's so different than any other business, like running a state. Because any other business, you would say, well, where are our unnecessary expenses? We need to pare them down. We need to figure out like what makes things profitable, what's necessary, what's not. And with bureaucracy, they don't do that. Instead, they have so many people. We need to figure out new ways to suck money out of these poor people that are stuck, rooted, literally rooted in this state. So let's just like figure out ways. Let's raise the tax. Instead of raising the taxes, the state tax is now 14%, which is so high.
That's crazy.
It's so high when you can just go to Nevada and it's zero. You just drive over there 4 hours and you don't have to pay anything, which is like a lot of my friends did. I have a lot of friends who do.
I actually know a lot of people too. That's been one of the big exodus states.
Nevada is actually nice. Like if you live outside of the Strip, you know, like Henderson and there's a few of those other towns. They're nice towns. They're really nice places to live.
Yeah, there's really beautiful kind of up in the hills area.
Oh yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Hiking and mountains.
That's the same as Vegas. There's a lot of nice like hiking and.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about Reno. I was thinking.
No, Reno too.
Yeah.
Well, Reno, you have Tahoe. You know, you have a lot of beautiful areas in Lake Tahoe.
I don't know why I was thinking Reno.
But Vegas itself is, you know, it's gross in the Strip.
Yeah.
Because of the traffic and all the gambling and all the, you know, people just trying to do coke and party and lose all their money.
I get spiritually sick when I go to Vegas. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I always joke, like, I know where all the great chicken noodle soup is on the Strip. I end up like the sad girl always in Vegas. Even when I was using drugs and drinking, I would end up in a hotel room looking at all those, you know, fountains and all of the lights, just sick. And it was like as we would be driving there, I would be getting just a fever, more and more sick. Like, I swear to God, I get like a soul sickness when I go to Vegas.
If I wasn't in the business that I'm in, I probably wouldn't even like to go there at all. But, you know, I go there for fights because there's fights there all the time. It's one of the best places in the world for fights. And then I do shows there.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just, I just go to dinner. There's all amazing places to eat there.
Yep.
And
Good
then,
shows.
Yeah. Great shows.
Yeah, I have fun when I go and do, I think the last time I was there actually was to do a show. It's like that midnight show that they do kind of off late back. It was fun. It was a good crew. I like that you get a mixed crowd from kind of all over America.
Yeah.
I think the crowds are there to have fun and laugh. And
they're on vacation, most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when
even the locals are cool.
I've had some dark times there though too.
Well, it's definitely a dark city in a lot of ways. I mean, when you have a city that's advertised as like what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like that was the whole thing with them for the longest time.
Are they still? Is that they're still?
I think they abandoned that once the internet came along. They went, actually, it doesn't really stay here.
So one time I lost a shoe when I was in Vegas, and I went down to I forget where we were staying. It was one of the big hotels on the Strip, and I went down to Boston Found to see if they had it. And this place was like, it was insane. There were just lockers, and it was a little old woman with this huge giant ledger that looked like something out of a movie, and I went in there, I was like, oh my God, what's the craziest thing anyone has ever left here? And she didn't even hesitate. She said, someone left their prosthetic leg for 3 days.
Oops.
For 3 days they hopped around on crutches going, what did I do with it?
Amazing. Didn't even hesitate. She had an answer to it immediately. I know. It's like the stuff you must get that gets lost here.
Oh my God.
Yeah, imagine I immediately in my mind went through a montage of like him at the strip club without his leg and him being like, bro, where did I leave my leg?
I like how you assume it's a guy. It had to be a guy, right?
I feel like...
Yeah, I feel like women would be keeping track of their legs?
I don't know. Women lose their purses all the time.
Isn't that
Like
easier
your
to
leg.
lose though? A guy losing his leg. A guy. I just feel like guys would be more
I feel like she
blackout
told
drunk.
me it was a man. I don't think I assumed his gender. I think she said a guy left his leg here for 3 days.
Yeah, it's not a place that I would move to, but I'm there so often. I've thought about buying a house there. Thought about just more staying in hotels. Maybe I would enjoy the Vegas experience more if I had a house outside the strip.
If I had money, I would have houses everywhere just so you didn't have to pack. I fucking hate packing. Just show up and have your clothes there. That's worth my.
It's nice getting on a plane with nothing but your wallet and your phone.
Yeah, when I dated the rich guy, he just was like, he refused to pack basically, so he just was all about like, I'm just gonna buy a place in Maui, I'm gonna buy a place in London so that I don't have to pack. I'm like,
wow.
Yeah, I mean he's very wealthy.
That's baller.
But that I would, if I had that kind of money, absolutely, I would.
Yeah, but the problem is then you have to think about this fucking house that's over there and shit that's going along with it and this. You do? Trust me, you do. Yeah, and then you have to make sure they're doing it.
I know.
Trust me.
One of the most baller things I ever saw was one of my friends, very wealthy, got a new house, and they just had the people make sure that everything was stocked. So he basically went, made sure they were doing all the things that he wanted them to do to the house, and then showed up, and it was like Christmas for me when I was opening all the cabinets in the kitchen. I'm like, how did they know? And his whole kitchen was stocked with everything. His refrigerator, all the linens. I'm like, this is baller. Just being able to like show up in a house and have it set up for you, like the whole thing is like a Christmas present.
Yeah, there's pros and cons, I guess, to that.
Yeah.
The cons is dealing with a bunch of people. As long as you have a bunch of people that are good at their job, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be good. But then you have to think about them. You have just this ecosystem that you're responsible for.
I like how I'm not like, I would save lots of poor people. I'm like, I would have a house everywhere with my own clothes. I just hate packing.
Yeah.
Even for this trip, because now I'm packing for a little one. Mm-hmm. And we're in a hotel, which I don't know if you've ever lived in a hotel with an under 10-month-old. But it's challenging when it comes to nap time and you don't have like an extra room to go in. So we're like, what are we going to do? I guess we're just going to like sit here and read. Yeah. But you can't even really read other than on a device because you have to keep it dark. And so we're feeding her, and I had to pack like a little drying rack for bottles, and it looked hilarious in there. I'm like, we're gonna do. We brought her little like tray for her for her stroller, and we're feeding her, and it's fun. I'm like,
reading
this
on
is
a
fun.
device is the way to go anyway.
I need to read books.
Yeah, but you know those books like those. What are those
Like
Kindles? When it looks like paper. Those things are the shit.
My husband's all about his Kindle.
It's so much better because you could keep 150 fucking books on this little tiny thing.
Yeah.
And the battery lasts forever. And anytime you want a book, you get it instantly.
Yeah, Jaron, that's pretty much how he only reads on his Kindle. He loves it.
Yeah, I
like the paper books, but it's probably why I don't read as much as he does.
Yeah, but it is great. I mean, paper books are great. It's like having a physical thing is nice, and turning pages is nice, but there's no, like, especially if you travel, there's no better thing than Kindle.
When I used to travel and backpack, half my stuff was like books. I'm like, why am I doing this? There's ways to minimize the amount of books I'm lugging around. But part of it is fun. You would leave a book here and take a book, and like the little hostels or wherever you stayed. I actually saw that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Thank God we're not in the COVID days. Remember during the COVID days, someone would sneeze and everybody would panic? No!
No!
God, they
People are still like that in LA.
Oh my God, I saw somebody walking across the street yesterday with a mask on out here.
I try to be good faith, benefit of the doubt. Like maybe they have a cold and they're trying not to spread it. Maybe we're just more aware of that stuff now. If you're sick, you're just trying not to get other people sick.
Yeah. Yeah, well, listen.
I freak out when
people
it's
with
like
cancer,
parents,
people with like real,
immunocompromised. There's a guy in our neighborhood who was from. I had this conversation with Darren again. I was like, because he was like, I why? He's in a mask walking. Why? And I was like, hey, look, maybe. And I just listed all the things I listed to you. And he was like, no, because he wasn't like that before the pandemic. I used to see him all the time.
Well, there's a lot of people like that. Just they're committed to this idea that. It's also like there's this narrative that was being established that if you're wearing a mask, you're immune.
Yeah.
And but despite all of the evidence that shows that they don't really work, especially when you walk around with those stupid surgical masks on.
Remember
those
the
loose
clock
ones.
mask?
Yeah.
I think I wore a bandana for like the whole early part of the pandemic, which just made me look cool, but did nothing.
Well, it's good because you can keep it around your neck,
Yeah.
and it's not horrible. And then you just pull it up when you have to. But people realize it was just, well, we were like signaling, right? We were signaling, hey, we're trying to be a good person. We know this is weird times. You know, we're all right. But then there was a few of us that had COVID, and we're like, hey, this is crazy. Like, this is not much different than having the flu. Like we never do that with the flu. If you go, it used to be
you
that
probably should with the flu.
Yeah.
Way more likely to kill children. Way more likely to affect pregnant women.
Yeah. Well, old people are much more affected by COVID. COVID is rough.
Yeah,
it's rough on fat people, rough on old people.
The fat's in the old.
Yeah. Those are the ones that got it, and people with bad vitamin D and bad immune systems and poor diet. And the thing is, like the crazy thing is, like all these people want to fix it with a drug. You know, that was the conversation that I had with Peter Hotez on the podcast when I asked him, do you take care of yourself? And it turned out to be like all. He eats junk food, he doesn't take vitamins, he barely exercise, he walk a little bit.
But isn't that what they're trying to do now with like obese kids? Recently it came out, they're like, you can get surgery for these kids who are under 12 years old, and it's like, or tell them to go get their fat asses outside and play.
Doing that to a child, doing that surgery to a child is fucking criminal. Like, there's a way to avoid this. This idea that you can't avoid this by giving them healthy food is so fucking stupid. It's so mind-blowingly stupid. And I don't understand it other than money. I mean, I'll try to be, like, as objective as possible. Like, maybe there's a reason why they're doing this, but there's not. There's no reason that makes sense other than they're doing this because of money.
They want to make money.
Yeah, they want to make money.
Yeah.
There's money in medicines.
Yeah.
There's money, like that's why they keep pushing the semaglutide now. You see that everywhere.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, we talked about it on the
last
podcast.
time.
34% of what you lose is muscle, bone mass, and connective tissue. Literally, 34%.
No.
It's crazy. I mean, there might be a way to mitigate that with weight training while you're doing it. I don't know. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like if you're doing that and you're also weight training. But there's no free lunch. There's no biological free lunch when it comes to a quick fix for something that has to do with you're putting the wrong things into your body. Your body's reacting in a very negative way.
It seems dangerous to try and make people think that they can just take a pill or have a surgery to fix their problem.
It is dangerous, but it's a sign of being captured by an industry. There's an industry that relies on human beings and their illnesses in order to generate vast amounts of wealth.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. They're further feeding this, and this industry was propped up during COVID in a massive way. The amount of money generated during COVID for the pharmaceutical industry is fucking tremendous.
Yeah.
And so when they're trying to figure out new ways to, expand their income, this is a way to expand their income. Look at all these obese people that were, unnaturally or, disproportionately affected by COVID. Why don't we figure out a way to fix them with drugs, and then we can sell them the drugs? And that's what they're doing. Or sell them the surgeries, or sell them the treatments. The treatment is don't eat fucking horrible things.
I know, and people will say food deserts and all these other problems, but I still think it's easy. I mean, I don't know. I still think it's easier to eat well. It just takes a little bit more time generally.
It just doesn't taste as good. That's what it is. Like if you really want a milkshake and a fucking Big Mac and fries, that's what you want.
Right.
And then if instead you're eating a salad with grilled chicken on it, you're like, fuck this.
I was a weird, drunk person who craved salad. So I would be like, I want a Greek salad right now. I was just I
That's why
weird
you're not
like
fat.
that. I mean, I think we got a pretty healthy dose of fat shaming growing up. It just in our family. It was just around from the grandparents.
Grandparents fat shamed?
They didn't fat shame specifically, it was more just the, you know, like my grandmother had a pillow. You can never be too rich or too thin. And it was just an embroidered pillow that she had. But I'm like, I wonder what that imprinted in my young mind. And
you could definitely be both of those things. You could be too rich. If you're too rich, then you're some fucking alien that no one can relate to. And everybody's mad at you for having all this money. Yeah. Or any of those guys. Bezos.
Yeah.
Bill Gates. Any of those people that have insane amounts of money. You're a fucking target.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're having bridges taken down because your yacht is so big you can't pass through the bridge.
Yeah. We cover that on Dumpster Fire all the time.
Apparently they abandoned that idea.
Well, because they were throwing eggs at him in his yacht and stuff like that, and the people were very angry and they were not having it. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm like, didn't they take this into account when they were building this thing, or did they just assume that they could take it down because he's the richest guy?
I wonder what the conversation was. I wonder if he said, hey, I want the most baller yacht ever. And they're like, we got you, fam. And that was the end of the conversation. And then they're like, we're going to have to disassemble this bridge.
And, like, I'll be fine.
And he's in his office like, what? They're going to do what? Bridge. Well, I don't know about it. Like, hopefully nobody will notice.
I think these guys are really, truly, and I did see this even when I was with the wealthy guy I referenced earlier, just you get so used to getting whatever you want and never hearing no, it like damages your brain.
Yeah.
It's not good to never hear no in your life, even as a child and even as an adult.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, there need to be, When was the last time you heard no, Joe?
All the time.
Yeah, I feel like you're pretty grounded, like for somebody. But again, you aren't like multiple billionaire.
No, I ground myself too.
Yeah,
this is very important.
You hang out with the poors.
Of course.
Yep.
And also, like, I don't, I'm not, even though I'm wealthy, I don't look for the most part. I'm not going to those parties and jetting around. And there's a thing that people do where they get in those groups of people, and then those are their new that's their ecosystem. They're around those people. That's their community.
Yeah.
And then you're keeping up with Joneses.
Oh, I'll never forget being in San Tropez and being with that guy, and he was the so wealthy from my perspective, who was like a backpacker with a car that was leaking in my garage and maybe $7 in my bank account, and he felt poor in San Tropez looking at all these yachts coming in, because when you're a couple of $100 millionaire, it's still nothing compared to billion. What's that? There's that comparison that's like $1 million. Oh, I always botch this. It's like
it's the minutes.
Yeah, $1 million is like 14 minutes, and $1 billion is 33 years or something like that.
What is it, like $1 a minute or something
Google
like that? $1,000 a minute, whatever it is. When you add it up, trillions are many
years. Yeah. And these are multiple billionaires, so it's just another. He was like looking yacht shopping, and it was ridiculous. I've got to do really crazy things for a poor. I always joked it was like visiting the zoo with 0.001%. And when he was yacht shopping, actually Abramovich's that huge, he had the biggest yacht kind of traditionally in the world for a long time. And it came into the San Tropez like harbor or whatever, and it dwarfed these and when you're actually down on a boat when this thing comes in, it's like a tanker. It's huge.
Yeah.
And you can almost like hear all of the erections just deflate of the guys in the yachts around. I feel like you could just feel the.
Well, the problem is with those people, it's like that is their currency. Their currency is like how they define themselves as being successful. It's all numbers. So if you're playing that game, like the more numbers the person has, they win.
Yeah.
Even if you have all the trappings of wealth, all the beautiful stuff, you could eat wherever you want, you can fly wherever you want, you have a wonderful time, you can relax. You don't have the stress of having to pay your bills.
Or pack.
Yeah, or pack. When you're playing that game, the people that have more win. So you're always like in this weird fucking game where you're trying to keep up with the most wealthy people on the planet. But that if you go on vacation, like we went to Italy, and you see some of these yachts like outside of these islands, and you know, it's crazy. It's crazy to imagine that these people feel poor compared to someone who pulls in the bigger one.
Yeah, and insecure. Like, oh, I'm not making enough. It's crazy.
Right. And
I mean,
you
it
got
is.
a gold digger with you, and she might jump ship in the middle of the night and swim over to the other boat.
You wake up. You're like,
Where'd she go? Is she on a bikini on that big yacht? Motherfucker.
and it's Leo. You're like, damn it. Leo struck again.
Well, if she's over 30, you don't have to worry about Leo.
Over 20, 30. Yeah, 30. 30 is like over the hill.
Remember the photos of Jeff Bezos and his girlfriend?
Would she like the lady?
Yeah, she was like smiling at him, and then Jeff Bezos was joking around about pushing him off the cliff.
Yeah.
But like, you don't have to worry about her, bro. She's 50.
Yeah. And you could see you could see her doing like the cost benefit analysis, like Leo or richest man in the world.
Well, also, like, can you even keep Leo? You're not. That's not going to work.
No, you
Like,
need to be like 19.
Well, even if you're 19, as soon as you hit 24, he's going to be shopping.
Have you seen like all the stuff the internet? This is where the internet is so glorious. They make these like charts and graphs of every single one of his ex-girlfriends and when they broke up at what age. And it's always like 23. He's like, oh, sorry,
Well,
need
they
to.
probably want to do something with their life, or they want to get married, or they want to settle down, or they want to find meaning.
We were joking on Dumpster Fire about how my theory is that's how he feels. He's like, because I'm like, he's this like eco warrior on his yacht, which I couldn't get me started. But I was like, maybe he feels like by taking their fertile years, he's like diminishing the population.
They're still fertile.
No, they're still fertile.
Yeah.
At 23.
There's no. He's having fun. And you're allowed to have fun.
Of course.
What's fascinating to me is that people get mad at him for dating 19-year-olds, but because he's 50 or whatever it is, he's close to 50, right? He's 50.
Yeah, he's close to 50.
47, 8, something like that.
That's a big difference.
It's a giant difference, but here's the thing.
I've been
if it was
there.
the other way, if it was a 19-year-old guy and a 48-year-old woman, everybody would feel like, you go, girl. Nobody
Okay.
would be upset at all.
Well, I think there is an example of this in Hollywood, and I do feel like people also are like, that's gross to her, too. I can't remember who it is.
Doesn't stick.
Doesn't land with you?
No one's feeling bad for that dude. No one is feeling
No, but
bad
they
for
still
a
call
19-year-old
her
guy
not
dating
feeling
a
bad
50-year-old
for her.
woman.
And I don't think people are feeling bad for these 19-year-old girls either. I think more they feel like the older person is a bit of a predator. So
Yes.
I think that I know she gets called a predator. This woman that I was reading about,
Yeah.
who her name escaped me because
I know
was
you're
like,
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, it's kind of. I mean, I've been in that age gap before, and my editor and I were talking about it for Spectator. He and I were like going back and forth because he's like, oh, what's the big deal? I'm like, it's kind of gross. Like, I was like 23, I don't have a problem with, but for some reason 19, I'm like, that's teetering on.
Yeah, it is what it is, though. It's like.
Really though?
Yeah.
Would you want?
No, I definitely would not want my 19-year-old dating a 50-year-old billionaire. But it's the thing about.
He's not even a billionaire.
I don't know. Is he? I don't know what he's worth.
I mean, not that that would matter.
It's probably pretty close. But it doesn't bother me the way it bothers some people, because I feel like, I mean, it depends on who the guy, like, you know, if you're dealing with some sort of a situation where you feel like that person's being forced to do things
Right.
or being exploited, or, you know.
Right. No. I
But
mean,
if they're just all having fun together, like, I'm not sure.
No, I
Isn't
know.
it Kate Beckinsale? Doesn't she date a bunch of really young guys?
I mean, she was dating Pete Davidson.
Yeah, she was dating some other guy that and he was really young too. But fucking handsome guys. And
Yeah.
everybody's like, you go, girl.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I was thinking about this, and I don't know why 19 is different for me than 23. It was like he was kind of bordering on dirty old man, and I feel like 19 tips you into dirty old man at that age gap. And I was saying to my editor, I'm like, I don't know, there was just always this moment when I was with guys who were that much older than me, when I distinctly remember it, when I noticed the elasticity of their skin or the lack thereof. It was like this weird thing where I was like, what am I doing?
Elasticity of the skin. Isn't it funny because that's biology?
Yeah, it was
That's your
just-
body saying, like, this guy's got bad loads. He's gonna give me a fucked up kid with his bad
Or
loads.
just it's something no matter how much money and how
Yeah.
handsome and how successful they were, there was just something where I'd be like, and maybe it's just me, but I was in my prime, you
Yeah.
know, I'm not in my prime anymore. But when I was, everything was like hot, and when a woman's in her prime, it's so fun. It's
Yeah.
just such a fun time to be a woman, especially in the West. And you know, girls going wild, and I just remember being like, I don't know if I can.
It's a weird
I
time.
don't know if it's a long-term thing.
Social media, it's weird now because, like, people actually make a living by being in their prime. Like,
Yeah.
if you're a woman in your prime now, there's OnlyFans, and there's all these
Yeah, we
different
talked
social
about
media
OnlyFans.
stuff. Fucking strange. Influencers and
I'm grateful. I think of how glad I am that I came of age. I'm so worried about. I'll probably be turning to you later in life when I'm like, how do you navigate this with girls? Because I don't know how you do so that you keep them somewhat innocent, somewhat protected, somewhat. How do you keep them from like really thinking that this is the messaging they're getting is like, who's the biggest star? Kim Kardashian is the person that is making tons of money, and all these women are making so much money on OnlyFans. And how do you tell your daughter? How do I tell my daughter? Like, that's not necessarily a way a path you want to go down.
yeah, it's very tricky because also working in an office all day doing a job you hate, being exhausted at the end of the day, and being drained and
Yeah.
making very little money is also not a path you want to go down, but that's a traditional path.
Right.
And it's obviously it has nothing to do with the way you look and your pictures on Instagram. Like, that's not generating you. It's not like you're a sex object. It's generating you. But if you're a woman that is, if you're any person that's doing a job that you hate and it's incredibly time consuming and taxes you emotionally, you're there all day, you're working in this very bizarre power structure where you have to adhere to certain social rules and regulations, and it's your whole life because it's most of your day.
Yeah.
Like, the idea that it's only 8 hours a day is not true. You also have commuting, and most of these people that if you work in a significant job, you probably have to work overtime or you're on salary, so you're working on weekends, you have projects you have to work
Gotta
on.
look put together.
I have
usually.
friends that have worked in Hollywood, like in
Yeah.
studios and stuff like that, and that work is never over.
No.
You take it with you on the weekends. You're always exhausted. You
So
know.
you're telling me that they should probably sign up for OnlyFans?
Well, it's like, what do you want to do with your time? I mean, you can look. Kim Kardashian's a good example. Like, Kim Kardashian, as much as people like to give her a hard time, she's worked very hard to get innocent people released from prison.
No,
She's
I'm
done a lot of positive things.
Yep.
She really has.
No, I'm just wondering about the cult.
imaging?
Well, just it's when I was pushing back and like showing my boobs online. One of the things I hated was that you can't. This idea that you can't be smart and naked for a woman. I always push back against that. Like,
stupid.
It is stupid.
Yeah.
You can't be an intellectual and you can't show your boobs. You can be both. And a lot of men have pushed back and said, well, boobs are a sexual thing. It's not the same as men, and that's a whole other discussion. But I think there was a moment where I was doing a little bit of both, like boobs online and waiting tables, and there was something. Waiting tables was soul crushing in a different way, but I didn't feel there was something.
Didn't feel exploited.
It wasn't. I would be guilty of self-exploitation.
Right.
If that's even a thing, which feels like a weird thing. But I think you can exploit yourself.
Sure.
And I don't feel like I was necessarily exploiting myself. But then when I saw, I don't know, that, you know, my husband and I were just talking about this. We started a podcast called Factory Settings, and we were just having a discussion about porn. And I was like, every time I look at porn, I feel like grind. There's something in me that I feel it's like going to Vegas. I feel like my soul gets a little bit sick or something. I can't explain it. It's just a feeling, and I feel like on the other side of that, even if I was like, oh, this is just tasteful nudes, like there's still random guys jerking off to that out there, and what cost does that have on my spirit or my soul?
Isn't that weird? That's
a weird thing to.
It's a weird thing to even think of. Like, it's the whole porn discussion is very strange, right? Because everybody wants to have sex. People enjoy sex. It's a biological urge, but filming it and then showing it to other people is where the real problem comes in.
Yeah, and there seem to be kind of grades of it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like what I was doing online would be like positively adorable by today's standards. It's like boobs and bum shots. You're never
Yeah.
gonna find a picture of my vajayjay out there.
But isn't it funny
I'm
that
old-fashioned.
that there's something about that, like that part, that show the vagina, and then all of a sudden, oh, like that was Hustler. That
Yeah.
was the thing about Playboy didn't show pussy. You really,
Yeah.
you just saw like that kind of the door
Yeah.
to the pussy. You never got to open the door and see inside the house. The Hustler was like, let's turn all the lights
Yeah.
on and
They're like, come inside.
let's see your womb.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm so thinking about all of this because I'm trying to write a book, and it's all about like I don't know how to explain my life to my daughter, and how do I have conversations with her about sex and love and marriage, and this in particular is I don't think. And then I wrote that piece that I regret being a slut and got a lot of pushback from people. Sluts. I got a lot.
But it's your personal feelings. There's nothing. How can someone give you pushback from your personal feelings of what you regret?
Well, the argument is that did I regret it at the time, or am I only looking back at it and regretting it now that I'm older? But
sure
I'm like, that's
both.
the nature of regret.
Yeah, but it's also
you're not usually regretting things like in real time.
But isn't that about the way society, our society, Western society, particularly American society, criticizes that? Because in European culture, sex is looked very differently than we look at it. Even in Canada, they look at sex very different than we look at it. It's not shameful for girls to engage in sex or want sex.
Yeah.
In a lot of countries, it's totally normal and natural.
Right.
And they have completely different thoughts about it. Like in some countries, they'll show porn late night on television. I remember that I was watching porn. God, I forget what country it was in. It might have been Germany. But I was
Probably Germany.
flipping through the channels late at night, and there was porn on TV. I was like, this is crazy. Like, this is wild. This is like regular TV, but it's normal for them, you know. But it wasn't crazy porn.
Yeah.
It's just people having sex.
Yeah. So, do you think that we just have a more unhealthy relationship to sex
We
in
certainly
America?
do. Yeah, we do. We have a Puritan. I mean, our society was founded with those sort of Puritan values. Right, and the echoes of those, they reverberate for generations and generations.
Of course.
And it affects, because your grandparents had a thought about it, and your parents had a different thought about it, and it's slowly, we're having conversations about it, and it sort of changes the way the overall culture views it and thinks about it. And some people think it's empowering for a woman to do something like OnlyFans because you can make all this money and it's a business, and why shouldn't you capitalize on that? And you're not being exploited, you're exploiting yourself, and you're doing it willingly, and you're making all this money. And isn't that better than working at Wendy's? And, there's those kind of arguments.
I mean, those aren't the only two options. It's not a binary. Wendy's or
True.
I don't. Yeah, I think a lot about this because there seems to be kind of a pornification of everything. So I don't know if it's an overcorrection. One of the things I did push back against when I was posting nudes online was this kind of Puritan ideal that we have about sex and particularly like a woman's sexuality. And I think there's been a lot of progress in that department, but is now an overcorrection because there's this idea of luxury beliefs. Rob Henderson writes a lot about this. It's brilliant. And when I interviewed the Women's Liberation Front, when they came on my podcast, they were talking about we look at what people who consider themselves allies do with their own kids as opposed to what they say. So I think it's very easy to be like, sex work is work. Everybody should be able to do that. It's like,
yeah,
get
Megan
on.
was writing about that recently.
Oh, really? Murphy.
Yeah, Megan Murphy wrote something about this whole idea of calling it sex work instead
interesting.
of prostitution. Like she wrote about it very recently.
Okay.
Because she had that debate with that woman who was on Lex Friedman's podcast.
Ayala?
How do you say it?
I don't know.
Ayala?
He said
Ayala?
it, and I thought I was pronouncing it one way, and then I heard Lex say it, and I realized I must have been saying her name wrong.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, because I feel like people should be able to do whatever they want to do.
Right.
Like if you can have sex with someone for free, why can't you have sex with someone for money? I don't think that anybody should be able to tell you what to do. But as soon as that happens, then you open the door to pimps. You open the door to predators that are exploiting women and selling them and taking all their money and becoming very wealthy from them.
It almost always hurts poor women. So when you sit in your mansion and say, yeah, let's let men self-ID into women's prisons, that affects a population of women that you don't really give a shit about or have to worry about. This is never going to affect you.
That's the wildest shit that's going on
This
with
is
the transgender movement. This idea that you can murder women, be self-identified as a woman, and then you don't have to even take hormones. You get erections. You have sex with women in prison. It's crazy.
I think Constantine had a really funny tweet about that where he's like, I would like someone to do a study on how many people experience gender dysphoria in the courtroom when they're being sentenced. It's
probably pretty high.
Yeah, excuse me, I'm a female now.
You're dealing with liars and murderers and con artists and criminals. And of course, they're going to find a way to exploit this little loophole and this new loophole that didn't exist a decade ago.
Yeah, I think people who are voting for these, in particular in California, you're seeing so many of these policies get put into law and they're going to have long-term effects. And Abigail Schreier just did a whole long-form article on, where was that? She just was writing about how they've kind of decriminalized prostitution, basically. So they've made it harder for the police to, if they see a young girl who looks like she might be pimped, to actually intervene and stop. And she, in her article, is like, who is this even helping in this law? But again, she mentions this in her article. It generally hurts poor women who don't really have a voice. These laws. So, and this is this idea of luxury beliefs. You can afford to have this belief because it's not really going to affect you or your daughter. As the women from Women's Liberation Front said, are these women who are out there saying sex work is work, yes, queen, go do it, are they encouraging their daughters to go into sex work? No. They're encouraging them to go to USC and become a filmmaker. They're encouraging them to get into Harvard. They're encouraging them to go.
Don't you think a lot of the people that are saying that don't have daughters?
Oh, that's a good point.
I think there's a lot of that. I think there's a lot of this
older liberal women.
Yeah, this view of things that's like sort of based on you don't have a
theory.
stake in the game. Yeah. I see a lot of that with older liberal women that have children, that have these views on things. Like I saw that with
children or don't have children. Yeah, don't have children. Yeah,
don't have children. I meant. Like you see, I've seen some of those arguments about drag queen shows for kids, like family-friendly drag queen shows, which is a very bizarre thing. It's very bizarre that is more. That's not a singular event. That's just there's a lot of that going around. And I've seen this argument where people are saying, like, I would want my, child to grow up and know that you can express yourself in any way possible. Okay, well, how would you feel about family-friendly strip shows?
Right.
Where you have biological women that are sticking their ass out and put a dollar in their G-string, Billy. You would be weirded out by that, right? Well, it's not much different because it's sexualized. Like a drag queen show, in a lot of ways, is sexualized. And so you're sexualizing this idea of these men. Many of them have autogynephilia. They get a sexual kink out of dressing up as women, and then they're doing that in front of children. And then the children are like, it's one thing to say, hey, they should be able to do whatever they want. People love drag queen shows. You should definitely be able to do that if you're a grown man. But is another thing to say, let's take children to see this and encourage this, and also encourage these children to participate and to go and give them money. And you know, I've seen these drag queen shows where there's a woman, a trans woman or a drag, I don't know how they identify, but with a G-string and high heels with stars covering their nipples, and they have giant fake tits, and they're holding hands with this little child, and everyone's cheering, and they're walking the little child around and showing them how to twerk. And I'm like, this is fucking wild, because it's only sexual. So you're sexualizing this in front of these children, which is very weird.
But I feel like, okay, so there's Drag Queen Story Hour, and then there's, this is a different thing, right? This isn't like, this is just people going to drag queen shows?
They're having drag queen shows for children. There's just been a lot of, you know, a lot of the far right people, the far right. A lot of, you know, Christians were protesting against this, and then they find it offensive, and the libs of TikTok will, you know, find these videos and post it. And the thing is, it's like, it's not one. It's not just one instance where some wacky community thought it was cool to do this. It's like, why is this happening, and why was this never happening before? Now, is this a side effect of openness and tolerance, where because we're, you know, more open-minded towards people that are trans or drag queens or what have you, and that there's going to be like some outer limits of this push, you know, like what?
So
you've seen that, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think it's always interesting because, like, libs of it's easy to like cherry pick one or two things, and like you said, there's many instances of this, and I've seen them, and I don't understand like bringing your child to something like this. I don't know how like common that is, or if it's a cherry picked instance that now gets picked up by everybody as kind of chum and passed around, and it's something that happened once, and now it seems like, oh, everyone's doing this, and
well, it's not everyone, but the thing about the internet is there's so many instances, there's so many of them, and then people see those instances and they duplicate it, which is it becomes acceptable.
Right. So I guess the like pushback I've heard from my whole question is like, how did Drag Queen's Story Hour, let's just talk about Story Hour, become a thing? When did,
what do you mean by that?
Like,
Drag Queen Story Hour. So it's drag queens reading stories.
Oh my god. Good night. Yep. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. People coming? Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Got him. Alright, in the hole over there. Got him both. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Oh my god. Good night. Yep. People coming? One's dead, one's going to the back door. It's a waiting session to start. Got him. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Got them both. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Oh my god. Good night. Yep. Alright, I'm not even in yet. Got him. Waiting session. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Got them both. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like one's dead, one's going to the back door. In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. Got him. People coming? Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in yet. Oh my god. Good night. Yep. coming. In the hole over there.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Throwing a nade.
It's a waiting session to start.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
And
Oh my god! Good night. Yep.
one's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
Door.
Oh my god!
Alright, I was just gonna
Good
run out.
night.
Well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him. In the
Alright,
hole
I was just
over
gonna
there.
run out.
Throwing a nade. Got them both. I seen him over there going
Alright, well, it threw me on the
RUAF.
other side. And door.
Oh my god!
Like across
Good
from you, so
night.
I'm coming up to
Yep.
you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright,
In
well,
the
it
hole
threw me
over
on the other
there.
side.
Throwing a nade. I seen him
Like
over
across
there
from you,
going
so I'm coming up to
RUAF.
you.
There's the nade.
And door. One's dead,
Oh
one's going to the
my
back door.
god!
A little late for
Good
that.
night. Yep.
Alright, I'm
Got
not
him.
even in yet. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's going to the back door, so
In
I'm
the
coming
hole
up
over
to
there.
you.
There's the throwing a nade. Got him.
A little late for that.
People
Alright, I was
coming.
just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in
Oh
yet.
my
It's a
god!
waiting session to
Good
start.
night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, dead, one's going to the back door. Like across from you,
Got
so I'm
him.
coming up to you. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
in the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Seen
Waiting
him
session
over
to
there
start.
going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my god! Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other
Got
side.
him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's
Seen
going to
him
the back
over
door.
there going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my
Got him.
god!
Alright,
Good
I was
night.
gonna run out.
Yep.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him. In the hole over
Alright, I
there.
was just gonna run out.
Throwing a nade. I seen him over
Got
there
'em
going
both.
RUAF.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Oh my god! Good night.
Like
Yep.
across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got him both. In the hole over there.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
I seen him over there going
Like
RUAF.
across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Door.
Oh
One's
my
dead, one's going to the
god!
back door.
Good night.
Whoa, a little late
Yep.
for that.
People coming. Got him.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. I was just gonna run out. Waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's
In the-
going to
in
the
the
back
hole
door
over
across
there.
from you, so I'm coming up
Throwing
to
a
you.
nade. There's the nade. I seen him Got over him. there going
Whoa, a little late for that.
People coming.
And door.
Oh my
Alright, I'm
god!
not even in yet.
Good night.
Waiting session
Yep.
to start.
Got them both.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Threw me on the other side.
Got
Like
him.
across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Run out.
There's the nade. coming.
Cool.
Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not
Seen
even
him
in yet.
over there going
Just waiting session to start. And
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well,
Got
throw me
'em.
on the other side. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
In the
It's
in the
waiting
hole
session
over
to
there.
start.
Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God! Got him. Good night.
Alright, I was just gonna
Yep.
run out.
Both.
Alright, well, throw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I was just gonna
Throwing
run
a
out.
nade. I seen him over there going RUAF. Got them both.
Alright,
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
One's
coming.
dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there. Both. Throwing a nade.
Alright, well, throw me on the other side.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
Like across from you. So I'm
Oh
coming up to you.
my
One's
God!
dead, one's going to the back
Good
door.
night. Yep.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People coming. Got him.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well, throw me on the other side.
In
One's
the
dead, one's
hole
going to the
over
back
there.
door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Seen him over there. Got him. RUAF.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
People coming. Oh my God! Good night.
Not even in yet.
Yep.
It's a waiting session to start.
Got them
One's
both.
dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, well, throw me on the other side.
Got him.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade. In the hole over there.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright,
I seen him over there.
I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both. Got him.
Alright, well, throw me on the other side. Run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not
In the
even
hole
in yet.
over there.
It's a waiting session
Throwing
to
a
start.
nade. I seen him over
One's
there.
dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God!
Got
Good night.
Alright, I
Yep.
was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, throw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Start.
In the hole over
Got
there.
him. Alright,
Throwing
I
a
was just
nade.
gonna run out.
I seen him over there going RUAF. Got them both.
Or-
Oh my
Alright,
God!
well, throw me on the
Good
other
night.
side.
Yep.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People
One's going to the
coming.
back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session
Got
to
'em.
start. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there. Throwing
Got
a
'em
nade.
both. Alright, well,
Seen him
throw me
over
on the
there
other
going
side.
RUAF.
Oh
Oh my God!
One's dead,
Good
one's going to the
night.
back door.
Yep.
Whoa, a little late for that.
People coming. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well, throw me on the other
In
side.
the
One's
hole
dead,
over
one's
there.
going to the back door.
Throwing a nade.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, well, throw me on the other side.
Got him.
Alright, I was gonna run out from you, so I'm coming up to you.
In the hole over there. Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both. Got them.
Alright, well, threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
Well, a little late for that.
people coming.
Collecting.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Throwing a nade.
It's a waiting session to start.
I seen him over there going.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. And
Oh my God. Good night. Got him. Yep.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
Well, a little late for that.
people coming.
Collecting. Alright, one's dead, one's going to the back door. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Got him. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
And
Oh my God. Good night.
Well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
people coming.
Collecting. Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Got him.
Waiting session to start. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. Got them both. I seen him over there going.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. And
Oh my God.
like across.
Good
One's dead,
night.
one's going to the back
Yep.
door.
There, the
Well, a little late for that.
people coming.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well,
in the
it threw
hole
me on the
over
other
there.
side. One's going to the back
Throwing a
door.
nade.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Alright, I was just
Oh my God.
a little late for
Good
that.
night. Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out like across from you, so
In
I'm
the
coming
hole
up to
over
you.
there. There, throwing a nade. I seen
Well, a
him
little
over
late for
there.
that.
People coming.
Oh
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
Well, a little late for that.
people in the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a
I
waiting
seen him
session
over
to
there
start.
going
One's
RUAF.
dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God. Good night.
Got
Yep.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
Well, a little late for that.
people coming.
Collecting. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Got him. Nade.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
And
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There, the
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
a
little late for that.
people coming.
Alright, I'm not even
Got
in
him.
yet. It's a waiting session. I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. I seen him over there going RUAF.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Oh my God. Good night.
One's dead,
Yep.
one's going to the back door. I'm coming up to you.
Got
Well, a
him.
little late for that.
People coming.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him both. In the hole over there.
Alright, one's dead, one's on the other back door.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
Like across from you, so
Got
I'm
him.
coming up to you.
Oh my God. Good night.
Well,
Yep. People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Got them.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole
Like
over
across
there.
from you, so I'm coming up to you.
I seen him over there going
Well, a little late for
RUAF.
that.
People coming. Oh my
Alright,
God.
not even in yet.
Good night.
Waiting session
Yep.
start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him. Got him both.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
In the
Whoa,
hole
wait
over
for
there.
that,
People
bro.
coming. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Over there going
It's a waiting session
RUAF.
start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Look, one's dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet.
In the
Waiting
hole
session
over there.
start.
Throwing a nade. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Over there going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep. Both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Look.
Got
I'm
him.
not even in yet. Alright, I was just gonna waiting session start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. Seen him over there going RUAF. Got them both.
Alright,
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session start.
In the hole over there. Both.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. On the other side.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
Like
Got
across
him.
from you.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Look. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me
Got
on the
'em.
other side. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Seen him over there going RUAF.
Whoa, wait for that.
People coming. Oh my God. Good night.
Not even in yet.
Yep.
It's a waiting session start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just
Got
gonna
them
run
both.
out. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
In the hole over there.
Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Look.
I seen him over there going
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
RUAF.
It's a waiting one's dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
In the hole over there.
It's a waiting session
Throwing a
start.
nade. Got him.
Alright,
Seen
I was
him
just
over
gonna run
there
out.
going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Look.
Got him.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. Run out. It's a waiting session start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. I seen him over there going RUAF. Got them both. Oh my God.
Threw me on the
Good
other
night.
side.
Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
People coming.
Look. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Well, it threw me on the other side.
Got him. Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
Whoa, wait for that.
People
bro.
coming.
Look. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Going RUAF.
And door.
my
People
god.
coming?
Good night. Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming? Seen them over there going RUAF.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. One's dead, one's
Oh
on the back
my
door.
god. Good night. Yep. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the net.
Well, a little late for
People
that. One's
coming?
going to the back door.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Throwing a nade.
It's a waiting session. to
Got
start.
him. I seen him over
Alright,
there
I was just
going
gonna run out.
RUAF.
And
Oh my god. Good night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Whoa, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming? Got them.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. I seen him over there going RUAF. Oh my god. Good
Alright,
night.
well, it threw me on the
Yep.
other side. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming?
Collecting it. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's
Got
dead,
them
one's
both.
going to the
I
back
seen him
door.
over there
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Oh my god.
Alright,
Good night.
I'm coming up to
Yep.
you.
There's the net.
Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming?
Collecting it. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got them both. Got them.
Alright,
In
well,
the
alright,
hole
we're
over
on the other
there.
side.
Throwing a nade. I seen him
Like
over
across
there
from you,
going
so I'm coming up to
RUAF.
you.
There's the net.
And
Oh my god.
well, a little late for
Good
that.
night.
bro.
Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so
In the
I'm
hole
coming up
over
to
there.
you.
They're throwing a nade. I
Well,
seen
a
him
little
over
late for
there.
that.
People
bro.
coming?
Alright,
Oh
one's
my
dead,
god.
waiting session to
Good
start.
night. Yep. Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the net.
One's dead, one's gone to the
People
back
in
door.
the hole over there. Throwing a
Alright,
nade.
I'm not even in yet. It's a
Got
waiting
him
session
over
to
there
start.
going
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Oh my god. Good night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to the back door.
There's the net.
Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming?
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. I seen him over there going RUAF. Oh my god. Good night. Yep.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's gone to the back door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him. There's the net.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming?
Collecting it. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead,
I
one's
seen
gone to
him
the
over
back
there
door.
going RUAF.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Oh my god. Good
Alright,
night.
Like
Yep.
across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's the net.
Well, a little late for that.
People
bro.
coming?
Collecting it. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him. In the hole over there.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
I seen him over there going
Like
RUAF.
across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Oh Oh my God. Good night. Yeah, people coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
In the hole
Like
over
across
there.
from you, so I'm coming up to you.
I seen them over there going.
Wait for
People
that.
coming.
Door.
Oh
One's
my
dead, one's gone
God.
to the back door.
Good night.
Waiting session to
Yeah.
start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Got him.
It's a waiting session. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yeah. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's on the back door. To you.
Got them. People coming.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in yet.
In
It's a
the
waiting
hole
session
over
to
there.
start.
Throwing a nade. I seen them over there going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yeah. Both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. On the back door. Like across from you, so I'm coming
Got
up to
him.
you. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright.
Oh my God. Got him. Good night.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
I seen them over there going RUAF.
Like across from you.
Oh my God. Good night. Yeah.
Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
In the hole over there.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
I seen them over there going RUAF.
Whoa, wait for that.
People coming. Oh my God.
One's dead, one's gone to the
Good
back door.
night.
I'm not even in yet.
Yeah.
It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. One's
In
dead,
the
one's
hole
gone to
over
the back
there.
door. Whoa, wait for that.
People coming. I seen them over there.
Alright,
Got
I'm
him.
not even in yet. Alright, I was waiting to run out to start. Door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yeah. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's gone to the back door. From you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Whoa, wait for that.
People
I was just gonna
coming.
run out. Alright, I'm not
In the
even
hole
in yet.
over there.
It's a waiting session
Throwing
to
a
start.
nade. I seen them over there going RUAF.
And door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yeah. Got them both.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door. Side. Like across
Got
from
him.
you, so I'm coming up to you. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade. I seen them over there.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got them both. Oh my God.
Threw me on the
Good
other
night.
side.
Yeah.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Whoa, wait for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
In the hole over
Got
there.
him. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
RUAF.
And door.
Oh Oh my God. Good night. Yep. People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Going to RWF.
And door.
Oh my God.
One's dead,
Good
one's going to
night.
the back door.
Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
In the hole over
One's dead,
there.
one's going to the back door.
Urban.
History 2015 in San Francisco. Drag Queen Story Hour started in 2015 in San Francisco. Was created by Michelle T. T-E-A. Then the executive director of the nonprofit Radar Productions. Nonprofit, LOL. The first events were organized by Julian Delgado Lopera of the Virgie Tovar. T, who identifies as queer, came up with the idea after attending children's library events with her newborn son and finding them welcoming but heteronormative.
Okay.
She imagined an event that was more inclusive and affirming to the LGBTQ families. Okay. First event was held at the Eureka Valley Harvey Milk Memorial Branch Library, LBGT Castro neighborhood of San Francisco, and featured drag queen Persia as well, and was well received by that community, I guess. And other DSH events in San Francisco featured several drag queens of color, including Honey Mahogany, Eve St. Croissant, and Panda Dolce. As of February 2020, there are 50 plus official chapters of DSH spread internationally, as well as other drag artists holding events at libraries, schools, bookstores, and museums. October 2022, a nonprofit organization officially changed its name to Drag Story Hour to be more inclusive and reflect the diverse cast of storytellers.
For Queen.
Yeah, Queen. Can't say just Queen.
Well, so
I'm a drag king.
I know, I think even Sarah Silverman did like a whole video about this, but she was saying what's the difference between like a drag queen and a clown reading to your kids. And I mean, clowns are fucking creepy.
They're fucking creepy. Yeah, those are weird
so
too.
I'm actually maybe more inclined to be creeped out by a clown than a drag queen.
Depends, it depends on what's going on at the show. If it's just a person is dressed up like a woman who wants to read things.
So I think this is where two things are getting combined as one. Drag Queen Story Hour is like you go to a library and there's a drag queen reading a story to your kid.
Right.
The drag queen shows that we're seeing kids taken to,
Right.
I don't know what that is.
Well, I think that's what comes out of Drag Queen Story Hour when people take it to the next level.
Okay.
I think that's what people are concerned with. I mean,
Like the
Drag Queen
slippery
Story
slope?
Hour. Yeah, Drag Queen Story Hour. Someone's dressed like a woman and reading the. Who cares? Like, what's the big deal?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the intent behind starting that.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure. If
Because
you're,
if
part of
saying-
an LGBT family and your kids are only used to seeing a traditional father-mother relationship, and they have two moms or they have two dads, yeah, that could be fucking weird. And this would be like a nice little thing to make them feel comforted.
Right.
That like it makes them feel part. Like there's other communities other than these traditional. Communities that have been depicted in the media for decades and decades.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
But I mean, I guess this is the conservative kind of slippery slope argument for like gay marriage is, when you start normalizing things like Drag Queen Story Hour, then you have Drag Queen Strip Club Hour for the kids, and now you have degeneracy and
Yeah, but that argument against gay marriage is preposterous. It doesn't make any sense. Because what percentage of people that are involved in a gay marriage or adopted or surrogate children that come along with that are involved in these things? It's probably a tiny amount. But the problem with something like Libs of TikTok, not even the problem with them, but the problem with the internet in general, is that you have literally billions of people. And out of those people, hundreds of millions of posting things. And out of those hundreds of millions, you're going to get thousands of things that some people are going to find questionable. But what percentage of that exists in your community? Very, very few. But the problem is when you broadcast that and then put it online, then it sort of becomes a thing that exists out there in, you know, the zeitgeist.
Right, but who's actually putting it in the zeitgeist?
Right.
The person who's broadcasting it, there's a person who's putting it out there the first time, but what really gets it in the zeitgeist is when you use it as a flashpoint for the culture wars.
Right.
So suddenly now all of conservative media has a video and it's like chum in the water. So you're just feeding, and both sides do this. You know, you can cherry pick some right-wing chud and be like, this is representative of all the right-wing chuds. And
Sure.
I feel like this is the downfall, why things like your podcast and podcasts in general are good, because you actually get to tease apart some of these things instead of it just being like, this is representative of every liberal that you know.
Right. Yeah, that's preposterous. It's people having an objective assessment of what's really going on is very important.
I mean, I've definitely, you mentioned like surrogacy. I think one of the things I feel the most confused and uncertain about now in my adult being a mom life is surrogacy. I don't know how, it's like one of those things where if someone said, what have you changed your mind on? I don't know that I've changed my mind. I just don't know how I feel about it anymore.
It's a weird issue.
Yeah.
I have these friends of mine back in LA that are a gay couple that hired a woman to become a surrogate, and she decided to keep the kid.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
You can do that?
Yep. It was her egg because they were gay.
We haven't even checked
Oh,
on
because
her.
it's usually not their egg.
Yeah.
Moment of truth.
And she kept the kid. I don't know if they decided to fight it or they just let it go. But she was so
Look at that. No
broken up. Like
thermal
when the baby was born,
Was
she
it
was
her
so
first
attached.
kid?
Yeah, I believe so.
See, because
I don't
the
know.
one,
You know what? I should not say that. I'm not sure.
The one good thing is, well, one of the things that I've learned as I've gone down this rabbit hole is that in most states, many states, you have to have at least had a child before. So it's not totally like, how can you consent to something that you don't know?
Right.
Like, how can you consent to giving up a child if you've never had a child? So I think usually there's a law in place that you have to have had a child. And look, I've heard many stories of like, oh, a friend had cancer and I had the baby for her, and people are like, if it's, you know, the free market, if a gay couple wants to get an egg from somewhere and then they want to have a mother incubate that egg, what's the problem? But I'm like, yeah, but there's a third individual in this free market transaction, which is a child. And that's where I've become very like, okay, but what about the kid? They have.
Well, it depends entirely about who the parents are, right?
But they still have to. They still have some kind of. They don't have any say in the matter, but I guess I just have an issue talking about kids as if they're like a commodity.
Yeah, but you also never have any say of who your parents are in the first place. You could be born to crackheads. Should we stop crackheads from having babies? We don't.
Right.
You know, do we
That's
stop
fair.
alcoholics and people who smoke cigarettes from having babies? We don't. Like, it's very complicated because you could definitely see a place where that would be a beautiful gesture. That, like we were talking about, if someone has cancer and they can't have a baby, or they lost their womb or whatever, and then someone says, I'm your friend, I'll have the baby for you, and they act as a surrogate.
Yeah.
You could see a lot of positives and people that would be great parents.
And I
that
know
were
many
denied
gay
that.
couples who would
Yeah.
be great parents, but then I wonder what it's like for the kid. You know, what's it like for them on Mother's Day? What's
Yeah.
it like for them when
Right.
they're, I don't know. It's something I never really thought about until I had a child, and then I saw how much she needs me, the
Mhm.
mother. Like,
Yeah.
they're just they so want their mom.
Yes. That is a weird one with gay couples that have surrogates. It's weird.
Yeah, and I definitely have the like women in me issue of using women for their parts. And again, I know these women have consented and all this stuff, but it's still questionable to me because you're using all these women for their parts, and then the women is kind of like erased. Like, you see these pictures of men, in hospital beds with their baby that they got the egg from someone and they used the body of some other woman, and there's no fucking women in the picture.
That's fucking bizarre.
Like, I want to scream, women! Every time it took multiple women to make this possible. Multiple women, usually. And there's not a woman in sight.
Right, but if a gay couple hires a surrogate and they want to take a photo together with the baby and you see that, you're only seeing like one little tiny snapshot of a moment where this gay couple has this child together.
Yeah.
And they're there. And you're upset that there's not a woman in the picture. Like, does a woman have to be in every picture with a gay child?
No, that's fair.
The gay couple
That's
holds
fair.
the child?
I mean, that's, again, just me probably cherry picking one thing that I see on social media, and it tickles my, like, bias, and I'm like, fuck this. But then once you go down the rabbit hole and look at how women in Ukraine particularly, like, again, poor women are exploited in this industry badly. And it is an industry that is ripe for exploitation. And then if you talk about the slippery slope, did you see that whole article about the woman who posited using brain-dead women to incubate bodies? She's like some researcher, and she put this out there that brain-dead women could be used to basically gestate babies. Like, why not?
Zombie kids.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of interaction? There's a thing that happens when the child's in the womb where they're getting emotions, and there's all sorts of like weird interactions between the mother that we haven't really quantified.
There's so much of this stuff, but again, that brings me to the point. So you can just take a baby away from the mom and then be like, see ya, once they're born.
Ridiculous.
So I'm very open to this discussion. I like to hear everybody's side of the perspective because I never even thought twice about it. I was like, surrogacy, whatever. And then the more I learned about it, the more I was like, okay, there's some stuff that's kind of fucked up in this whole entire industry.
There definitely is. It's a very odd thing.
Jamie,
right?
can you look something up for me, perhaps? Did Italy just ban the ability to use women outside of Italy as surrogates?
Many countries have a law against surrogacy. We discussed this on a podcast recently because we were talking about Ukraine. And it's one of the very few countries where you can use women as surrogate mothers. Most countries have it illegal, I believe.
Yeah, there were surrogacy banned.
Italy planning a blanket law against procreative tourism.
Oh, it's banned in Italy, okay.
Offenders to face $1 million.
Hard right. Oh, is this the hard right? Is she actually hard right, Maloney, or is she just considered hard right?
Just fucking throw those things around.
Yeah, who even
that
know?
Hard right shit. Did you see the fucking article today? There was a thing on the CBC, and it was talking about the word freedom, and that the word freedom is being used many times by far-right activists. Freedom. Here, I'll send it to you, Jamie, because this is so fucking... Canada is so fucking wild right now. It's such a like really crazy place. Here it is. Why the word freedom is such a useful rallying cry for protesters. The word has become common amongst far-right groups. So by putting that far-right in there, far-right, but like there's no indication whatsoever that those truckers in Canada were far-right. A lot of those are working class people that just did not like the idea that they were being forced to do this medical procedure in order to keep their job. And so they labeled them as far right. Yeah. Trudeau personally labeled them as racists and misogynists. Just so he could disparage them. Yeah. Just so like whatever they say doesn't mean anything. Yeah. So this is what they're doing here with the term freedom, which is like one of the most basic tenets for human rights. Your liberty as a human being, your ability to express yourself, your ability to talk about things, to protest, or do what you want.
That's what I
freedom
mean.
is so fucking important.
Inherent in the idea
Tell
of
me
a
if
free
you need
country
anything.
is the right to protest.
Right.
They go hand in hand. That's why that headline is beyond parody.
But it's actually something that's being pushed on the CBC, which is really crazy.
Well, it's
because
sinister.
like they're setting you up for this idea that you requesting freedom, it's like it puts you in the category of anti-vaxxers or racists or far-right people. It's just these weird ways that mainstream media has fallen into labeling people in order to pass an agenda and pass to put this narrative out there. But the fact that they're willing to do it with something that is so important, like freedom.
Like protesting.
Yeah.
Protesting is fundamental to freedom. So to say that using the word freedom is something that protesters use, you're basically, this is like
But not just
China
protesters,
stuff.
far-right because you can have
Far-right
far-left protesters, and that's not being talked about. Like, freedom is very fucking important.
They don't want freedom.
The fact that they're saying that there's an actual article disparaging the concept of freedom, it's really crazy. It's scary as fuck. And I never would have thought before the pandemic that would have happened to Canada. I thought Canada was this like really friendly, cool place where they kind of got it. Like, Canada was kind of better than the United States, in my opinion. I would go up there, I'm like, people are friendlier, they're nice. It's like, I would say with Canada, I always use this term, there's 20% less douchebags.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's like. But now, under Trudeau, it's like it's become this very weird thing. Have you seen, they're trying to push for a digital ID now.
Yeah. I mean, I have a friend, Anna Slats. She is the founder of Redux, that the website that does she covers a lot of the gender stuff because she's just like a feminist who's on it. And she's Canadian, and I asked her about this, and that there's no way I'm going to be able to. I would butcher her explanation, but she has a really interesting explanation for why Canada has gone in this direction. And I wish I was as smart as her and articulate, but I was
We'll
like,
try to paraphrase it. What do you mean?
It was essentially something about the way that Canada was founded. So how I wish I could remember it. I just don't know enough about Canada.
Well, they don't have a First Amendment up there.
Yeah.
First of all, that's a giant factor.
But something
like,
too about how it's
freedom
like
of speech.
borderline corporate. It was interesting. I don't know enough about Canada, and I was reading it, and I told her she should.
What is her name?
Anna Slats.
Does she have an article about this?
I told her she should write one about it because I think it's a really important insight that she has, and she should put it out there. Because I was like, how? Because it seemed very liberal to me. So how is this what seemed like a very liberal, tolerant, open society slipped into what seems like totalitarianism, or slipping into it? They just seem like the entire culture is open to being like anti-freedom, which is strange to me. I always thought of Canada as like, hey, cool, man.
Well, they're being sold a pile of bullshit, and the pile of bullshit is you must give up your freedom in order for others to be equal. You must give up your freedom in order for society to function in the proper way. You must give up your freedom in order for things to be equitable and inclusive and fair, and it's horseshit. And it's a mind fuck. It's a mind fuck that you hear coming out of the WEF, and Trudeau echoes it, and they say the right words and use the right phrases, and at the end of the day, what's happening is you're going to lose your ability to protest, you're going to lose your ability to express yourself, you're going to lose your ability to have your say when things start moving in this general direction towards the centralized government being able to control various aspects of your life. One of the things that we found out during this protest, the trucker protest, they froze their fucking bank accounts.
I know, that was nuts.
That is fucking nuts. I mean, that is some dictator, third world, banana republic bullshit.
Yeah.
And the fact that that was going on in Canada, and they justified it, and they didn't just freeze their money, the people that were protesting, they froze the bank accounts of people that were donating. So that's what comes when you start using terms like, freedom and Canadian far right.
Yeah, it seems like everything, like, aren't they connecting like being healthy to the far right? I've seen so many articles of like,
exercise.
Oh, the like far right obsession with green shit. Like, it's like bad thing somehow. I don't.
There's a giant percentage of our and if you want those people to leave, you have to say there's no wrong with fact. Not being lazy and fat is actually connected to misogyny, and fascism, and people are like, oh great, let's eat junk.
But I feel like lazy and fat is pretty bipartisan. That's why I always joke. It's not just people on the left who are lazy. I think a breakdown of who is the most obese by party.
You know, because you know, there's humans vary a lot.
Of course.
There's a lot of people that are just really fat people that work hard.
I just don't think, I don't know that, like, they have
Who's pushing for redistribution of wealth? That's all the people on the left. And the people that are pushing for redistribution of wealth, they can say that you should and that you're met by a society that's exorbitant wealth. More societies to have these people with exorbitant wealth. You know, they've got this wealth by exploiting the middle class and the lower class. That's where it becomes an issue. That's all being, that narrative is being pushed by the left. And that's one of the ways the idea that not working hard and not struggling and putting in an immense amount of this capitalist narrative. All that stuff is in fact negative. You know, all that stuff is in fact connected to the far right, connected to people that want to suppress other people's rights, a woman's right to choose, all these other different things. It's far easier by promoting that idea.
Yeah, I'm not trying to go you know, some of the studies they've done, people generally, if they are given like a baseline, it doesn't make them lazy, they actually work harder enough to help them pull themselves out that, like...
Once we talked about this, we talked about the Stockton experiment.
Yeah.
It's a small amount, it's like $500 a month, I believe, but it had an overall net positive effect.
Yeah.
And a very, very small amount of that money was spent on things like drugs or alcohol, and most of it was spent on rent and food, people's education opportunities. It seems like a little bit of money for low-income families.
Oh yeah. You know the child care money that they were giving out, and then they stopped that. That
had 50% decrease rather in child malnutrition, poverty, children not having enough food. 50%.
Yeah, I don't know why they stopped that, I guess. Maybe.
Well, because they want to keep us at each other's throats. I mean, the overall net positive that it's like, if you can find something that's no positive, it seems like people talking about on television, talking about trying to figure out other ways to impact society.
I agree.
There's without doubt people in society that need it. And to say that all those people that need help are lazy is crazy. People do not start at the same time on the race.
No.
You know, if you have a race, the finish line or the starting block is different.
Yeah.
The idea that we can't have a sort of balance, that just becomes look at what are you going to stifle people's desire to improve their position because you want to make money, de-incentivize people. That's what people on the right are worried about. That's what people that are hard to
We have the social safety nets in America, and I don't think people, I mean, you know, comedians who are like one freaking injury away from financial ruin. I don't think that, like, our healthcare in this country is a disaster. It's been my second largest expense after rent for decades, always. And now I have a child, and even though a child and kind of support that there actually is, you know, you get maybe then put your kid in daycare or go back to work when you're barely done. So I feel like I don't want to be that I'm like, oh well, I guess it's like we either have this free capitalist society where clearly that's just only for my sake, and a lot of people do end up getting left behind, or we have this free handout for everyone, and people are incentivized to go be small business owners or take risks or go start their own thing and pull themselves up. And you know, I think share the like ideal background, and I didn't go to college, and I pulled myself up and made my own way and overcame addiction. So I have a lot of like, hey, get your shit together. You know, I know it's possible to pull yourself up and make something of yourself. I think it's overwhelming. You know, when you're stuck in survival, that's why I think something like universal basic income or something like those, the minimum that you can give people, if it can lift you out of like going from surviving to thriving is something that my therapist and I have talked about for years. But that's a very hard transition to make, even when you've been in survival mode forever. How do you even envision a different life if you've only known that hustle and you feel like you're drowning? And I know how, and pretty average middle, I just know how it feels to feel like you're making headway, and then you get hit with a tax bill from the city of Los Angeles, or you get hit with a car repair, or somebody in your family gets injured, and now suddenly you are back to where you started. So there's so many people going, and the cost of living is insane right now.
Yeah, not just financial, it's also giving people and giving people of what's required.
Like financial literacy.
But also telling people what to do in terms of improving your position in life. And also, that's one of the things. There's nothing positive about being healthy and being in shape. Having more energy will allow you to be more productive. Make better decisions. You'll have less stress and anxiety. Decide to do. It's not universal. It doesn't apply to education. You need tools. You need something to help you. And the idea that we exist when you're on your own is
It's and getting rid of drugs and alcohol. It's given me such different. So when I'm well, I actually feel mentally much better. And if I'm eating like a lot of sugar and carbs and cheese, if I'm not watching what I'm eating, I feel like depression creeping in.
For sure, you're tired.
Yeah, I can actually feel it. I feel like it's in my body. I feel inflamed and I'm so sensitive about anything else kind of clouding my vision. I know when I'm eating like shit, I start thinking like shit.
100% real, and you have less fast food. We should really have a conversation about fast food. But it's really what it is. Like people have a small amount of money. It's terrible for you.
I know, isn't it something like only the food that's on the outside of the meal and everything else based on
for the most part, stuff.
Canned stuff.
There's
But
stuff
it's something like 70%.
Yeah, it's mostly you want real food. Real food, the food that you get the most amount of nutrients from, is vegetables and meats and eggs and things that are on the outside. Yeah, what's going on there? Did you see that fire that happened in the egg? Got killed.
problem too that I have with the media ecosystem is vast is that in the vacuum of information, there's only less conspiracy theories, and people are trying to fill that and say, millions like clicks, and sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not, and you can't really know. I don't know what the deal is yet. I know, I don't know if there's somebody. I've heard there was an avian bird where they had to kill a bunch of chickens. There was an article that I think I read.
An article that says that the reason why there's a lack of eggs is because they have to kill chickens.
Avian bird People have chickens, they're not able to get them. They stop laying eggs for some reason. Rumor that I've seen going around egg Twitter. There's.
So here it is. Avian, this is 2023, January 11th. Avian influenza outbreak reduced egg production. So highly pathogen avian influenza. Click on that link, please. So scroll down so I can read it. Highly pathogenic avian influenza, a disease infecting birds and poultry, struck egg-laying hens throughout 2022. As a result of recurrent outbreaks, U.S. egg inventories were 29% lower in the final week of December 2022 than at the beginning of the year.
What is
By
that?
the end of December, more than 43 million egg-laying hens were lost to the disease itself or to depopulation since the outbreak began in February 2022. Losses were spread across 2 waves from February to June, 30.7 million hens, and then from September to December, 12.6 million hens. On constrained supplies, wholesale egg prices, the prices retailers pay to producers were elevated throughout the year. The HPAI reoccurrences in the fall further constrained egg inventories that had not recovered from the spring wave. So yeah, seems like you're right. So that could be it. That might be exactly it. But that's part of the problem with factory farming. You know, when you have factory farming, like all of these things, like the swine flu and the avian flu, and those come out of factory farming.
Yeah.
Those come out of those horrible settings where you have these animals crammed in together in unsanitary conditions.
Yeah, no, I feel like I read that and that's why. But then I heard from some farmer who was saying that it was actually the grocery stores. They were just taking advantage of the fact that the supply was low, and they weren't passing that off onto the farmers. They were just jacking up the rates. So I don't know. I'm not smart. I try to keep track of these. It's like I've been trying to follow this Ohio train derailment, which, by the way, it was infuriating to me because we have an administration that is constantly threatening us with climate change disaster, and everything we do needs, all of these policies need to be for climate change and the green initiative, and there's an actual ecological disaster unfolding, and you don't hear a fucking word about it on CNN,
Okay, so you
on
use it.
any of the major mainstream media. So
why do you think that is?
I mean, I guess the cynic in me would say that it's because the railroad is owned by companies that advertise on CNN. Also, the administration, and I'm not an expert on this at all, I was reading about how they busted a union, so the union was fighting for something, and then basically they busted the union fight for more days off. And then this occurred after one of the rail workers was saying something like this was bound to happen because they're all sick and overworked. And this was actually like the Biden administration. We just heard from Pete, Secretary Pete, today about it. I think
Which is crazy. Do you know that he gave a speech the other day about how there's too many white people working in construction sites, where these construction sites are set up in these communities where the people in the community could benefit from it, which shows a profound lack of understanding of skilled labor. Because if you're talking about people that are carpenters, and people that are plumbers, and people that are electricians, and people that are framers and roofers, like that's skilled labor.
Yeah.
Like you have to hire people that are really good at that. And if they don't exist in that community, you have to hire them from outside that community.
Yeah.
That's why those unions are important. That's why it's important that, look, if you see what happens when you have unskilled labor and unskilled people working on buildings, you have fucking disasters.
Yeah. Yeah, and overworked and overtired.
But the fact that he talked about that and he didn't talk about this derailment.
No.
This derailment should be, but the derailment's a colossal failure on the part of the transportation department.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna
I don't
buy
know what
everything,
caused
so I'm
the
gonna end up
derailment.
just selling all
Yeah,
this
that's
There's a lot of
weirdly-
derailments that are occurring in the United States
There
due
was
to
one in
sabotage.
I think it'd be
the other
easier
day,
to
too,
just
I think.
grind your
And a
stuff
lot of them
out
are
and
sabotage
buy
because you get the thing about trains is like you have tracks, right, and they run for miles and miles and miles. No one's monitoring every fucking mile of those tracks.
Yeah.
So some fucking crazy person could come along and do something to those tracks and cause trains to derail, and it happens. It's not a one-time thing. It's happened multiple times.
But do
Tucker
we know-
Carlson just did a thing about it, where he talked about train derailments.
Okay.
Where he talked about people sabotaging trains and people derailing trains purposely.
Is it like just bait, or is it actually something that's true?
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people that have derailed trains on purpose.
Right.
So the fact that that's a vulnerability,
Right.
and the fact that you're transporting hazardous waste on these trains. Now, I don't know if they have to take additional precautions due to traveling with hazardous waste, and whether or not those precautions were or were not taken. That's what I'm hearing about this case, is that this is something that they were trying to cut money by transporting these things that are hazardous waste in a way that perhaps maybe they shouldn't have been transported that way, or maybe the regulation should be different.
I don't know if it's even hazardous waste, though. I think it's just chemicals that we use in plastic.
Oh, it's very hazardous. It's not waste.
Right.
Hazardous materials.
Right. It's very hazardous material. I don't think
hits the
it's like the
ground.
byproduct. Yeah.
No, it's very dangerous materials.
But that's why there's this one kid, Nick Drum, who's been doing these amazing TikToks that I'm obsessed with, because he's like a chemist.
Yes.
He's great. He's actually taking what the APA is releasing, and he's trying to make sense of it. And he's like, why am I
think I sent
the
that to
person
Jamie.
who's doing this?
Yeah.
Why am I the person who's asking these questions? Because what he mentions is, when you look at the manifest of the chemicals that were on there, what we're looking at is they're doing, what's in the air, but also he was saying there was petroleum. So we're talking about an oil spill too, but no one's talking about that.
Well, let's play what he has to say. Rewind that, Jamie.
He has a bunch.
Well, let's play this one. Play the one you have in front of you, and rewind that.
Hold on. Stop. Sound. Play.
Yeah, I don't know if that's his
Yeah,
TikTok.
it hasn't been very good. So let's talk about the trail derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. East Palestine's about an hour north of Pittsburgh, almost halfway to Cleveland. Norfolk Southern has a rail line that goes right through town, and this derailment happened right on the edge outside of town on the border of PA and Ohio. Of the cars that crashed, 5 of them contained vinyl chloride. It's a monomer used to make PVC. The reporting on this has gotten vinyl chloride confused with polyvinyl chloride, the polymer made out of vinyl chloride. Now, the reason that this distinction is really important is vinyl chloride is very hazardous and very flammable. Polyvinyl chloride is a plastics that's used in everything. The other thing about vinyl chloride is that it boils at 8 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's shipped in its liquid form, meaning that when these trains crashed and these started leaking, they weren't just leaking liquid, but they were spewing boiling gas. So vinyl chloride is really toxic. OSHA has the permissible limit of how much you can be exposed to it during an 8-hour shift as a 1 ppm part per million, average over 8 hours. So prior to this, the biggest spill of this chemical was in New Jersey, where one train car and about 23,000 gallons of vinyl chloride were spilled, but it didn't catch on fire. Now, this crash in Ohio has 5 train cars. These kinds of tanker cars can carry between 25 and 33,000 gallons. Let's call it 250 to 250,000 pounds of vinyl chloride. That's per train car, 5 train cars.
Yeah! You can keep more goods if you get a house in town and use it for storage.
And also boiling off into the air. But then it caught on fire. I think this is where the reporting is really bad, because no one is mentioning what the byproduct of vinyl chloride burning is. Of the many byproducts of burning vinyl chloride, one of them is hydrogen chloride. Hydrogen chloride is really unstable and latches onto water, like just water.
I made a good choice coming here.
And that turns into
Fishes are fresh.
hydrochloric acid. So right now, government officials from the railroad,
see
both
my
the governor
tiger
of
right
Pennsylvania
over there?
and Ohio are calling burning off the 1 million pounds of this stuff a success, but not mentioning that it means that we have hundreds of thousands of pounds of acid in the air, potentially. Now, ever since engineering school, I've studied a lot of industrial accidents. I just find it really fascinating. Organizations like the Chemical Safety Board, NTSB, and OSHA all have like really good reports available to the public. I think as a designer, it's really good to learn about mistakes. When looking at these kinds of industrial disasters across time, there are a couple things that are pretty universal across all of them. One, the responsible party, in this case, Norfolk Southern Railway, always plays down the reality of the situation. Politicians also just repeat the same lines, and then news outlets just repeat the same. So all we're hearing is the responsible party's word. This hasn't been getting...
So, Jamie, I also sent you a video that shows what it looks like in the area where these clouds are passing over, and it is horrific. It's apocalyptic. It's so terrible. There's a man who's on the ground who's screaming that these aren't storm clouds, that these are the clouds that of this shit that they're burning from East Palestine. And he's freaking out, and, you know, like, animals are dying, pets are dying, fish are dying in the rivers. The idea that they only evacuated a small area.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about like miles and miles away from this.
Yeah.
Animals are dying. This is it. Look at this. Play this. Go full screen with this.
These aren't.
Look at
These
this.
aren't storm clouds. This is the fucking shit that they burn off. The fucking shit they burn off in East Palestine. This is not fucking storm clouds.
Look at this.
I know.
Look at it. This is over Darlington.
It's fucking insane.
It's
if you're
insane.
just listening, what we're looking at is just intense black clouds covering this area, and it's daytime.
Yeah.
And you can't see shit. The sky is completely covered in black. Give me the volumes.
Shit from East Palestine. They're fucking controlled burn.
Yeah, it's
The idea is that
fucked
controlled
up.
burn is so crazy.
Well, I guess because they were worried that it was going to explode. That's why they felt they had to burn it.
But it did explode, right? Didn't
No,
it catch
they
fire?
felt it was going to be a massive explosion.
And this would have happened anyway. But there's no other options.
And they like in one of that kid's TikToks later on, he talks about how they just buried it. And so people are saying they did this just to get the trains running again, basically. Which again, the cynic in me wouldn't doubt, but I don't know. I just sent you a text from my editor Joe Donatelli, who I loved from Playboy. He now lives in Ohio, and does local news. And I will say, local news has been great on this. They're actually reporting, and like he said to me, you have to be able to like muster the resources, fact check things. It isn't as fast as the internet, where there's a void of information that gets filled. And
Right.
he did a long thread about what they've learned at the local news station where he is. That's really good, and I recommend people go check it out, because I think local news is actually pretty good on this. But some people in Ohio are saying they didn't even know about it. There's like people who you'll see online, they're like, I'm in Ohio and I didn't hear about this, but maybe they don't watch local news.
Okay, he says, Joe Donatelli says, okay, let's do this again. We reported from East Palestine yesterday. We're doing more today. Brief aside, I keep hearing from people, how come nobody's covering this story? Many local news outlets are, and they're doing a good job. What I think people are really saying is the cable network I watch isn't covering it, or it's not on a national newspaper's homepage or on my social feed. All may be true. But to say it's not being covered is wrong if you know how to Google. Let's get to the list. Yeah, but that's kind of important.
No,
that
it is important.
Massive places like CNN, the New York Times.
I was on the plane yesterday for 2 hours. The guy in front of me was watching CNN, and all they talked about was UFOs. They did not mention this once.
Yeah, well, that's more sensitive. Right? We now know more.
I think.
I
is
guess,
what it
yeah.
is.
Now know more than the other hazardous materials that the train was carrying, including some not mentioned before. Reports from Tara Morgan TV, the EPA released a list of Norfolk Southern of flammable gas and liquids and their status in the rail cards when the train derailed on November 3rd, sending a toxic black...
February 3rd.
Oh, excuse me, February 3rd. Later sending a toxic black plume over the village. The materials included vinyl chloride, ethylene glycol monobutyl ether, ethyl hexyl acrylate, isobutylene, and butyl acrylates.
Wow, good job.
Said one expert we spoke with. Some of these are known carcinogens, so of potential future risk if this is contaminated, if we get contaminated water long term. Unfortunately, the reality of these types of chemicals is that we have contamination of our air and water. They can cause long-term health issues of the population they affect. ABC News reports the EPA is monitoring air quality. So far, so good. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, EPA also said 9/11. It was fine after 9/11, so
Right.
I'm not exactly sure how much I trust them.
We're seeing beyond what residents have been saying. The train derailment and spillage of toxic chemicals has resulted in the deaths of 3,500 fish. Ohio DNR estimates across a population of 7.5 miles of streams. Norfolk Southern has, scroll down, laid out steps it plans to take to clean up the site. According to the plan, work has already been done to collect pooled liquids from into a vacuum truck and prepare them for disposal. Surface water flow has been rerouted away from the derailment site, and underflow dams are in place. The plan states that 180,000 gallons of liquid have been removed from the area. Additional work currently being done is air quality monitoring with soil and surface water sampling pending. Well water too. The results of those tests are not available yet. We're working to learn more about what happened and the impact on the residents. Okay.
One of the things that Nick Drum was saying was that they haven't done a water test since February 4th, which is weird. Why are we 10 days in with no water test?
Because they want to know the results.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a it frustrates me because if you really do care about the environment, this should be plastered on every single news channel all the time. Not to mention all these people being displaced. Not to mention how much of the soil these rivers go into the Mississippi. You could be contaminating farmland for thousands and thousands of miles. I mean, we don't fucking know.
No, we don't fucking know. And on top of that, this is now an open and publicly referenced vulnerability. So the problem with that is if someone was a bad actor that wanted to do more of this and have this happen more often, now you have this thing that's, I mean, if someone was going to, if that was an attack, it's an enormously successful attack. I mean, people are calling it a Chernobyl level event. I don't know that that's hyperbolic. No, I'm not saying it was.
No, okay.
I'm saying if it was. If someone wanted to do that, if someone found where
Let's not give them ideas.
well, they already got these ideas. If someone found where they're transporting these hazardous chemicals and they decided to derail purposely, we're fucked. And the fact that this is how they transport these things on these unmonitored, like steel bands where a train going at high speed is vulnerable for derailment.
There's something too about the brakes. I know that
there was a loose wheel or something, and they
Whoops.
called it. They couldn't stop in time. I believe is how this one happened.
Yeah, and then
A
there's
loose wheel?
something about these. There's a whole situation around the brakes that the trains use, and they're trying to upgrade to another certain kind of brakes that I was reading about. And this is part of the whole conversation that was supposed to be happening, and then they didn't. And I'm not sure. Again, for all of the talk about like the environment, you would think that this would be on the top of everyone's radar.
The problem is it's such a colossal failure on the part of the regulatory bodies, the government, the company that's shipping these things.
How
the
can
trail.
you ship that many? When you look at the manifests, how can you ship that many toxic chemicals on one train?
Well, here's the real question. How often is this being done?
Yeah, a lot.
Is this happening every day, and this is just the only time that it ever went wrong? I mean, how
That's a
much of that
good
vinyl
record,
chloride
sure.
do we need? I mean,
So.
I bet we need a lot of vinyl chloride to make PVC.
Where does it even come from? I know nothing.
fucking
It's like
knows?
when something like this happens, I'm like, I am so oblivious to the things
Right.
that make this country work and to the thing. I'm just so, I start going down the rabbit hole. I'm like, I know nothing about the union. I know nothing about these chemicals. Where do these
Yeah.
chemicals even come from? I know nothing about the railroad. Apparently, these companies are owned by big corporations who are like the evil corporations behind everything because that's just the conglomeration that we live in. And this kind of stuff makes me more like this is when my lefty really comes out, because it is like, some things do need to be regulated. We can't just have an unregulated society where you can just.
Well, is it this not regulated, or are they moving things in a way that's unethical?
Well, one of the things, somebody did a video about how I believe there's something about this that was regulated, and then during the Obama era, and then I think it was Trump who deregulated it. Deregulated some aspect of this.
Ugh.
But again,
regulations for environmental shit like this is super important.
I don't know, and I just wish I was smarter. I wish I could remember things and have that steel trap memory for when you go down a rabbit hole at like 1 a.m. and you're reading everything you can about it, and I just need to start like bookmarking all this stuff.
I can't go down a rabbit hole and stuff like this at night.
It makes me.
I won't sleep.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't.
This is a scary one.
It's really scary.
This is I mean, we really don't know the impact, and they're going to hide it. They're going to pretend it's not as bad as it is. There's no way they're going to give you a 100% accurate assessment of all the environmental damage that's being done to all these people, all the health consequences. You know, we've talked about this before with coal plants. We had a guy on, we were talking about coal plants and the areas around these coal plants and how toxic it is. This is in Indiana. About these people have soot on their cars. The rate of respiratory disease around these areas is much higher than normal, and that you're breathing in coal dust.
Yeah.
The particulates in the air are fucking horrible for you, and that we want to pretend that this doesn't exist, that this doesn't get highlighted.
Yeah, and then even just the long-term effects, how long will it be uninhabitable? Didn't they have to move all those people out of that community? And then they're like, it's fine, you can come back because the air is cool, but what about the water and soil? And
yeah, they had to move them back, and there was like a feel-good article about welcome back to the community.
This is like Aaron Brockovich shit.
Yes, it is like Aaron
Brockovich shit.
Yeah.
I feel like
it is like that.
There was a movie that I sent you that thing on Netflix that came out about
this. They were the people in this community were extras in this movie.
Isn't that a train getting derailed? They had to evacuate.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So wild.
Yeah, they did a whole movie about this.
Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
I was wondering too. Oh, yeah, this I saw.
Dead fish and chickens, as authorities say, it's okay to return. Oh God, I wouldn't return. But what do you do if that's your home and you don't have any money? You have to return.
Well, and then there was like, do you sign the help that you're getting? Because oftentimes when the company comes in and says, "Hey, we're going to help you," just sign this, and you're signing away your right to ever sue them if you get cancer and your kids get cancer.
Right.
So
and you get a $1,200 check.
Yeah. So what are you supposed to do? I was wondering, I have a question. What after our last session we were talking about the red wave, and I was with you. I thought there was going to be a red wave. When there wasn't a red wave, what do you attribute to that? Do you even like reflect on why there wasn't, or are you just like whatever?
No, I reflect on it. I think there's a lot of blue no matter who people, and we don't talk to those people. I think there's a lot of
do you think Roe v. Wade had a big impact?
Huge impact. A huge impact.
I feel like we underestimated that.
A huge impact, and that was one of the articles that I read. It was talking about young women. And how many young women voted exclusively Democrat and will continue to do so no matter what.
Yeah.
And that's a big factor.
I wonder too, like I was thinking about it for myself, why whenever I get something wrong like that, which is all the time, I wonder, I look at my own bias and kind of echo chamber and what I'm listening to, and I just think because I was in California and the lockdowns were so stringent and I disagreed with generally the way that it was handled. I underestimated the tolerance that most people had for the lockdowns that they experienced in their state. So I thought it would be a much bigger response. Like in Michigan, they had a lot of stringent lockdowns, and it was very blue. So I guess that's one area where I've learned of, like, I'm applying my own lack of tolerance for these lockdowns and seeing how harsh it was on the kids and on small businesses, and I'm applying it to everyone. But a lot of people think that they did the best they could with the information that they were given, and that it was handled. They were okay with the lockdown.
Well, I think if the vote came during the lockdown, things would be very different. But people have very short memories. And once things are back open, like I have friends in California that were talking about moving out of California, and they're like, well, you know, things are kind of almost back to normal now, so I think I'm going to stay.
Right.
So there's a lot of that where people think, you know, better this than having some fascist Republican run things and take away abortion rights and take away this and that. So I think that's part of it, is that most things have kind of gone back to normal, and people do have short memories. And once they're working again, and once the wheels of society start turning again, they kind of forget about how bad it was in 2020 when everything was just fully locked down and all these businesses went under, and 70% of LA restaurants. And
yeah, it was pretty. I mean, I think too, and it wasn't as bad in some states as it was in California, but I think most people in California were pretty on board with, clearly they were based on how they vote. I think they're pretty on board with it, you know, for the most part.
Well, I think it's blue no matter who in California. California, in particularly Los Angeles and San Francisco, good fucking luck getting a Republican into office there. I mean, good fucking luck.
It's actually becoming more like the Democratic Socialists got 2 people on the board in the city of LA. I think it's becoming more socialist. You know, I read a whole article on, I think it was Jacobin, about how it's a good time to be socialist in Los Angeles. The unions are getting stronger, and it seems like it's going more to the left. I think.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess and I'm not sure if it was in that article, but it seems like Texas has become redder and Los Angeles has become, or California has become bluer. So they're becoming more entrenched in their.
Well, the people that left California to come to Texas realized the folly of the ways of California.
Yeah, people were worried about, like, don't California my Texas, but when you actually poll the people who move to Texas from states like California, they tend to vote more red because they're like, we know what this leads to.
Yeah, I have some friends that were hardcore lefties that voted all red.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were hardcore lefties before the pandemic, like hippies.
Yeah,
like literal hippies. And they're like, fuck these people. Like this, what they're doing is they're taking away people's ability to make decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
And, you know, if they were personally affected by it, it's varying degrees of, you know, whether or not you're going to act or do something about it, or whether you're just going to stick with your ideology.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, if there was no real red wave because a lot of the people who might have voted red in these places left those places and went somewhere red.
Well, also, how much do you believe in voter fraud? How much do you think that there's manipulation?
Fraud.
How much do you think that there's... It's like, we've talked about this before, that it's not 0%. Like,
yeah, it's
not zero.
I don't believe the election was stolen. You know, I'm not anywhere near that level. I do think with mail-in ballots in particular, there is, and like ballot harvesting being allowed, that seems like a weird thing to me. The mail-in ballots, I think it's like, I'm torn about it. On the one hand, I'm glad that people who, they're elderly, it might be hard for them to get to the polls, that they can vote. But on the other hand, I think there's so much room for fuckery.
Yeah. What do you think about the Arizona thing? Carrie Lake?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not. I'm.
That's a weird one, right? Because she was a denier of the election, the presidential election with Trump. She was saying that Trump won, and then then it happened to her. So it's like it's set up.
Oh, I thought she said that he won.
She said he won.
Trump.
That he should have won.
Right.
That he got fucked over. And now she's saying that she got fucked over.
Yeah, but she underestimates how many people like McCain, and she said, if you like McCain, don't come vote for me, and maybe they didn't. Like, she talked shit about McCain in Arizona. So
I think she talks shit about McCain because she's like a Trump loyalist.
Right, but he's from Arizona. People love him. Mm-hmm. They were there is a realm of possibility where they were like, okay, crazy, I'm not gonna vote for him.
Yeah.
For you.
Well, she represents, she's a Trump person in a lot of people's eyes. She represents that. And there's people that even if they're red, they don't want that. You know, and
Yeah.
there's you know
Like
you're hearing
election denying
yeah.
crazy people.
Yeah, you're hearing rumblings of that now with the upcoming future presidential elections. You're seeing some pretty staunch Republicans that are saying we need a sensible person that can do 8 years, which is a thing saying that, you know, we don't want Trump.
Right. Well, there's still a lot of never Trumpers, but do you think that DeSantis will even go up against, do you think he'll even go up against Trump? Well, we know nothing.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything. It seems like Trump thinks he is, you know?
Yeah, but
Trump's
I don't
been
know.
truth
DeSantis
socialing
would.
about it.
Yeah, has he?
Yeah, he did about it. He said that, you know, he doesn't think about it at all. About he calls him Ron DeSanctimonious.
Oh, he needs to come up with another.
It's not a good one,
I
but
feel
the
like
problem is
he's losing his touch with the nicknames.
well, there's not a good one that you can come up with for Ron because Ron he's too good with that base.
Yeah.
And his success in Florida is
crazy,
pretty unparalleled.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I were him, I don't know why I would. Why would I risk running up against the MAGA Republicans, and when I could just be in Florida and do a great job
and come in 2028
and wait, yeah.
Because he's a young guy.
Probably Yeah.
He certainly
He's
could
so
do
young.
that.
He's like I think he's younger than me. He's like my age.
Yeah, I met him in Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, I met him at one of the UFC events.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, literally in between fights, I ran back. He wanted to meet me, and Dana said, "Do you want to meet Ron DeSantis?" I'm like, "Okay." So I ran backstage to meet him real quick.
And what's is he a politician?
Well, you know, he basically said, you know, we can't, you know, the way he always talks, like we can't take away people's freedoms. You know, very brief interaction. Shook his hand, pleasure to meet you, that kind of thing.
I read a long-form New Yorker article that profiled him, and I feel like it was meant to be disparaging, but it didn't seem like they could come up with that much. That was like, oh, he worked really hard in college. That's and didn't like talking to people.
And he's a veteran. And
yeah, and his wife, he supported his wife while she had cancer. And
It's tricky because he's a very good candidate.
He's very disciplined.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. That's for sure. And if Trump decides to attack him, you're going to lose a lot of Republicans that are on his side.
Yeah, but Trump, I mean, what I've heard from people who know way more than me about this is that he doesn't need that much support to get the nomination. So do you risk alienating people who will vote for you 4 years from now and go, I mean...
Here's the real question. Does he go with Trump? Does Ron DeSantis and Trump, does Ron DeSantis come in as the vice president?
I think he's savvy enough. He seems like he's used his support when it benefits him, and he distances himself from him when it benefits him.
But wouldn't it benefit him if he became the vice president and Trump was successful and he would be the balanced, reasonable person, and then it would set him up in 2028?
I mean, there's some truth to that idea that everything Trump touches dies. Like, I don't know if you want to necessarily sully yourself, because he will not go out on a limb for you. He'll let the frickin' insurrectionists come try and hang you if you go out on a limb for him. So it seems like I would be very unsettled by his level of self-centeredness. This is Trump's. This is not a person who, if you go out on a limb for him, that's going to be reciprocated.
We're gonna find out.
More than likely, he'll saw the freaking tree off the branch.
Well, there's not much time left. I mean, it's already 2023.
Oh,
We're here now. It's in February. We're really dealing with a year from now before things really, really ramp up.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this.
Yeah, we have 12 months before things get crazy.
Do you think it's going to be like I don't know. Do you feel that you're a hall monitor of the culture wars?
Am I?
Not really, but I mean, you observe. You're an observer of them. Yeah. You partake. Do you feel like things are getting better, worse? Like right now, today, what is your general on Valentine's Day? Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
What's your general feeling?
Well,
are you optimistic?
I think there's a massive benefit in Elon Musk owning Twitter. I really believe that. I believe if we're going to get a balanced perspective, having someone own Twitter who's not going to allow one individual narrative to be broadcast only.
Right.
And that is what we found with Twitter. And that's what you're seeing with the Twitter files.
I'm still being suppressed.
Are you?
Just
How so?
flatline. Maybe I just suck. I was joking about this
But
the other day.
what makes you say you're suppressed?
Maybe not suppressed. I joked the other day. It's not the algorithm. I just suck. But I have not moved in like a month. Not even. I think I've lost followers. Maybe gained some, but it's just been a very flat line. And this, I will take responsibility. This could be me. Like I
think a lot of people think they're being suppressed.
I think I joke all the time because on YouTube we were like, it's such a struggle with dumpster fire, and I never know if it's something that we're saying on dumpster fire because we don't hold back and censor at all. But I was like, it could just be that we suck at YouTube.
Well, YouTube is very tricky because YouTube definitely doesn't support independent media. They support mainstream media, and I've talked about this with Kyle Kalinske and with
he had something interesting to say on the last one about that. And because we kind of fall under like a news show-ish, even though we're joking about the news.
Yes.
I think dumpster fire would get caught in those levels that
100%.
he talks about. Yeah,
100%. And your take on things is humorous, and you're making fun of the powers that be, and you're not a mainstream.
Ourselves.
Yeah, and yourselves. But I mean, it's humor, and it used to be that those things could get magnified and that people would get recommended them and that you would grow and it would be you'd be on the positive side of the algorithm. And now it seems like all those independent shows get stuck. Any independent covering of news gets stuck in this like sort of non-broadcasted, non-promoted
it's crazy
avenue.
Because when you look at what the ratios are, the number of comments that we get on a video, just from what we've studied about ratios of comments to how many views something has, we should have hundreds of thousands of views based on just how many comments we'll have on something. And it doesn't seem like it gets pushed. And we were doing really well. We were like cruising along, getting a couple thousand subscribers every month on YouTube. And then it was like, I don't know what tripwire we hit, but it took us a year to get 1,000 more subscribers. And then only after I came on after the last time here did we get like 4,000 more. And then we've just been flat ever since. So we hit some weird... We just keep hitting, it's so weird to being in this space because it's hard not to be, I am a very much like take full responsibility person. So I like plateaus. I've talked to Constantine about this. They're good because you can look at what can we do better? What can we improve? What can we streamline? The show that we've been making we treat it like a show for television. We need to treat it like a show for YouTube so that people can.
How so? What's the difference?
We have credits at the end and stuff like that. It's just because it's all kind of fun. We think it's funny, but people want to be able to bounce to the next video. So it's little things like that we can tweak that will probably make a small or maybe large difference. We'll see. People spend so much money and effort into the title cards and what the title says and we haven't really done that. We're like, what's a funny line from our episode? Let's do that. We're like, we always joke that we're like tards galore.
That would be fun.
Yeah. So, and I don't want to have to spend a lot of time thinking about that. I'm putting out so much. I have found my Substack's growing, which is awesome. I'm a writer. I love it. That's where Jaron and I started Factory Settings, a podcast, which is so fun. We basically sit down and we talk about media bias and like our own biases, but it's just fun because we were like, we feel like we just turned date night into a podcast because we can't have a date anymore now that we have a child. And we'll just pick a topic like today's was love and romance, and then we just talk about like our factory settings, our default whatever was kind of put into our brain, whether it was from media or family. And people like the comments, it's so inspiring and I love it. It really makes people think about their own. We've done it on addiction, we've done it on willingness, on gratitude. We just like pick a word and then discuss it, and that's been getting just so much nice feedback, and I feel like it makes people think about their own stuff and men seem to really respond. Jaren's just such a like grounded individual, much more grounded than my crazy ass, and people seem to respond to that. So I think that it's like I just feel so happy to be able to like create content and do what I love. I always joke like on Twitter and on YouTube, we're just happy to be there. You know, I'm grateful that I even have a presence, but it is frustrating when you feel, because it's hard not to become paranoid when you're like, I'm being oppressed.
Well, we have a lot of people that follow us on YouTube. I think we have 14 something million, but that hasn't really grown.
Grows every month by a lot.
Oh.
By how much? But has it grown?
Tell them to follow us.
Here's the thing. Here's the problem. I don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Like, this is my thing from
I
the
don't
beginning.
want to pay attention.
Is that I don't look at what
Metrics.
the numbers are.
I don't either. I don't want to.
I just do the show.
And then I have people are like, have you considered shuttering walk-ins welcome?
So what we gained 278,000 in the last month.
Wow.
Okay, I'm wrong. See, but this is the problem with me. I don't pay attention.
Yeah, no. But
I look at the number. I thought it was always like 14 million.
Yeah.
What it used to be.
10 million right around the time we went to Spotify.
Oh, okay.
This is just.
I wish I paid attention more. No, I shouldn't.
Myself.
I probably don't wish I paid attention more. It's probably good that I don't know that it continues to grow.
I don't want to pay attention, you know, but
so don't pay attention.
If it's stuff that affects my.
But is it helping you pay attention?
Well, if there's things that I can do to make the product better, then I guess I should pay attention.
But is that what it is? Because I feel like to make the product better, you should do the product that you want to do.
Well, I agree. That's what I've been doing.
And
but
that's the only way, I think.
At a certain point, I can't blame the algorithm. Maybe it's like my joke. It's not the algorithm. I might just suck.
I don't think you just suck. I think one of the things that we're very fortunate about is that we got into this a long time ago. And there's a thing that happens where you just get overwhelmed with choices.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many fucking
Of course,
shows.
yeah.
And this is one of the things that I try to tell young comics that are starting podcasts. I'm like, you have to be very consistent.
Yeah.
You have to be
I'm very
consistent, and you have to put them out all the time.
Yeah.
You have to put out multiple ones, and then you got to trust the process.
Yeah.
That it's just going to grow, and it can grow organically. But coming into the game today, if a comic tries to start a podcast in 2023, you have to understand you're coming into a game that has 5 million players.
But yes, but
versus when I first started.
Of course, that doesn't necessarily make me feel better. But I'm so grateful for the audience that I have. But it is, like you said, a very crowded field. However, when I was talking to Chris Williamson on my podcast, he was like, not many people make it past 4 podcasts. So even of those 5 million, I don't know how many. It's something like you're in the top percentage of podcasts if you manage to make it to like 20-something podcasts. So I'm not sure how many of those 5 million are even making it to 20 episodes or whatever.
Because people don't have structure because they quit. Yeah.
I mean,
There's a lot of people that had good podcasts that back when I was doing it in the beginning, that had pretty good podcasts that just teetered off. And they're like, I'm bringing back the podcast. It's kind of a tough time. It's a tough time to bring back a podcast.
I'm not going to shutter it, Joe.
No, you don't have to shutter it. Jesus Christ. No one's telling you to do that.
No,
but what I'm telling you to do is
ask me to
the more
consider
time that you spend just doing what you want to do and trying to make it the best version of itself versus doing something that you think will attract more people.
Oh, no, I don't
the
do
better.
that. We just try and figure out if we're doing something that is impeding our ability to attract more people that could easily be remedied. Like there's something, you guys probably naturally do it, or you have people who are thinking about doing this for you, that you can do your product and then they put the right card at the end on the video so that it gets shared or they roll to the next video.
Well,
like there might be simple things that we're...
Oh my god. Good night. Yep.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
People coming?
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got
Oh my God! Good night. Yep. People coming.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Going to RUAF.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Got him.
It's a waiting session. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like one's dead, one's gone to the back door.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Got
him. People coming.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
RUAF.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. Door.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's gone to the back door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up
Got
to
him.
you. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
Throwing a nade.
It's a waiting session to start.
Seen him over there going to RUAF.
Door.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There the nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Seen him over there going to RUAF.
Door.
Oh my God!
Alright, I was just gonna
Good
run out.
night.
Well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There the nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him. In the
Alright,
hole over there.
run out.
Throwing a nade. Got them both. I seen him over there going.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Door.
Oh my God!
Like across
Good
from you,
night.
I'm coming up to
Yep.
you.
There the nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting. One's dead, one's gone to the back door. I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright,
in
well,
the
it threw
hole
me
over
on the other
there.
side.
Throwing a nade. I seen
Like
him over
across
there
from you,
going
so I'm coming up to you.
There the nade.
Door.
Oh my God!
Well, a little late for
Good
that.
night. Yep.
Alright, I'm not
Got
even
him.
in yet. Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
In
I'm
the
coming
hole
up
over
to you.
there. There, throwing a nade. Got him.
Well, late for that.
People
Alright, I was
coming.
just gonna run out. Alright, I'm not even in
Oh
yet.
my
It's a
God!
waiting session to start.
Good night. Yep. Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you,
Got
so I'm
him.
coming up to you. Alright, I was just
There
gonna run
the
out. Well, a little late for that.
People in the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting
Seen him
session
over
to
there
start.
going to RUAF.
Door.
Oh my God! Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other
Got
side.
him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There the nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
In the hole over there. Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's
Seen
gone to
him
the back
over
door.
there going to RUAF.
Door.
Oh my God!
Alright,
Good
I was
night.
just running out.
Yep.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There the nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session. One's dead, one's gone to the back door.
Got him. In the hole over
Alright, I
there.
was just gonna run out.
Throwing a nade. I seen him over there going to RUAF.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Oh Oh my God. Good night.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Well, a little late for that.
People coming?
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
Got him in the hole over there.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
I seen him over there going to
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Door.
Oh my
One's
God.
on the back door.
Good night.
Oh,
Yeah, people coming. Got him.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. I was just gonna run out. Waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's dead, one's going to the
in the
back
hole
door
over
across
there.
from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Seen him
Got
over
him.
there going to
Oh,
people coming.
Door.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not even in yet.
Good night.
Waiting session
Yep.
to start.
Got them both.
One's dead, one's going to the back door. Threw me on the other side.
Got him.
Across from you, so I'm coming up to you. Run out.
In the hole over there. People coming. Throwing a nade.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's waiting session to start.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both.
Alright, well,
Got
threw me
him.
on the other side. Alright, I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet.
In the
Waiting
hole
session
over
to
there.
start.
Throwing a nade.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God. Got him. Good night.
Alright, I was just gonna run
Yep.
out.
Both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. One's dead, one's going to the back door.
In the hole over there.
Alright, I was just gonna
Throwing
run
a
out.
nade. I seen him over there going RUAF. Got them both.
Alright,
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People
One's
coming.
dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
In the hole over there. Both. Throwing a nade.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
I seen him over there going RUAF.
Like across from you.
Oh my
One's
God.
dead, one's going to the back
Good
door.
night. Yep.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming. Got him.
Alright, I'm not even in yet. It's a waiting session to start.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. One's
in
dead,
the
one's
hole
going to the
over
back
there.
door. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
Got him.
Alright, I was just gonna run out.
People coming. Oh my God. Good night.
I'm not even in yet.
Yep.
It's a waiting session to start.
Got them
One's
both.
dead, one's going to the back door. Alright, well, it threw me on the other side.
Got him.
Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade. In the hole over there.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting.
I seen him over there
Alright, I'm
going
not even in yet.
RUAF.
It's a waiting session to start. Door.
Oh my God. Good night. Yep.
One's dead, one's going to the back door.
Got them both. Got him.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. I was just gonna run out. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting.
In the hole over there.
It's a waiting session
Throwing
to
a
start.
nade. I seen him over
One's
there
dead, one's going to the back door.
Oh my God. Got Good night.
Alright, I
Yep.
was just gonna run out.
Got them both.
Alright, well, it threw me on the other side. Like across from you, so I'm coming up to you.
There's a nade.
Well, a little late for that.
People coming.
Collecting. Alright, I'm not even in yet. One's dead, one's going to the back door. Start.
In the hole over
Alright,
there.
I was just gonna run out.
I seen him over there
sense of all of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's unfortunate. I think in these leadership positions, you want people who don't want to run. You really want leaders who don't want the job, actually.
Maybe that's her.
Maybe.
She could win. I think she could win handily. I really believe that.
And then we'd have another and then we'd have another Obama administration.
Yeah. Would that be better? Would that be better than what we've got right now?
Well,
with her at the helm? I mean, it certainly would be better in terms of the way we view the presidency. Because the thing about Biden is we view him as being this compromised, like mentally compromised, incompetent, bumbling guy who he slurs his words, he can't get sentences out. Everyone knows there's something wrong.
Is Fetterman still in the hospital?
I don't know.
That poor guy.
Imagine if he ran. That would be amazing. That'd be like, they're just clowning us. They're trolling us.
At this point.
When he beat Dr. Oz has got to be like, what the fuck, man? I can't beat that guy.
I mean, it seems like I will be happy if we don't elect any more olds in the next presidential election.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It'd be nice.
Trump is basically the same age as Biden. There's
yeah,
not much
he's
difference.
old.
He's old. Yeah.
I mean, no offense to the 80-year-olds out there, but it's time. I just laugh like the boomers just are clinging with those gnarled and arthritic fingers to power.
Well, they're deeply entrenched in the system, and it seems like the system rewards loyalty and rewards, being a part of the party. And
we need some Gen Xer to run, though.
Fuck that. They're not going to do it. No one wants that job. That's also part of the problem. The attacks that you get, the way it tears your life apart.
That's why I really I'd question DeSantis going up against Trump, because the unhinged attacks that you're subjecting your family to from the crazy, Trumpalites.
Right. And, the people that they're going to call him a pedophile or something. Something's going to some QAnon type deal is going to happen.
I mean, you're already going to be dealing with the left calling you a Nazi, and then you're going to be you're going to be getting a two-pronged attack.
But he's so measured and
but that's why I feel like if he was very smart and measured. It's hard because he's he's kind of at the the buzz is all around him. So do you harness that energy and say, Leroy Jenkins, fuck it, let's do this? And
who's Leroy Jenkins?
It's that famous video on the internet where it came out, and I'm gonna spoil this for everyone that it was fake, and
just a meme.
It's just a meme.
What is it?
It's an old meme.
It's an old meme. I'm dating myself now.
2005.
What's the meme though?
He's gonna play it for you.
It's tough. I mean,
is it bad?
No, it's just.
It's
it comes
stupid.
from a lot of places. It's like an onion. It's layers and layers and layers deep. If I even start explaining it, I'm going to get lost and I'll be wrong. So
I don't understand it.
It's just it's internet talk. I don't know. It's something people say.
Why is Leroy Jenkins so famous?
Because
the character became popular in 2005. His role in a viral video of game footage where, when having been absent during his group's discussion of a meticulous plan, Leroy returns and ruins it by charging straight into combat while shouting his own name as a battle cry.
Play the video. You have to play the video. It's so good. Please.
Right. So what game is this?
Okay, guys. These eggs are getting us
What game is it?
World of Warcraft.
Okay.
Does anybody need anything off this guy, or can we bypass him?
I think Leroy needs something from this guy.
Oh, he needs those devout shoulders. Isn't he a paladin?
Oh my God, these dorks.
Yeah, but that'll help him heal better. Have more mana.
Christ. Okay. Well, what we'll do, I'll run in first, gather up all the eggs so we can kind of just blast them all down with AOE. I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them, so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once. When my shout's done, I'll need Anthony to come in and drop his shout too, so we can keep them scattered and not have to fight too many. When his is done, Bass, of course, need to run in and do the same thing. We're going to need Divine Intervention on our mages, so they can AE, so we can, of course, get them down fast, because we're bringing all these guys. I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Yeah, give me a sec.
This is amazing.
I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Repeating, of course.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
Alright, thumbs up.
Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins! Oh my god, he just ran in.
Save him. Oh, just stick it clean.
Oh Jesus, let's go.
Oh, so Leroy wasn't paying attention to their plan. He just came back from taking a shit.
Give me my intervention. Hurry up. Shout saying I can't catch.
And that's
I
Leroy.
can't move. Am I lagging, guys? I can't move.
They all die.
Yeah, it's just.
Everybody dies?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The plan went awry.
But
How
then
funny is it that out of all the people playing World of Warcraft, this one thing where he says Leroy Jenkins becomes famous?
Well, it became famous, and then like I think the most
never heard about
heartbreaking thing that I ever heard was that didn't it come out that it was like planned? It was something that was, it wasn't organic. It was something that, I don't know, I feel like I had my heart broken when I found out that was something that was like, it was planned. It wasn't something that was just like someone got on, I don't know, I've been saying it for years. I love it.
So it wasn't just a guy coming back not paying attention?
I feel like I'm going to break hearts because I'm not sure that
You're not going to break hearts. No one even knows. How many people
so
know
many
about
people
this?
know about this. It's huge.
You guys are so much more deep into the internet than I am.
No.
You most certainly are because you know about Leroy Jenkins.
No.
I didn't know about it until just now.
I'm in a chat, and these women are so deep. They're at the end of the internet. They're so deep. I don't understand. Like 90% of the shit they talk about.
Do they have families?
Yeah.
That's what's weird. The World of Warcraft abandoned children. Like, do you know how many people are super, super, super addicted? Duncan had to put it away. He was just lost. He was lost with it.
That was one of my favorite South Parks where they made fun of all the World of Warcraft and like the kids just got super fat and like bad acne and they were just taking a shit in like a bucket in their room.
Those games are so addictive. It becomes your life and it's constantly thrilling and it's filled with engagement and it's filled with these little exciting moments.
Has TikTok captured you yet?
No, I don't even touch it. I've never even been on it.
I was watching those videos and I'm convinced now that there's so many people in China. I think each Chinese person, or like 300 million of them, are assigned an American.
What makes you say that?
I'm just kidding. I feel like it would just be it's like a funny idea that there's like someone who's like got me and their job is to get me to sign up for TikTok. And they're trying to like find the stuff that appeals to me. And they're like, oh, I almost had her. And then
That's just the algorithm. They don't have to do that because it's
fun.
so addictive.
It's a funny idea of like, if someone's got you and they're like, Joe Rogan, he's defeated me. He won't sign up. The job is to get every American on TikTok.
Well,
so all of our brains can collectively melt and become pudding.
Isn't it like the number 2? What is it now? What's the number 1 social media platform in the United States? I think TikTok is on the rise. Adam Curry had a very interesting perspective on this whole Chinese spyware thing. He thinks it's bullshit. He thinks they're all doing it. He said they're all like scooping up your data and the idea that China is doing it differently than we're doing it. He says it's bullshit. He doesn't believe it. He thinks what's happening is they're using that and they're saying that because China's so successful with it. The way they're doing it is so successful that they're trying to say it's Chinese spyware and they're trying to kill the competition.
Oh, that's interesting.
This is his perspective.
Okay.
And he said they're all trying to emulate the success of TikTok, which is true, which is why Instagram has gone to Reels. And they're favoring Reels and even Twitter now. If you notice, when you play a video on Twitter, if you swipe, it'll show you another video right away.
Oh, I mean, I know they have the new thing on, what is it, Shorts or whatever? On
YouTube?
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that, yeah. But that's not that's like you find that in your YouTube feed and you click on them, but then when you click off, it just goes back to regular.
I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. All right.